Well, good morning and welcome to the first Capitol Hill National Security Forum. Today's panels and discussions will bring together policymakers affiliated with both parties to reestablish the importance of bipartisan thinking in Washington when it comes to national security and foreign policy. As all of you know, the United States is constantly under threat from adversaries abroad. A desperate dictator in North Korea continues to defy the international community by firing off ballistic missiles and brutalizing civilians, including Americans, and now possibly preparing another provocative nuclear test. A bloody civil war rages in Syria, having already taken the lives of almost 500,000 people and displacing millions more. China is militarizing islands and threatening its neighbors in Russia. Russia is steadily fomenting instability through cyber attacks and military incursions. A tyrannical regime in Tehran funds and arms international terrorists, and ISIS and like-minded groups continue to spread an ideology based on death and destruction. Each day it becomes clearer and clearer that the challenges we face are becoming more complex. As a result, the urgency behind working together becomes greater and greater. If we are going to be successful in protecting the American people, we must confront the most pressing issues with policies that transcend partisan politics. Terrorists do not check our party affiliation. National security must run through the center of the aisle. And today's forum will give us a chance to lead by example. We will hear from our current United Nations Ambassador, Nikki Haley, former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, former CIA Director, John Brennan, and two former Secretaries of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff and Jay Johnson, among many others. Throughout the day, we'll exchange ideas and debate international trade and strength of our military, cybersecurity, the role of NATO, and the renewal of the transatlantic alliances, the expansion of democracy and human rights, and other important topics. We will also have a chance to discuss how the executive and legislative branches of government can work in unison to carry out a coherent national security strategy. We can all be proud of the party we belong to, but partisanship must end at our water's edge. We are Americans first, and that is what this forum is all about. Now I'd like to introduce our first guest, good friend of mine, the Secretary of Homeland Security, John Kelly. If there's anyone who understands why we must work together to defeat common threats, it's our current Secretary of Homeland Security. Secretary Kelly has dedicated his entire career to the safety and security of the American people. As a Marine, he served in leadership positions in Europe, Iraq, the Pentagon, and as a four-star general in charge of the United States Southern Command. In this role, he oversaw the United States military operations, contingency planning, and security cooperation through Central and South America, as well as the Caribbean. Since he was selected by President Trump to lead DHS, he has made it clear that border security, counterterrorism, and cybersecurity must be top priorities in keeping our homeland safe. He has also been very supportive of our committee's efforts to pass the first ever reauthorization of the Department of Homeland Security since its creation. Landmark legislation that we intend to pass on the floor of the House next week. Finally, Secretary Kelly has been a great advocate for the dedicated men and women of DHS who wake up each day and carry out the mission of safeguarding the American people, our homeland, our values, with honor and integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Secretary Kelly.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. Well, thank you, Secretary, so much for being here at this conference. And let me just commend you again for the job you've done and the morale of the department. I know the first couple weeks on the job, you went down to the border. I can tell you when I've been down there, the morale of Border Patrol has gone up exponentially. And I think that's really throughout the entire department. I know you've been on the job for about 5 months now, but I want to really kind of dive into the hot issue of the day, and that is we are in the season of Ramadan. And as this article makes clear, fatalities already more than tripled last year's Ramadan season. As I look at the every day of Ramadan, we've had multiple attacks, both in Iraq, Afghanistan, Europe, and just yesterday in Flint, Michigan, we had an attack in the homeland against a police officer in an airport. Can you sort of comment on that and what is the department doing to prevent this?
Well, thanks for the initial comments, Chairman. Appreciate it. And to the issue of the morale in the organization, I just have to say up front that I have talked to, at this point, hundreds of members of the workforce, whether they're in law enforcement here in Washington. I've never once received any individual feedback other than I love my job, I love what I'm doing, I think I'm making a difference to protect the country, and it doesn't matter if it's down on the 110-degree border or in somewhere in the United States. The point is that they all love what they do, they think they're making a difference, but the overall morale, the reason it's so low, I believe, is they haven't been given much credit for that over the last whatever. So we're looking to give them the credit, protect them, cover their backs, and make sure they have the tools to carry out the mission. As far as Ramadan goes, and first of all, the uptick in violence and activities done by a very, very small percentage of people who are just corrupted the whole concept of Islam as a religion. But it is what it is, and we are in the middle of it. So they're out there doing what they think their religion and think they're supposed to be doing. In Flint, Michigan, as an example, yesterday, completely off the screen individual who attacked this police officer, who will be okay, as I understand it, in Flint, Michigan. We've seen these terrible things that have happened in Europe. Just in Paris the other day, they dodged a huge bullet because the individual that rammed the police car ended up dying before he could do all of what he had planned to do. But what are we doing about it? It's extremely difficult for us to get to get our arms around. I mean, generally speaking, in our wonderful society that's free, open, protects privacy, it's very hard to detect someone who's about to do something. Everyone has a right to go on whatever websites they want to go on, generally speaking. So the fact that people are on websites that happen to be, whether they're white supremacist, anti-Jewish, or neo-Nazi or Islamic radicalism, until they do something, generally speaking, the best law enforcement can do is watch. I don't know how to predict it. We obviously have tremendous law enforcement professionals that once they take action, that is to say the extremists take action, and again, it doesn't matter if it's an Islamic extremist or a white supremacist, then we know exactly what to do and how to track them down and how to hold them accountable. It's that front piece that I don't think, in every conversation I have, particularly with my counterparts overseas, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Canada, and everything in between, it's this: how do we prevent it from happening? How do we prevent the young person from taking the next step? They all have various theories on it. They all have various initiatives. What I've elected to do is take what little money I have in this regard and give it to what are I consider to be the time-proven things. Law enforcement from an outreach point of view into communities, developing relationships with whether they're churches, synagogues, or mosques, so that there's an open line of communication so they know if they see this happening in the home, or they see this happening, that is to say the move towards radicalism, or they see it happening in the churches or in the mosques, that they will know to call someone before that young person typically crosses the line. But it's a tough nut to crack.
Like Tamerlan Tsarnaev was kicked out of his mosque
Right.
for being so radical, and yet we didn't know about that
Right.
in advance. As we squeeze the caliphate, and we are making progress now in Mosul and Raqqa, Syria, that is causing a new challenge. While that's a victory, in one sense, it's squeezing there are 50,000 foreign fighters converging from 120 different countries, and that's forcing them to go elsewhere. Right. Can you talk about that foreign fighter threat, and particularly, I think as I look at it, I think Europe is very much in the bullseye.
Right. Again, as I talk to my counterparts around the world, Asia, Middle East, and certainly Europe, and now Latin America, that is the thing that they fear is the best word here, fear the most. Large number of foreign fighters, as the caliphate is squeezed, are returning to Europe as an example. Many countries, but Europe is the best and the worst example. In many cases, these individuals left Europe, left the European Union under the radar. So countries don't know they've spent the last year or two or three outside of Europe and in the caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and now they're returning again under the radar. So there's no indication in many cases that the individual left is now a combat-hardened individual and is now returning. But we see them returning everywhere. Europe is obvious. There's some fairly, in a few places in the Caribbean, there's some fairly radical individuals, places of worship there. We're seeing individuals leave the caliphate and return to the Caribbean. That's pretty close to home. And think tourism, think cruise ships. We see them going to the Philippines, returning to Australia, Singapore, Indonesia. So on the one hand, the good news is the caliphate is being reduced. The advantage to them, frankly, being in the caliphate is they've planted a flag and said, this is ours. Now we know where they are and we can kill them, and we've been killing them pretty regularly now for the last couple of years and doing very effective work there, Department of Defense and the coalition. But now the more difficult thing is now they're going back as little cancer cells back into societies, and we really have to be very, very careful.
You know, in TSA, a lot of people just think all they do is screen at the airports. That's the face of TSA, but the other side of TSA is preventing bad people and bad things from getting into the United States. Can you talk about the threat of potential foreign fighters either coming into the United States or the aviation threat that's currently out there?
But Chairman, when I first took the job, like most Americans, my idea of what TSA did was they made me take my belt off at the airport. I have since learned it's unbelievably deeper and broader than that. World-class laboratory. As they test threats against aviation, literally blow up airplanes and collect the data as to what's within the realm of the possible in terms of some of the threats we've seen, the explosive threats we've seen. Their ability to track individuals that are in a number of databases as they move around the globe. In many cases, someone that might be in one of our databases that buys a ticket from London to fly to the Philippines, not even coming to the United States, we see that. TSA sees that, and we can use that information to warn our partners, not to mention individuals that are trying to buy a ticket or transport to the United States. They're incredibly capable. This issue of the aviation threat, I would just say that, and I've said it many times and to the press and in hearings, the threat is real. It's constant. It's relentless. There are multiple cells, not just one group, across a number of different terrorist organizations. The threats they're developing are incredibly sophisticated. One of the reasons they are working so hard to make them so sophisticated is they so fear TSA. TSA is still the 800-pound gorilla in the world relative to aviation safety. It is the standard, them and CVP within Department of Homeland Security. And they oftentimes make the decision to go in another direction to knock another airplane down, because if they've got this very sophisticated device, they don't want to run the risk of having it detected by TSA. So just the reputation of TSA in what we do overseas in a couple thousand different locations with CVP personnel. Just what we do has already established a great defensive line against that kind of threat traveling to the United States, and that's before they even try to get here. So the point is that the aviation threat is very, very, very real. You know, Chairman, I came over and briefed Congress while I was doing it in mid-March, put a number of final points of departure airports, 10 of them, in the Middle East, because that's where the threat was. Put them on a list to where we did not want large electronic devices, anything bigger than an iPhone, to travel in the passenger compartment. That was because the threat was real, it was immediate, and we reacted to it. Since then, we have engaged any number, first of all, the aircraft industry, as well as counterparts, my counterparts around the world, TSA's counterparts around the world. And we have come up with a plan to really raise aviation security, routine aviation security to a much higher level. I have sent experts as recently as last week to Malta to interact with the EU. I'll send more technical experts to Brussels next week. We've already had engagements in Brussels as we've started this conversation. We, the United States Department of Homeland Security, are driving this effort, and I not only believe, I know that routine security aviation worldwide will be raised to a much higher level. We've got a kind of a step-by-step process. Some things we can do within the next literally couple of weeks, some things we can do in a little bit longer term, couple, 3 months, then something out maybe a year, and then eventually the fourth step would be, as new technology comes on, is commercially available, then we'll require individuals to bring that on as well. But the point is, the bar will be raised much, much higher than it is today. And again, my focus is lots of points of departure airports to the United States. That is to say, an airplane takes off from that airport and comes directly to the United States. There's 271 of them in the world. Right now, 10 of them are restricted in terms of this travel protocol, electronics protocol. My desire is that all airports raise their minimum security to the level that we say it should be, and if they do, then last points of departure, they can travel, the passengers can travel with their electronics. If not, that's their decision. We'll simply ask them to not have the large electronics travel into passenger compartments.
Well, let me commend you for that. I've had the threat briefings, the classified briefings, and as you say, the threat is real. It's been the crown jewel of Al-Qaeda since 9/11, and we've seen them repeatedly try to bring down airplanes. They actually, Sharm el-Sheikh, were successful. There have been the printer cartridges that they've tried to put on airplanes, and it's just a constant evolving threat, and they've gotten to a level of sophistication where I think you're taking exactly the right precautions to protect Americans. I don't know if it's going to expand beyond the 10 airports, but I know that will be threat-based in your judgment. I commend you for what you're doing.
And something I want to point out, Chairman, the 10 airports that we put on this status, our desire is to take them off. Again, they'll be treated exactly the same. They were put on there because of a real threat in a real region. It wasn't because of the religion, it wasn't because of the skin color, it wasn't because of the way they lived their lives. Those 10 airports were the threat, were most threatened. My hope, desire is that they will come off the protocol by simply doing the kind of things that we're talking about here in terms of raising aviation security.
If I can get just quickly back to the radicalization issue, that's probably the hardest one to stop, because you don't know who's going to be radicalizing on the computer in their basement and they emerge and conduct a terrorist attack. Are you engaging I know you are, the private sector technology companies? It seems to me the government can try to shut down content, but then you get into constitutional issues. If the private sector, the Googles, Facebooks, under their service and terms agreements, can require that jihadist material not be placed on the internet, it seems to me that may be worth pursuing.
Yeah, I mean, the industry folks are doing a fair amount for us. I think, though, kind of the rules and thinking that they're operating under, that frankly our country has been operating under, is probably a 5 or 10 years old, and this threat is definitely morphed. So just like in terms of child pornography sites that are taken down like that, we need to have probably a stricter set of rules to look at some of these sites and bring them down maybe faster. I know the Europeans are, particularly in the last 5 months, what they've dealt with, whether it's Paris, Manchester, I mean, all of it, running people down on London Bridge or Westminster Bridge, they have really stepped back from their thinking, as I think we should. And I'm not arguing against, intrusive getting into people's lives. We have a great open society. That's what we're about. Privacy is protected. I wouldn't argue against that. But these sites, the one constant, as I've seen it, Chairman, since I've been in this job, the one constant in all of this has been the internet. My kid, after it happens, my son was on the internet and he did this, whatever this was, San Bernardino. Or my daughter was on the internet and she ran away to Syria to become someone's bride. The one constant is the internet. And I'm not blaming the internet, but I'm just saying I think probably we need to step back and say maybe stricter rules on what is hung on the internet.
I always say, so you look at bin Laden, al-Baghdadi, al-Qaeda, ISIS, I think the difference is, as you say, the internet. They've been very sophisticated on the internet to spread their propaganda, to train, recruit followers, and radicalize over the internet. And I think that's one of the keys to getting a handle on to stop this threat.
Yeah. And I don't know if we've done enough. I don't know if you can do any more than we're doing, but this other issue of how do you stop it before it happens. Internet clearly is an issue that we need to deal with. But, parents in places of worship, whether it's a mosque, a synagogue, a Christian church, people at that level have got to be much more attuned to what their kids are doing on the internet, what they're saying at church or in the mosque, and then be willing, this is before an event happens, and then be willing to seek help for the child, maybe to reach out to the police, not to arrest the child, but to perhaps start the process of getting them help or putting them on some type of watch, and letting the child know this. But the point is, I don't know if you can prevent it. I don't know if it's psychiatry. I don't know if it's scaring them. But there's just, in my mind, about the only way I can figure to at least begin to identify individuals that are going down that terrible road of extremism. Again, white supremacist, neo-Nazi, Islamic radicalization, is to have parents and, say, church leaders willing to identify them and get help for them.
On the travel ban, I know it's raised some issues, and I know it's in the courts right now. But I think, the visa waiver program, security bill that came out of my committee that passed, had 4 countries. The Obama administration added the 3. Those are the 7 countries. You took Iraq off for obvious reasons. And but I think in the meantime, really, I think the goal is to have increased vetting in high-threat areas. So as this is still in the courts, and it was going to be a 6-month pause anyway, has the department been working on ramping up vetting in high-threat areas?
Well, we were, it's a great question, a controversial question. My guidance to the department has been to be very, very cautious about getting anywhere near where the court tells us we can't go. And as you know, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if you are. Oh, of course you are.
Right.
I have a real good sense of right and wrong, but that doesn't always work when it comes to courts and lawyers. So I've just said be very, very conservative about where we go on this. That said, there's been a recent ruling that we can go further than we were going, so we're looking at it. But I think fundamentally, as I've been in this job, about whether it's visas or refugees, it's can we identify the person for who he or she really is, and then somehow predict why they're coming to the United States. And it might be something as simple as to come here and never go home, which is illegal, of course, if you're a visa person, or to come here and blow up a church, less likely, or to come here and just simply do what the visa allows, go to school, go to Disneyland and then go home. So, but we absolutely need to know who the person is and have a reasonable understanding of why they're coming to the United States. And I think finally that when they come, they don't turn into a burden. I've been looking at some other immigration thinking from other parts of the world. Canada and Australia come to mind. And they have very, very, like we do, I mean, we allow over 1 million people a year to come to the United States legally through a process that Congress has dictated that ultimately would lead, in most cases, to citizenship. We have a process, one point, so we're not anti-immigrant, we're anti-illegal immigrant for sure.
Sure.
We need to control the borders, but the point is, we have a right to do that. And as I've looked at everything from the way the UN does business in terms of identifying people, say refugee in the refugee world, or even the way our State Department and my department looks at people that are coming here requesting visas, I think we have a long way to go before we can be comfortable as to identifying who the person is, why they're coming to the United States, and whether they can support themselves when they come here. So as I define extreme vetting that we're looking at, that would be, those three questions need to be answered, I think, properly.
Well, I think if you can keep the threat outside the United States, they can't conduct a terrorist attack in the United States. I think we have a right to know who's coming in. I think the higher screening and vetting is absolutely appropriate. And the case of San Bernardino, I think, cries out for that. We had the Pakistani black widow who came in. Social media was not examined. And you know, we have a visa security bill coming out of our committee to help on the front end investigate before they come into the United States rather than investigate a terrorist attack after it happens in the United States.
You know, Chairman, an awful lot of time, and it gets into the press, and it's usually, you know, typical, it's just bits and pieces of facts. But the number of individuals that CVP, Customs and Border Protection, stop, as an example, at our ports of entry, Reed airports, from those, I think there's 325,000 roughly people that come into the United States every day by air. 325,000. The vast majority of them are coming here for legal purposes, but some aren't. And these folks are actually pretty good at ferreting out individuals. First of all, if an individual is a foreigner and is in the database, more often than not, they don't even get on the airplane at the point of departure. But if they get to JFK or whatever, we're pretty good at stopping them. We also look very hard at criminals. These people, because of people's travel patterns, can pick up people who are pedophiles, who have gone overseas for sex tourism, that kind of thing, which is illegal. That's why in tiny, tiny numbers of cases every day, we ask individuals to open up, citizens as well, we ask them to open up, say, their social media so we can look at the pictures. And you'd be surprised how often when they do that, there'll be pictures of people having sex with little boys or little girls, or some really graphic terrorist type videos or pictures. That's an indicator of who the person is. Now, naturally, in the case of a citizen, we have to allow them in if they have that type of information. But the point is, we can at least identify them and start a legal process that might prevent them from doing something illegal in the United States. But the men and women of CVP at the ports of entry are actually pretty good at what they do. What gets reported more often than not when they stop someone with a kind of a name or someone of a religion is we're doing that because that person is a Muslim or is something, you know, dark-skinned or something. It's not the case at all.
Shifting to the border. So you were commander of Southcom. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, potential terrorists coming in. You and I, when you were Southcom commander, spoke in my skiff in the Capitol as chairman of Homeland Security about transnational criminal organizations with potential ties to terrorists working together. That is the threat that I think we're trying to stop from coming in. Aviation, you try to stop that. Maritime, then the land border, stopping those threats from coming into the United States. Being from Texas, I know the threat there. I know the drug cartels are right across the border. So the president, and I know under his leadership, you will be implementing a robust border security plan, which I think is long overdue. It's good to see we have the political will in Washington to get this done. We will be introducing in the Congress a border and interior enforcement bill to help give you legal authorities to do some things that you can't do currently. Can you comment on what you're planning to do down at the border and what the quote-unquote wall is going to look like?
Well, over the decades of American drug demand, it really began in a big way in the 60s when I was a kid. That drug demand has just fueled an enterprise, a worldwide enterprise of drug production, transport, and then distribution in our country. That over the decades, because of the nature of the cartels that have become incredibly sophisticated, primarily in Mexico, they have now captured the U.S. market. So heroin is entirely produced in Latin America and transported into the United States. Cocaine, obviously, and even methamphetamine is moved out of the United States into Mexico, and then is transported and distributed back into the United States. And all of that generates an incredible amount of profit, so that the network that is now runs up through primarily the Central American Mexican corridor into the United States is connected worldwide. But it moves anything. It moves people, it moves items, it moves drugs. So it's very, very, very sophisticated, and it's now something that if we don't get our arms around the transnational criminal organizations that control all of this, we're already experiencing it. I mean, just the other day, the leading cause of death for Americans under 50 is now drug overdoses. The fact that we're the most medicated society on the planet. I read recently where the United States, 5% of the world's population consumes about 90% of the opioids that are legally prescribed. So we are the most medicated, and I could go on and on and on. 60,000 people roughly died last year of this. So we need to get our arms first and foremost around drug demand. Never go to zero, you can't do that, but significantly reduce it. Our Southwest border strategy, as I said to the president when he first asked me if I wanted this job, and I've said repeatedly, really starts 1,500 miles south of the Rio Grande. We have great partners in Latin America. Most people don't know that. Most people in the city don't know it. We have great partners, and that partnership begins really with Colombia and Mexico and everything in between. And they want to work with us. Our drug demand is brutalizing their societies. The near-failed states that exist in Central America are a direct result of our drug consumption here in the United States. But the point is, that's where the fight starts with our partners. The incredible amount of tonnages of drugs that they take off the flow every year makes us look like we're not doing anything here in the United States. And the number of their great soldiers who are killed, their police who are killed, their journalists who are killed, their attorneys general who are killed, prosecuting attorneys. Yeah. But the point is, it starts down there, and as we move closer to the border, the collaboration between the United States and Mexico is paramount and is very close. But physical barriers work. They work where they already exist on the Southwest border. To increase the physical barriers and to increase their sophistication will add to the security. In those places that we don't build out to, and who knows where they'll be, we can fill in the gaps as we do now with technology and people. But physical barriers do work. And so we're in the process, I think the chairman knows, of collaborating with a number of contractors.
I was down in Mexico City. I chair the U.S.-Mexico Interparliamentary Group, and there is, I think, a very mutual interest to cooperate on security, both with our southern border, but I think your experience as Southcom is vital to secure their southern border, and it's a choke point of 200 miles rather than 2,000, right. And it'd be a lot easier. We have a little bit of time to talk about a very important issue, and that's cybersecurity. People ask me what keeps me up at night. Of course, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. But cyber has great capability for great devastation. And so I know that the department has the NCIC. We hope to elevate that mission to a cybersecurity and infrastructure protection administration within your department. Can you just very briefly, the threats are real from Russia, China, espionage, cyber warfare. What are you doing in the department to combat this?
The first thing I'd say is that oftentimes people ask me what keeps me up at night, and so many things keep me up at night, I don't go to bed anymore. It's across the spectrum, it's scary, but cyber. We're very, very good at cyber, but so are they. We've been brutalized by cyber, brutalized. We've been affected by cyber, penetrated, manipulated by cyber. It's time, I think, to do something about that. That's a policy decision, though, that I won't talk about now. But anything we can do in the department, in the country, to better prepare, to protect our own nets, and then to make that protection available, which we do. As you know, Jay Johnson, a good friend, designated the election systems within the United States. That's a voluntary basis. Some attorneys general have welcomed that. Some have said, we don't want the federal government telling us what to do, which is not the point. But anything we can do to broaden and deepen our cyber defense capability in DHS, I'd be a big supporter of. We have world-class people doing this. We have world-class partnerships. We have relationships with states. In many cases, they don't like us talking about what we're doing with them. That includes the commercial world. When we give our word, we won't violate it. If someone wants to be kept off the screen in terms of a state attorney general or a company, if we commit to that, then we'll keep our word. But the point is, we are under assault, and anything we can do to further, and your committee is, to say the least, right out in front on this. Anything we can do to increase the defensive capability, the better we'll be.
No, thank you, Secretary. As we say in Congress, my time has expired, and it's been a real pleasure to have this chat with you, and thank you for everything you do for the country.
Sir, Chairman, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Nicely done.
Oh, thanks.
The next panel will begin at 9:50 on the role of intelligence in today's threat environment. And there's also a panel at 9:50, winning the war in cyberspace, and that's in the CVC meeting room south.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Herridge, the Chief Intelligence Correspondent from Fox News Channel. I'd like to thank our co-sponsors, Congressman Mike McCaul, as well as Congressman Dutch Ruppersberger and Senators Marco Rubio and Chris Coons for sponsoring the event today. Between my time at Fox News Channel and ABC News in London, in some way, shape, or form, I've been covering terrorism since 1987, so for 30 years. And I was reminded that it was about 6 years ago that we were celebrating the takedown of Osama bin Laden at his compound in Pakistan, which was, in so many respects, an extraordinary accomplishment. And then later in 2011, a successful drone strike took out an American cleric, Anwar al-Awlaki, who was the first American targeted for death by the CIA, and in many respects, the father of this digital jihad that we are living today. And I'm reminded that it is one thing to kill a man and another to kill his ideas. And here we are today in a threat environment which is extremely dynamic and extremely diverse. And the topic of our panel today is whether the IC, the intelligence community, has the tools it needs to blunt this terrorist threat. And I'd like to introduce members of our panel. I'd like to begin with Jane Harman, who's on my far left. Jane Harman is a very familiar face here on Capitol Hill. She resigned from Congress in February of 2011 to join the Woodrow Wilson Center as its first female director, president, and CEO, representing the Aerospace Center of California during 9 terms in Congress. Jane served on all major security committees and has made numerous congressional fact-finding missions to hotspots including North Korea, Afghanistan, and Guantanamo Bay. She has been recognized as a national expert on security and public policy issues. Jane has received the Defense Department's Medal for Distinguished Service, the CIA SEAL Medal, and the CIA Director's Award, and the National Intelligence Distinguished Public Service Medal. Jane, thank you for joining us. And immediately next to Jane is Congressman Pete Hoekstra. Congressman Hoekstra is the former chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence between 2004 and 2007, where he partnered with Congresswoman Jane Harman in passing landmark intelligence reform legislation in 2004, the first modernization of the intelligence community in 50 years. Chairman Hoekstra is currently working with the Investigative Project on Terrorism as the Shillman Senior Fellow. Congressman Will Hurd, a former undercover CIA officer, entrepreneur, and cybersecurity expert. Will Hurd is the U.S. representative for the 23rd Congressional District of Texas, which stretches from San Antonio to El Paso and includes 800 miles of the U.S.-Mexico border. In Washington, he serves on the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, as well as the vice chair of the Maritime and Border Security Subcommittee, on the Committee for Homeland Security, and as the chairman of the Information Technology Subcommittee on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. And then immediately on my left is Nicholas Rasmussen. He is currently the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, what most of you know as the NCTC. Prior to becoming NCTC director, he served with the National Security Council staff as special assistant to the president and senior director for counterterrorism, where he was responsible for providing staff support to the president, the national security advisor, and homeland security advisor on counterterrorism policy and strategy. He also previously served on the NSC staff as director for regional affairs in the Office of Combating Terrorism. Nick, I want to start with you. Flint, Michigan. Was this an individual who was on any of our watch lists?
First of all, I think it's probably a little too early to say exactly what we knew, and I think I would probably, in deference to my FBI and local law enforcement colleagues in Michigan, want to step back for a second before we share publicly what was known and what we'll learn in the days ahead. I would just say that any law enforcement investigation, you know more on day 2 than you knew on day 1, and you'll know more on day 10 than you knew on day 9. And so I think I'd be getting out in front of my FBI colleagues if I went very far on the specifics of the individual. That said, the indications is that this individual may have been motivated by the kind of ideology you referenced in your opening remarks, Catherine. And I think it's, again, while it's too soon to draw firm conclusions, certainly the type of attack that was conducted bears some of the hallmarks of things we've seen in other capitals around the world in recent days. attacks that are not particularly complex, they're not particularly large scale, they are not particularly sophisticated, and yet they can do enormous harm, they can cause loss of life, they can strike terror and fear and insecurity in the hearts of populations. And so that makes them worthy of our heightened concern. At the same time, it is a different threat environment than the threat environment that we've been living with for much of the post-9/11 period. Yes, it is more complex. Yes, it is more dynamic. Yes, it is more challenging in many ways. But it's also worth remembering and not losing sight of some of the progress we've made in mitigating some of those threats that we were the most worried about a decade ago or 5 or 6 years ago when Al-Qaeda was our principal counterterrorism concern. The threat of a large-scale mass casualty attack aimed at a U.S. city, I think we've done a tremendous amount to reduce the likelihood that a terrorist group, ISIS or Al-Qaeda, could carry out such an attack. The likelihood of a large-scale attack here in the homeland using weapons of mass destruction, also something I think we've made tremendous progress in building up our defenses to counter that kind of attack. So even as I point to a threat environment that is challenging, disturbing, concerning, all of the words you want to use, I think it's worth differentiating exactly what we're talking about when we talk about that threat environment.
Jane, when you sat on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence as the ranking Democrat, is this what the future looked like in terms of the threat environment?
Well, first of all, let me say about you, Catherine, since you introduced all of us in glowing terms, that you are an extraordinarily capable reporter.
Thank you.
And I think everyone should respect the quality of journalism you bring to Fox. And I want to express my distress that Fair and Balanced has been removed as the moniker of Fox.
Way above my pay grade.
But
no.
I would offer this fair and balanced comment, which is that the terrorists aren't going to check our party registration before they blow us up. So this is really something we have to do on a bipartisan basis. And Pete and I, when we served as chairman, which he was, and ranking member, which I was, did that. And it's also true that when I chaired the Intelligence Subcommittee of Homeland Security, and Mike McCaul was my ranking member, we did that. So just want to put that out there. Bipartisanship is not dead, but it needs to be more robust than it has been. No, I didn't imagine that this would happen. We were there on 9/11. There was no contingency survival plan for Congress. Many of us were milling around in front of the Capitol, and I remember going to Saxby Chambliss's apartment just off the hill. He at that time was, I think, chair, and I was ranking on a new terrorism subcommittee of Intel. And his tiny little basement apartment had golf clubs, which took up half the place, and a bed or so, but there was no place to go. And we finally, commandeered the Capitol Police headquarters and went there and tried to offer help. But we never imagined that what came at us on 9/11 was going to metastasize into this. And I do want to commend Nick and the NCTC and the other parts of the IC for heroic work trying to get ahead of the problem. But no, at least speaking for me, we didn't anticipate it. And you're right, it's an idea. It's not just a person. And defeating an army is one thing. Defeating an idea is a lot harder.
Congressman Hoekstra?
Bipartisanship.
Thanks. And lack of technology. There's no way that Jane and I, or those of us on the Intelligence Committee, anticipated this, especially when we were leaving in 2011. I mentioned to Jane, as you went through the countries that she visited, you didn't mention one that was maybe the most notable. We had some very interesting trips, and that was to Libya to meet with Gaddafi. And we were part of the process, a small part of the process that ended up in Gaddafi flipping and actually becoming an ally in fighting the radical jihadist threat that was out there. The interesting thing is Jane asked me about one of the people that we met, Musa Kusa, who was his intelligence chief. Who was a graduate of Michigan State and a big fan of Tom Izzo and those types of things. But, we took one trip. We went to Egypt. We met with Mubarak. We met with Arafat. We met with Assad. Later on, we met with Gaddafi. Little did we ever imagine that, 4 or 5 years later, we would be looking at a threat environment where Iraq was a failed state with ISIS, that Syria would be a failed state, that Libya would be a failed state, that Egypt would lose control of the Sinai, that we would have changed our policy and started working with the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's really changed. When you saw those failed states, when you saw the refugees, when you saw the mass migration into Europe, the fighters going from Europe, some from the United States, into Syria and into Libya, and now coming back into Europe and those countries, those have all created a threat environment that I don't think anybody ever saw coming out on the horizon. And now the challenge is, how do you go back and stabilize Syria? How do you go back, stabilize Libya? How do you stabilize Yemen? And we still really haven't gotten a strategy to address a number of those issues.
So, Congressman Hurd, we've got a handful of failed states which are effectively safe havens for terrorist groups. So, does the IC have the tools to work with entities in those nations to try and gather intelligence effectively? And if not, how do we do the workaround?
I'll try to answer that question in less than 50 minutes. So the intelligence community has the capabilities, they have the resolve, they have the right people, they have the leadership. But this is an issue that's bigger than just the intelligence community. And it starts with, I think Ambassador Crocker is here today and he's going to be talking later. And one of the things that he always says is, if you have wingtips and pumps on the ground, it prevents boots on the ground, basically saying that when you have diplomats in some of these regions doing the work that diplomats do, you can prevent the need for having to come in militarily, right? So we have to support the State Department. We have to make sure that USAID has a strong budget to do their work. And we have to make sure that the intelligence community has the operating authorities to bring the hammer down on the folks over there. But we also have to think about what day do we celebrate? One of the things, the question I always ask people that are experts in this field, I say, what day do you celebrate when it comes to the global war on terrorism? And the best answer I've gotten is from my friend, Ambassador Hank Crumpton, former head of, was involved in prosecuting the war in Afghanistan following 9/11. And he said, you don't celebrate a day because terrorism is always going to be here. It's like influenza. And the strategies you use to fight influenza are some of the same strategies that you have to deal with when it comes to terrorism. So we have to bring our hammer down and stop them from having safe havens. We have to counter their ideology as well. When I was chasing Al-Qaeda in Pakistan and Afghanistan, they were doing a thing called night letters, writing letters and putting it on people's doorsteps. Now, ISIS is doing 4 social media campaigns a day, translating into 49 different languages. We have to be able to counter that. And we have to make sure that local law enforcement and commercial security have the information on tactics, techniques, and procedures these bad guys are using in order to defend the population from this. So it's a hard problem. It's broader than just the intelligence community.
Nick, you suggested in your earlier statement that we have disrupted significant plots targeting the homeland. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm talking about kind of a sweep of a long period of history in the period since 9/11. So.
Okay, but let's talk about recently. Have we disrupted major plots targeting the U.S. in the last year?
I don't know that I would say something with that degree of specificity. We are constantly looking to identify individuals who may have designs on the homeland, but I don't think I'd put anything into the category in just the same way you put it.
Okay. A lot of Americans...
But
yeah,
I
go
would
ahead.
say we've stopped people that were capable of planning and plotting a major attack on the U.S., right? You know, you have to remember when you take key people off the battlefield that have the capabilities and the leadership abilities to do some of these things, that counts. And there have been a number of those significant activities over the last year.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I was just trying to kind of carefully parse the idea. I didn't want to leave the impression that necessarily there was some incipient, imminent plot aimed at the homeland that kind of just came close to happening, because I think that would be misleading. I want to pick up on something else that Congressman Hurd said, and that is that, you know, the different array of things we can do to defend ourselves includes all of the things that the Congressman mentioned. But I think one of the things that's underplayed in this discussion, particularly in a homeland context, is just an effort to create a greater sense of societal resilience, a sense that we will cope, not just cope, but prosper and bounce back and succeed in living our lives regardless of what happens on any given day. I would agree with Hank Crumpton that unfortunately some form of terrorism will be a semi-permanent feature of the landscape, whether it's this ideology or some future ideology. And so the answer is to continue to hone our law enforcement and intelligence capabilities and to bring the hammer down when the hammer needs to be brought down. But a big part of the answer is also giving communities around this country the tools they need to protect themselves, the information they need to protect themselves, and an understanding of the terrorist threat so that they can understand how to put that terrorist threat in perspective as arrayed against all of the other things to worry about on a given day.
I just wanted to point out how hard this is and to salute the intelligence community for what it is able to do. It will never be 100% effective. I mean, now we have learned that the new tools of terror are a big truck and a butcher knife. And even if we have gun control in this, more gun control in this country, there's still going to be people with validly licensed guns who go crazy and do dumb stuff and kill people. That's not the catastrophic threat that you were asking about, Catherine, but I don't rule that out either. I mean, there are biological weapons that are pretty easily accessible in hospitals. And anyway, but the other point I wanted to make is resilience matters. Yes, it does. Think Britain. Keep calm and carry on. They've had more attacks lately than any place. But there also are things we can do to win the argument. You said that this is an idea. And yes, having pumps and wingtips is a way to win the argument using diplomacy. But there are better arguments against the arguments that recruit child brides to go get their swimming pool in Afghanistan or wherever it is, Yemen, someplace that Peter and I have been. I actually went to Yemen. I don't think you did. Oh, you did. Okay. Everything he could do to keep up with me, he actually did. But so how do we win the argument? We live our values. That's a very important part of it. A lot of people want to live here because of our values. We also do effective counter-messaging that we need to work on more. When John Kelly was talking earlier, I think most of you were here, he was talking about the response part, and he was talking about the private sector intercepting bad messages. But the private sector is also capable of, in near simultaneous time, putting on good messages and having those who have escaped from the horror of ISIS, or those who are respected imams, or those who are respected community figures, come up in the same space that some kid is looking at and say, you know, wait a minute, here is an alternate idea. And having communities give these kids opportunities, these lost kids who are susceptible to the messages. So I think there are some tools we need to invest in more.
And Catherine, if I can add on to what Jane's talking about, this notion of, you know, in the CIA you learn about covert influence, right, or covert action. But we have to figure out as a country, not just as a government, as a country, how do we do counter covert influence? And that opens up a whole lot of questions. And in order to do proper counter covert influence, you have to have groups like the Wilson Center. You have to have philanthropic groups
Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
No, it's what y'all are doing on NAFTA is awesome, by the way. So coming from Texas, this is an important issue. But it is that counter covert influence, and it is hard to coordinate the various elements within just the intelligence community. So thinking about how you coordinate the federal intel and law enforcement, local law enforcement and the private arena in order to have a somewhat coordinated strategy on how we're going to deal with this ideology is hard. But I will say this, Jane, the bipartisanship that y'all showed, that exists. You know, I think today's event is a perfect example. Chairman Mike McCaul and Dutch Ruppersberger are two key examples of how, you know, we can work together across ideological divide to make sure that we're focusing on protecting our homeland.
Nick, what tools do you want that you don't have right now?
I guess I would turn the question a little bit, instead of identifying a single tool, saying if I could just go off the shelf and buy that, we'd be set. I think I look at more as a transformational exercise. The intelligence, the discipline of intelligence analysis for understanding the modern terrorism threat is literally changing under our feet as we're doing the job every day. And so I often think about this, the analysts we probably hired 10 years ago who came with really strong social science backgrounds, good writers, good thinkers who had language skills and understood the dynamics in places like Yemen and Pakistan and Syria and Iraq. We need all of that. And we're going to continue hiring those people and training those people. But we also need people now who know how to look at haystacks of data, sift through that data, make sense of that data, and draw non-obvious connections that help us shrink the size of the haystack so that we can shine our light, the limited light that we have with our resources on those issues of the greatest concern, those individuals of the greatest concern. So now when I'm talking to young people who want to work in the intelligence community, I say, I hope you can write, but I also hope you're digitally literate. I hope I can put you down in front of a spreadsheet that has dozens and dozens and dozens of potential data points, and you can make sense of that. And we can use that. We can use those kinds of, and obviously to hire people like that, you then got to empower them with the kinds of tools you're asking about, Catherine. And most of them are things that are available. Big data is not a problem that only the government has. There isn't a sector of the private industry that isn't dealing with big data and how to draw useful information out of large piles of data. So we can go to school on a lot of that with our private sector partners and friends, but I want to make sure that we have the right workforce to be able to do what we need to do 5 years from now, 10 years from now, to fight terrorism.
And Catherine, this is what I love about the intelligence community, and Nick's a perfect example. We're going to do it. Yes is the answer. What is the question? But what they need is they need more, some of the technology like computer vision, because when you're looking at satellite imagery and, you know, from different parts of the day, a human eye is not going to detect a car that was moved half a pixel. They're not going to be able to detect a gray versus silver car. And being able to introduce that kind of technology into the analytical framework is going to help make sure we're delivering the kind of results that we need. So not only is it making sure that we introduce that technology, but that the folks within the intelligence community know how to leverage it to achieve desired outcomes.
I want to bring Jane and Pete in here on this issue of interrogations. I mean, one of the criticisms of the last administration is that we got out of the interrogation business. Should we be getting back into it in a more robust way?
Let me answer your previous question, you know, in terms of does the intelligence community have what it needs, and then I will answer your interrogation question as well. I look at the overall environment, and these are some of the things that Jane and I worked on together when we were on the committee. You know, it is absolutely essential, and I'm glad that the bipartisan nature, or the nonpartisan nature of the intelligence community continues. I don't necessarily always see that, but I'm not here. So I think you need that. The other thing I look forward to the day when the intelligence community moves back into the background and is not on the front page every day. That it has effective oversight with Congress. I'm not saying go and do it without oversight, but intelligence needs to be done in the background, not on the front page. I look for the day when we restore the public trust in the intelligence community. We've lost a lot of that now with what's been going on with perceived things that have gone on with NSA, and we've had those struggles and those debates in Congress, but I think a lot of the Congress and maybe the public is suspicious about what the intelligence community is doing to America and Americans to keep us safe. They have to have a long-term outlook, and I think they need to, the creativity, the red teaming, alternative scenarios. They cannot have groupthink. This was one of the ideas or one of the concepts that we identified in 2001, and the problem, the terrorists are getting more creative, but you also have North Korea. We need the red teaming, alternative analysis to lay out the scenarios for policymakers of saying, this is what we think is going to happen, but here's a 180-degree different look at that. Interrogation, if we're capturing people on the battlefield, if we're capturing people, yeah, absolutely, we need to interrogate, and Congress needs to set the limits and the boundaries for how that interrogation takes place. But just saying, no, we're not interrogating is, no. Capturing live people is a great source of information that complements everything else you get. We had that struggle. We had that debate about what's acceptable and what's not numerous times, and that evolves. But Congress sets the parameters. The intelligence community implements, but interrogation absolutely needs to happen.
Well, a couple of additions to that. It was a very courageous thing of Special Operations Command to physically go to capture Osama bin Laden. He was killed, but they did capture. If they had used a drone and bombed his facility, the pocket litter, the stuff, would not have been captured. So it's not just capturing people, which we should do as an alternative to killing them where possible, but it's also capturing their data, which is crucial. So I wanted to make that point. But back up, Pete. Early in the Bush 43 administration, I was briefed. I think you were not yet chairman. Porter Goss was the chairman on the enhanced interrogation techniques. Read your New York Times today. This stuff has finally seen the light of day. And I was briefed by the then general counsel of the CIA, personally briefed with one staffer in the room. And my response, this was very early. We all thought we would be attacked again, and were extremely worried about the safety of the country. But my response to that was to write a letter, then classified, since declassified, to that general counsel saying I wanted to know what policy guidance he was given about those techniques. He's not, the intelligence community doesn't make policy. The intelligence community presents intelligence to policymakers who make policy. At any rate, I wrote that letter because, frankly, I was quite shocked by what was on the list that I was briefed about. And I never received a substantive response. And the Bush administration, in its first term, chose basically to operate under the president's commander-in-chief authorities, his Article 2 authorities. And he does have those, and they're important, but not to go through Congress. And we had to struggle, and you will remember this, to get the memos. We never got them from the Office of Legal Counsel in the Justice Department, not on my watch anyway, we never got them. And to get the information that Congress needed to do proper oversight. Pete is right, that there should be robust interrogation within legal limits subject to congressional oversight.
Yeah, let me just reinforce what Jane said, because we agreed on a lot of things, but this is one where we walked in tandem for almost the whole 10 years that we were together on the Intel Committee, regardless of what role. And that is the executive branch has to be accountable to Congress and follow the parameters that Congress establishes. And way too often in the time that we served, we couldn't get the information that we felt was absolutely essential for us to do effective oversight. And I think that diminishes the intelligence community and puts in place a framework where you can have an executive branch, whether it's Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. The executive branch has to be accountable to Congress for what happens in the intelligence community, because we, at that time, and we set the parameters and they implement. And you can't have a president moving and doing things, and it's only a gang of 8 that they wouldn't even share information with. and that's totally unacceptable.
On the al-Qaeda question, Nick, what is al-Qaeda's potential to carry out a mass casualty attack directed at the United States?
And I think that I was talking about that a little bit earlier. I was not being very specific, but I think we have done a great deal to degrade and constrain al-Qaeda's ability, at least the core of al-Qaeda, the part of al-Qaeda that carried out that directed the 9/11 attack against the United States. We've done a great deal to degrade that core capability resident in Afghanistan and Pakistan. There's no question, though, that al-Qaeda remains a robust, resilient organization with a global presence, and that there are al-Qaeda affiliate organizations around the world that are profoundly threatening to U.S. interests. You know, I think about the amount of time we spend worrying about al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which attempted to carry out multiple aviation attacks directed at the United States over the last decade. And this goes to some of your question about, earlier question about failed states or safe havens and the difficulty we have in constraining terrorist activity in places like Yemen. So we look at the fact that you see ISIS on the headlines every day, and you read about ISIS as being at kind of the forefront of this global terrorism problem that we're facing, it shouldn't detract from the idea that your government, that we as an intelligence community, is still focused, I would argue, as a matter of first priority on al-Qaeda as a threat to U.S. interests, every bit as much as we're focused on ISIS. We get the privilege of having multiple number one priorities. That's one of the nice things about working in this area. And it means you sometimes have to make choices about where you stretch and spread your resources. But al-Qaeda has never stopped being kind of a number one principal terrorism concern for the United States, even as ISIS has taken over the headlines.
And just on that point, is their most active base of operations, is al-Qaeda's most active base of operations now in Syria?
I guess I would say either Syria or Yemen, AQAP, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, are the al-Qaeda affiliates who present the most immediate concern to us.
And final question on this point. The bomb maker al-Assiri, is he connected to the restrictions on laptop computers going onto flights into the United States?
I think Secretary Kelly, in his discussion with Chairman McCaul this morning, talked a little bit about the thinking that went into the aviation measures that the Secretary enacted a couple of months ago. And I think the best way I would describe that is that Ibrahim al-Assiri, a known al-Qaeda figure operating out of Yemen and someone who had focused on aviation as a targeting priority, that's one vector of intelligence that we continue to worry about and focus on. But we've also seen other terrorist organizations try, fail, and even in some cases have some success at targeting aviation. So I would think of what happened in recent months more as an accumulation over time rather than tied to one individual. Because I wouldn't want to send the impression that if we just got the right individual off the battlefield that we would have secured our aviation industry forever. I don't believe that. I think one of the things that I think is the most concerning to us in the intelligence community is just how persistent and committed our terrorist adversaries are to going after aviation. So if it's not Ibrahim al-Assiri, someone else will emerge to pick up that mantle.
So Assiri remains active in targeting and plotting?
I don't know that I'd go that far. I don't want to talk about specific intelligence matters here. I would feel better if I knew with certainty that he wasn't. I guess that's it.
Okay. I want to bring in Pete
negative.
and Jane, because you touched on this earlier. What role do you think the current political environment is playing in terms of either helping or impeding this war against
Is that a trick
extremism?
question? Impeding. I'm sure everyone in this room thinks that. I'm not making expressing an opinion about the political environment, except that the intelligence community cannot become the adversary or even the participant in the partisan mudslinging. It cannot. It has to remain impartial. There is a biblical statement in the main hall of the CIA. It's been quoted all the time, and the truth shall set ye free. George H.W. Bush, when he was CIA director, I think was responsible for putting that statement there, and that's a hallowed hall. You all know that, with the stars on the wall of those, some of whom still can't be identified, who gave their lives to keep this country safer. But we need the most robust intelligence community we can field. Pete and I worked on helping to reshape it in 2004 after the failures of 9/11 and the Iraq WMD analysis. And I think we reshaped it in a better way. The Director of National Intelligence authorities are not perfect. It was Congress, for gosh sakes. But we worked closely together. We were two of the so-called Big Four working on that bill. The authorities are adequate to give the IC tools that it needs to do its best job. Not a perfect job. There's no such thing as 100% security, and you just heard that the terrorists are very agile and try to, work beyond us, and we have to scramble to keep up. Pete is exactly right about red teaming, by the way. So my bottom line here is we need to praise the IC, we need to give it the right tools, and then we need to give it robust oversight on a bipartisan basis by Congress.
One of Jane's favorite comments used to be truth to power. That's what the intelligence community has to do. They have to be able to do the analysis and tell the political leaders, here's what we see, regardless of where the chips may fall politically. And so there's a responsibility then for political leaders to express their views and to hold the intelligence community accountable for their performance, but there is also a responsibility for the intelligence community to act in a way that, that has integrity to it. The leaks coming out of, it appears some of the leaks coming out of the intelligence community are totally unacceptable. So there's a fault on both sides of this issue right now. The political discourse in regards to the intelligence community and some of the behavior that is apparently coming out of the intelligence community. So there's a responsibility for both of those actors to change their behavior and move back into a constructive framework.
I'll add on this. I spent 9.5 years as an undercover officer in the CIA. I was the dude in the back alleys at 4 o'clock in the morning collecting intelligence on threats to the homeland. I was one of the early employees in the unit that prosecuted the war in Afghanistan after 9/11. If on September 12th, you would have told me that it would be 16 years before there was another major attack on the homeland, I would have said you were crazy. And the reason that there hasn't been a major attack on our homeland is because the men and women in the intelligence community, law enforcement community, and the military that are still operating as if it's September 12th. And these are men and women of integrity that are working hard every single day, putting themselves in harm's way in order to protect us. And they are not going to worry about whatever drama comes up in this place, in this building, because they're going to do their job despite who is in power, because they're real professionals.
Can I just add on one quick thought to that? Won't wade into the politics, because as a serving career person, I shouldn't wade into the politics, but I can say from a workforce perspective, nothing makes the day of an officer working for me more than hearing from a member of Congress that they've briefed, whether that's Democrat or Republican, thank you for your service, I admire what you do. Those 5 or 6 simple words can carry, along with the sense of duty and commitment that Will was just referring to, can carry you forward through a lot of difficult times at the office. And so we had the opportunity earlier this spring to host Mr. Hurd and a number of his HPSI colleagues out at NCTC, and just having that interaction between members of Congress and intelligence professionals, I think, underscores exactly what all 3 members of Congress, current and former, have said here, and that is, it's our job to stay out of the politics, but we need to be validated by the politicians that we're doing good work that is valued. And so that doesn't matter to me personally. I serve in a position where I don't necessarily need to hear that myself, but I certainly hope that the people who work for me can have that level of appreciation offered to them, not just by the public, but by members of Congress.
I have just a couple of final questions for Nick. We're heading into the final days of Ramadan. A lot of Americans are waking up every morning and wondering, when is a vehicle attack going to come to this country? What would you say to them? Have we disrupted that type of attack?
Again, this is this came up in the conversation that Secretary Kelly had with Chairman McCaul to start the morning. And there's no question but that a vehicle attack is one of those things now that potential extremists or terrorists realize they have at their disposal. It is something that does not require a terrific amount of planning, inordinate amount of resources, or any particularized set of skills. And so while I'm in a zero tolerance business, and so I'm never going to say that something is inevitable or that we are bound to be struck in this way or that way. But I think what we've seen in Europe and what we've seen in other places around the world is that terrorists will use what they have at their disposal to carry out operations to try to create fear and insecurity in populations. Vehicles are a tool that they're going to be able to use. It gets to something though that Will said earlier, and that is it's our job in the intelligence community to share the kind of information with state and local authorities who can help build the kind of effective defenses in a city so that that operator of a vehicle might be stopped at the earliest possible moment, so that first responders, law enforcement, police know what to do, know how to disable that individual. And so that if we do, God forbid, suffer that kind of attack, I pray that it'll be an aborted attack or an attack that is stopped before it causes loss of life.
All right, I'd like to thank our sponsors of today's event, Congressman McCaul and Ruppersberger, as well as Senators Rubio and Coons, and thank you all for joining us this morning. Thank you to the panelists as well, Jane Harmon, Pete Hoekstra, Will Hurd, and Nicholas Rasmussen. Thank you.
Good seeing you. Thank you.
So we can set
I'm going to leave this full one out. So take these and then take. So we're literally just going to leave this. So just take.
and we can just need someone to move a chair so that we can set the mics on them.
All right, we're gonna mic 3 or 4.
We turn them off.
You just switch at the bottom down there. Click it off. I think they probably all did it. can introduce you whenever you're ready. Which chair would you like to sit in? You want to sit in the close one? Close one. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Coons and Secretary Albright.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for joining us today. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be here at the Capitol Hill National Security Forum. And I'm grateful to my co-hosts. Republican Senator Marco Rubio and I are the Senate co-hosts. Chairman McCaul and Congressman Ruppersberger are the House co-hosts. And the four of us represent, I think, the best in bicameral, bipartisan support for U.S. foreign policy. And I'm grateful for this broad audience of folks from across the spectrum here in Washington as well. I am particularly thrilled to have the opportunity today to talk with my dear old friend, Secretary Madeleine Albright. I'm going to briefly introduce you, but you are probably better known to this audience than any audience in the world, but I think it bears repeating. I'm taking the prerogative of a senator to say that before your distinguished service as Ambassador to the United Nations and as the 64th Secretary of State, you worked in the United States Senate as a staffer to Senator Ed Muskie of Maine, whose desk I have.
Yep.
There is no other connection. She is today, as you know, a professor at the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown. She's the head of the Truman Scholarship Board and the National Democratic Institute, and contributes to our national life and our dialogue in remarkable ways, and is a tireless advocate for America around the world. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for joining us. We're going to talk broadly about 6 different themes. I can't think of one we left out, but we're doing a pretty quick survey of areas of challenge and difficulty in the world for us. Maintaining U.S. international engagement, and how do we uphold the liberal rules-based international order. How our role in the world helps the average American. The utility of multilateralism, a word I know you have opinions about. The need to promote human rights and democracy at the same time that we advocate for our national security and economic interests. The consequences of President Trump's proposed budget cuts, and the importance of maintaining a bipartisan foreign policy consensus. And to illuminate those, we're going to take a quick romp through North Korea, China, Russia, Ukraine, terrorism, and NATO. Ready for some fun?
Well, thank you, and I'm delighted to be here with this great audience, but especially with you, because you are exactly what a senator should be in terms of delving into the most difficult subjects, and Ed Muskie's desk is a pretty good place to be. So thank you very much for asking me to do this.
Let me be clear, it was also Joe Biden's desk.
That's also okay.
That's pretty wonderful. So if I might just start, Secretary Albright. In Washington, we talk a lot inside the community of folks concerned about national security and foreign policy and human rights, about the liberal, rules-based world order. And I'm not sure that is broadly understood. Why exactly is this order so important? And how does our support for organizations like NATO and the EU help support that order that we invested so much in building over the last 7 decades?
Well, I do think that it is absolutely essential, because if there weren't world order, what we would have is complete chaos. And the bottom line is, how do countries relate to each other? How do citizens relate to each other? And the rules-based part of it is very important, because I think that what makes anybody that's participating in national security policy nervous is when things are just kind of ad hoc and you can't figure out what you're doing, and there are no rules. And I think that, so the rules-based part is important. The part that I think is worth talking about a lot, and especially given the way you outlined the themes and what do Americans have to do with this, we did the rules. We are the ones that created the rules. And what was so interesting was that the rules-based order was really based on the problems that had come between the 2 world wars, when we were not a part of something. After World War I, we withdrew. We did a lot of America First, and there really, the League of Nations failed. There was no real system. And so everything that happened after World War II was based on our leadership and the fact that we wanted to establish the United Nations, and then we're behind NATO, and it's interesting. I just was up celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Marshall Plan. And the Marshall Plan was something that came out of America wanting to help the countries in Europe after World War II, but then it also was the basis of the rule-based order in Europe, because the European Coal and Steel Community came out of that, then that evolved into the European Union. And so we have been supporters of this, and one of the things we're trying to do is have more of a rule-based order in Asia. I think that is part of the issue. So that leads me to my question to you, which is, how do China's actions in the South and East China Seas erode world order? And what happens in terms of whatever rule-based order there is, and why do we need it in Asia?
Well, Madam Secretary, I recently traveled to a regional security conference in Singapore. I traveled with Senator John McCain to Vietnam first for a memorable visit there, and then Senator McCain, Senator Barrasso, and I joined 8 House members, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, and participated in a security conference that brings together leaders from throughout the Asia Pacific and frankly the rest of the world. And we had a chance across 7 different bilateral meetings with heads of state or national security advisors or foreign ministers from New Zealand, Indonesia, Myanmar, Japan, Germany, to hear their concerns. We also met with Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis, who was one of the keynotes at the overall conference. And I'll tell you that China's aggressive actions in the South China Sea and the East China Sea has created a great deal of instability in the region. And China's lagging willingness to engage actively in pushing back against North Korea's destabilizing nuclear weapons program is raising a real question. So on the one hand, you've got China not taking a rules-based approach to the international order, not respecting a ruling that said that their claims for exclusive economic zones, their building islands by dredging and taking remote rocks or coral reefs that they claim and turning them into military bases, that's been ruled illegal in an international court ruling. But the region is asking, where are we? What are we doing to push back on that? And unfortunately, much like the League of Nations, there is a table that we built, and there is a chair at that table that's empty, and we're not in it, and that's the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. As a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, I sat through 7 different hearings where we had 4-star generals and admirals, we had CEOs of major companies, we had former leaders in the Bush and Clinton administrations tell us the Senate should ratify this. And at the time, the risks were hypothetical. Today, those risks are real. Yep. And we insist on doing freedom of navigation operations, which are important to keep the sea lanes open and free. And I think that's an important thing that all of our allies asked us to keep doing. But we could have a stronger role. And we would have a stronger role had we ratified the Convention on the Law of the Sea. There are other international conventions like this that by our absence we weaken. While we were there in Singapore, there was a recently concluded global agreement that we withdrew from, or announced our intention to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. These actions raise questions on the part of our allies about whether or not we're really there and whether or not we are determined to be a part of it in the long haul. And frankly, the fact that Secretary Mattis dedicated his entire remarks to how the United States is committed to the rules-based world order, is committed to our regional allies, and is committed to a positive relationship with China and to finding a path forward where we are competitors but not military adversaries was an important way to set the table for that conference as a whole.
Can I just kind of add on a little bit? Because going back to what I had said, part of it is there are a number of examples where the U.S. has taken the lead on, in fact, developing some rule-based thing, and then we don't follow through, which puts us in a very peculiar position, and the Law of the Sea is one of them. And by the way, Ed Muskie was a congressional advisor to the Law of the Sea, and that role that Congress plays by not being absent from the table, but being there when the rules are being put on the table. But the same thing is true of the International Criminal court, where we thought it was a good idea because it had come out of the war crimes tribunals of the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, or the landmines treaty, or any number of things where we begin a process and then for some reason don't follow through. And so it puts us in a weak position of believing in rules-based, setting up some of the rules, and then for what a variety of reasons not following through. And I think that's really worth something that needs to be.
We have an understandable national insistence on sovereignty, on not letting international organizations tell us what to do, but we are then also surprised when the absence of an international order puts us at greater risk and makes it harder for us to marshal our allies. How does our support for organizations like NATO and the EU actually increase the security and prosperity of the average American? For my voters, for constituents of every member of the House and Senate, it's sometimes hard for them to see a connection. Why are you going to Singapore, Senator Coons? Why would you be going to Ukraine and to Estonia? Why would you be going to Brussels? What's the point? Some see our support for NATO as a zero-sum game where other folks owe us for our providing their defense. Others see it as actually in our interest for us to have created and sustained NATO and the EU. How does this make a difference?
Well, I think this goes to a very basic question, is can the U.S., the job of a president and Congress is to protect the people, the territory, and our way of life. That is the job. And the question is then, how is that done? Can we do it alone? And while we have been blessed by being behind two oceans, people thought that was safe until 9/11, and by having, I would say, friendly neighbors. That is not something that other countries have a great advantage. And so then people think, well, why should we worry about all those people in faraway places with unpronounceable names? And partially, the truth is that we are more protected. Well, our people actually like to travel. Our territory I just discussed, and our way of life does depend on what happens in other countries. Can we trade? Can we educate our children abroad? Can foreigners come here? Any number of things that I think improve our life. But NATO is set up for security reasons. And we have been concerned about being attacked ourselves, but also we have alliances. It is an alliance, and the heart of it is Article 5, which is in for one for all, and all for one. It is a collective responsibility. And so, and the interesting thing is Article 5 has only been invoked once, and that was after 9/11 when we were attacked. And so I think it is a sign that we have those who will help us. It's not actually where you just kind of pay dues to us. It's a plan that works in order to help develop the forces, the systems, fighting terrorism, all those things together on NATO. The EU, I think, is very important to us because we do want to trade with Europe. The people in Brussels help to make the rules in terms of what happens on a digital market, or what happens to our agriculture. None of those things are easy, but ultimately one can make an argument that various congressional districts really benefit by some of the things that happen both in the EU and NATO. But it takes explaining, because we do have a tendency as Americans to think, well, we know what to do all by ourselves, and that we're strong, and we are the most powerful country in the world, but I do think we need often to have allies that will help us. So I think that there are serious things going on now that do, in fact, have a question in terms of how do we benefit. So how does the U.S. presence in Asia deter and defend against North Korea's provocations? Because I think, obviously, they're not members of NATO or the EU, but what is the system and what do we have to do? And you have, as you said, just been there.
So we have a different setup, obviously, in Asia. We don't have a collective security agreement with 24 or more countries. We have close alliances, bases, troops in a number of Asian countries, South Korea and Japan principally, and a longstanding treaty relationship with a number of other countries. The forward deployment of American troops and our extension of our nuclear umbrella, of our protection for Japan and South Korea, particularly in the face of the threat from North Korea at previous times, other threats, has reduced proliferation. has avoided the possibility of countries like Japan or South Korea feeling the need to develop their own nuclear weapons in order to keep themselves safe through deterrence. It's also, frankly, given us a strong footprint in Asia with two of the strongest, most vital economies over the last half century. There's also something that I think is an often overlooked benefit to the average American, which is that democracies, economically thriving, flourishing democracies, share our core values. They believe in the peaceful resolution of contract disputes, the rule of law, and these principles allow our companies to be more successful in the fastest growing economic sector of the world, and they also help set some of the ground rules. Now, as China has become ascendant, and they are not a flourishing democracy, there is a real tension, and with their One Belt, One Road program, where they are increasingly becoming the major trading partner, the major investor in infrastructure, and increasingly significant regional power, I think we're at risk of having them set commercial expectations and rules and standards of political conduct, and that begins to deflect away from an emerging global consensus around societies that are organized around human rights, free elections, a commitment to journalism and to a free press, the sorts of things that allow democracies to align with each other. Democracy is messy and noisy and inefficient, but democracies very rarely go to war with each other.
I think what is interesting is that there has not been a structure such as is in Europe. When I went to college, which was sometime between the invention of the iPad and the discovery of fire, we were actually studying a lot of alphabet soup, and there was something called CETO, which was supposed to be like NATO, and it didn't really take off. And one of the things that people were trying to figure out, what is the structure in that part? And it is not exactly the same, and the question is why, and is it the role of China? But I think it's something that needs to be explored in terms of new ways of looking at some of the world order.
Well, what sort of leverage against Russia in Ukraine and Russia's aggression in Europe and elsewhere does having a collective security entity like NATO give us? And then why is that something that we might pursue or might want in Southeast Asia or in the Asia Pacific?
Well, I think it's the whole question about collective security. I mean, it really does show the predominance of countries that have something in agreement where they can defend themselves from an armed attack, but also something that we've been talking about, which is now kind of hybrid attacks, and that these are ways of trying to find common ideas which would make us find common goals. But it's difficult, but it does help. For instance, having just been, I've just been in Georgia and Ukraine. They are not members of NATO or the EU, but they are kind of have affiliated memberships, and that helps them even, kind of the hope that they will be a part of it, right. Because it also, and you were talking about democracies, it gives a sense of confidence to democratic legislators within their countries that if they move the process forward in terms of value systems, that they can be a part of a club that really reflects those kinds of values that then leads to a liberal world order. So it builds up.
In response to that, I'm going to take us off topic for a minute, but I think this is worth exploring. So over the last 50 years, certainly over the last 25 years, one of the most important factors in Europe was what you're describing. After the Berlin Wall fell, as the Warsaw Pact nations gradually became free of Soviet domination, they had choices to make, and they had very difficult choices to make. And what pushed their political leaders, their economic leaders, to make choices that aligned with our worldview, with the liberal rules-based world order, to insist on less corruption, on more transparency, to support human rights, to tolerate journalists, even celebrate them, was those were conditions of admission to the EU and or NATO. And the pull of this enormous, stable, prosperous market was a very attractive force. A question a whole group of us have been debating, several senators, Republicans and Democrats, is for the arc of fragile states that are on the edge of either stabilizing and advancing or being in worse shape, what is that pull for Nigeria, for Senegal, for Egypt, you can think of a whole crescent of states that are significant for this half century, but where there isn't currently a comparable club of countries, certainly not on their borders, which they might join. And I think there's something to be done there in terms of thinking about how you incentivize. That's really what the Millennium Challenge
And I think
Corporation
it's
was
very,
designed to
and
do.
it was, because it's conditional in terms of the countries. And another thing, if I might say, one of the things we did when I was in office was create something called the Community of Democracies, where in fact there was a way of combining kind of best practices and working with democracies in various stages in order to help them try to figure out let's be very frank, countries, how does governance work? And it works in a way that the governments provide something for their people, the social contract. And the question is, how do you get support for it so that you're not creating authoritarian countries, but countries that are democratically based, because the U.S. is more comfortable when there are democratic countries.
There was a great deal of debate during Secretary Tillerson's confirmation hearing, and now subsequently both on our committee and publicly, about the primacy of human rights and democracy and openness as opposed to sort of national interest and security. How does insisting on, advocating for, pressing forward democracy, human rights, a free press, how does that reduce the space for terrorism and extremism?
Well, I think that we have to, I assume this, and I know you do, is we're all the same, and people want to be able to make decisions about their own lives and be able to live in peace and send their children where they can and learn whatever language. And so the question is, what kind of a system allows that? And I do think that a value system that does really respect people's rights is something that provides that. But one of the things that I've said all along is that, there are a lot of young people in the audience that have studied in political science classes what comes first, political development or economic development. They go together because clearly people want to vote and eat. And the bottom line is how you make democracy deliver. And so being a part of both an economic system and a political system that provides the government some way to do that, I think is very, very important. And so that draw is there. I also think that supporting human rights is in U.S. national interest because it creates, and then the other part that we all study is our foreign policy idealistic or realistic? I have always thought it's a false dichotomy, mainly because I couldn't figure out if I was an idealistic realist or a realistic idealist. So you need both. It's like our policy, I think, needs to be like a hot air balloon, which is the hot air of idealism to get the balloon into the air and the ballast of realism to give it a direction. And so I think we need that in order exactly to draw countries and figure out how to get them into a position where...
When you were offering up a metaphor involving a great deal of hot air, I was afraid there would be a role for the Senate in that metaphor in some way. Well, let me, just on that theme, let me say one of the things on a bipartisan basis there is support for in the Senate is increasing our advocacy, our financial support for things that project these values into Eastern Europe and into the arc of countries that are most at risk from Russian aggression. Objective journalism like Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Voice of America, to push back on some of the misinformation that is a key piece of Russia's new doctrine of hybrid warfare, where they're not just preparing for a military conflict along the engagement line with NATO. They are actively undermining, as we were discussing, the Baltic countries, Ukraine, Georgia, a dozen other countries where they're either partially occupied through a so-called frozen conflict like Moldova and Georgia and Ukraine, or where there's active efforts to financially support or support through so-called fake news or misleading journalism, misinformation, parties that are committed to breaking apart NATO, withdrawing from the EU. These are very challenging dynamics, and in conversations at a security conference earlier this year with European allies, I was haunted by a question from a diplomat from an Eastern European country, observing that our election had been attacked by the Russians and undermined, and that they saw no concerted action at that point by the administration or Congress to respond to that. The question from this Polish leader was, if you won't defend your democracy, how can we have confidence that you will help defend our democracy? And in countries where their democracy is more fragile and is more directly and immediately under threat from a power that has an alternative vision for how societies ought to be organized, that's a significant question. And in leading a bipartisan delegation to the Czech Republic, Ukraine, and Estonia, I came away with a simple conclusion that's been shared by others, which is that citizens of those countries, average people of those countries, need to be able to show Russian citizens or citizens in the parts of those countries that are most at risk that they are flourishing, that they are enjoying better economic conditions and more political freedoms because of these core values of open societies, not in spite of. The counter-argument made by China, by Russia, and others, sort of authoritarian capitalism, the alternative argument is you will develop faster and farther. You will have a better quality of life if you don't insist on all this messy real elections and human rights and democracy and minority parties. And that debate is playing out around the world, in the developing world, in Europe, and in Asia.
I think, if I may just ask you to follow up a little bit more on that in terms of when you go to these countries and you talk about this, who do you meet with? How does that work in terms of at a conference or if the CODELs? How does that all work?
So that particular CODEL, we had a bipartisan group. We had 2 Republican House members, 2 Democratic senators, and me. I'm a Democrat, in case you don't know that. But so we were 3-2, I guess. In every country, we would typically meet with, of course, the U.S. ambassador and get a briefing from the United States Embassy. We'd meet with high-level officials, whether it's the prime minister or the president, the foreign minister of the government, but we'd also meet with opposition parties. We'd meet with journalists, with human rights activists, with dissidents. And I think it's important for leaders from the United States, whether they're executive branch or legislative branch, to show that they're not just going, for example, to Cuba or to Ukraine, to China, or to Vietnam to meet with the government and government officials, but they're also going to meet with dissidents. They're also going to meet with minority party members, opposition party members. They're also going to do interviews with the press where they take tough questions. It is by modeling this behavior that we demonstrate in other countries what it is that leaders ought to be doing. I will never forget at the first U.S.-Africa summit that President Obama hosted here in Washington. I was sitting in a row of about 7 African heads of state. President Obama comes out on the stage in a setting just like this and is interviewed by a 22-year-old blogger from I think from Zimbabwe, from a southern African country. And this young man asked very direct questions, not disrespectful, but pointed, what we think of as appropriately aggressive journalistic questions. And looking up and down the aisle of the row of folks I was sitting with, you could see them bristle. They are not used to ever taking questions like that. And one muttered to the other, why is he doing this? He's setting a bad example.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, he's doing this because he's setting a good example. The head of state of the most powerful country on earth, taking difficult questions from someone a generation or 2 younger and who has no official role, who is simply trying to hold him accountable to a broader audience.
And I think the power of our example is stunning. And so, having just been in Ukraine, and I was talking about the fact that democracy requires compromise. So they did actually say, like you guys, but the bottom line is I do think that going there and talking to them is a fantastic example.
I think we're at a point where we ought to talk about budget cuts and bipartisanship, and those two stand in some tension. So you tell me if you'd like to start with how do we sustain a bipartisan consensus around foreign policy, or what will the consequences be of the proposed cuts?
Well, let me say, I have been a beneficiary of a bipartisan foreign policy. We started talking about that with rules-based. That was established, Marshall Plan, NATO, Senator Vandenberg, a Republican, really supporting President Truman's policies. And I think, we've all benefited from that. I've also been a little bit of a creator of a bipartisan foreign policy, because the person that I worked with really well was Senator Jesse Helms. And it was as a result of trying to figure out how to do things together, we were able to expand NATO. And so I do think that a bipartisan foreign policy is absolutely essential in order to be able to get anything done, but also, again, to the example that you were just talking about when you travel, in terms of how you get various people with some disagreements to find a place where it's win-win and not zero-sum. And I think that a bipartisan foreign policy needs to be the hallmark of American foreign policy, mainly because it really has worked very well for us. But I know it's not simple. And it's a matter of really trying to figure out how you put yourself into the other person's shoes, which is the hallmark of diplomacy, actually.
We had a bipartisan lunch last Thursday. Yes, we do that at least once a year.
Yeah.
And I sat next to Senator Corker, who's the Republican chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. And this was immediately following a vote. And I said to him, Bob, if you'd asked me a month ago what was going to happen on Iran sanctions and what was going to happen on Russia sanctions, given my experience now of just 7 years, I would have predicted that we'd end up with an Iran sanctions bill too aggressive, too tough for virtually any Democrat to sign off on because it would be designed to destroy the JCPOA, and Russia sanctions too tough, too aggressive for the administration to support, and thus most Republicans would oppose. And we would tragically end up, going to the floor in series, denouncing each other for being weak on Russia and weak on Iran, and nothing would happen. Instead, a disciplined group of 6 senators, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, sat down and hammered out the differences, came up with a joint bill, and it passed by 98-2 in the Senate on these otherwise very challenging and divisive questions. And I think that's in no small part because of a moment where the Senate feels an obligation, certainly the Foreign Relations Committee members with whom I speak regularly feel an obligation to trim the sails a little bit and find a way to come together and to produce meaningful results.
Yeah.
Only a room full of folks really into foreign policy and national security would appreciate this one. We had a hearing just a few days ago about the authorization of the use of military force. Senator Flake, Senator Kaine, and their staffs have worked very well on this, and we had a very constructive hearing with witnesses from both the Bush and Obama administrations. We did not have an administration witness, but we did have, I think, a reasoned bipartisan conversation about what our troops, their families, our communities should expect of the Senate as we are conducting war against ISIS and as we are seeing an increasing range of geographies and adversaries in the ongoing war on terrorism. This has bedeviled us for a number of years, the difficulty in crafting an exact AUMF, and I'm feeling optimistic about the path we're on. I think we'll get that done in this work period.
I'll put this in the form of a question, but I have a view on it, which is that having been a staffer on the Hill, don't you think that the staffs have a lot to play in terms of helping develop the background for a bipartisan foreign policy?
Yes, I'm looking at my staff over there smiling and saying thank you for everything you do to make this possible. The CODELs, the congressional delegation trips overseas, are a good and an important chance for senators and occasionally spouses to get to know each other away from the Hill and the daily pressures and the challenges we face here. But there are staff delegation trips that frankly are more important, because a senator can sit in her office or his office and say, I really want to work with someone on this. But it's the staff who actually do the work, who actually exchange drafts, who find a way towards a consensus document, who figure out how to get it on the agenda of the committee and get it marked up and get it moving to the floor. Without a staff relationship, and I mean, it starts with senators indicating they value that, they want that, it's the sort of thing that they will recognize and reward. But staff make or break bipartisanship.
Yeah. And can I ask additional aspect? I think one of the issues in terms of having a bipartisan foreign policy is how does the Congress work with the executive branch on this?
That's a challenge. I'll put this more broadly. It seems to me that at least the Senate, probably the Congress more broadly, has ceded its role in foreign policy over several administrations, over several decades. We may be at a point where the Senate is going to assert itself more in foreign relations simply because of an absence of clarity about the administration's real positions on several key issues. But we have to work together with the administration. The administration is the face to the world of the United States. The State Department, our ambassadors, and when the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the Vice President, the President visit another country, visit a NATO summit in Brussels, visit a regional summit in Southeast Asia, when they speak, that has enormous consequence. There are a few senators who have a comparable profile. Being with Senator McCain in Southeast Asia was an interesting experience because his record, his role has resonance beyond a typical senator. But the executive branch really leads our global engagement. And so the legislative branch needs to figure out a working relationship where our values and our priorities can be heard and where we are working in tandem. I had a very encouraging conversation with our UN ambassador yesterday about our shared concern about South Sudan, a very tricky, very difficult country where there's both a humanitarian crisis and a governance crisis. And someone who I did not support in her confirmation has been gracious and responsive and has worked with me in a way that makes me question whether or not I made the right choice.
Yeah.
And I look forward to partnering with her on that issue. You can find these moments and places of cooperation from the legislative branch if you just keep trying. And it's my hope that we'll have legislators who, seeing the difficulty and the importance of this moment, will keep engaging and keep trying with this administration, particularly on foreign affairs.
But I think it's essential because what happens, and I can talk from previous experiences, foreign countries do not understand
Right.
our executive legislative approach to things. And for instance, during the Carter administration, when we were talking about the SALT treaty, and he had negotiated a lot of it, and yet nothing could happen unless there was advice and consent. So at that stage, Senator Byrd, Harry Byrd, had to go to Russia and explain to them what the legislative role is, and back and forth on those kinds of things. That's the magic of our system. I do have to say, I worked here, but then I went into the Carter White House to do congressional relations. And if I could tell a funny story, which is true, and we'll go back to the Law of the Sea Treaty, Senator Muskie had me write a letter to Jimmy Carter saying, I really support the Law of the Sea, it's really important, but I've got some fishermen and we've got some problems with that, and so I need your help on this. So I wrote the letter and I put it on the auto pen. And I went to my new job in the White House, and there's this letter, and my job was to answer it. So then I put it on light green paper, which Jimmy Carter used, and said, I'm so glad that you're a supporter and so sorry about your fishermen, but the Law of the Sea Treaty is important. So where you sit is where you stand. But the bottom line, I think, is to see what the cooperation between the executive and legislative branch on bipartisan foreign policy or even one-party foreign policy is important.
Well, Madam Secretary, I see that we are just about out of time. I'm simply going to thank you.
Aren't we going to talk about the budget?
We could take 2 minutes to
Let's
talk
do,
about the budget.
because-
We'll take 2
no,
minutes to talk about the
no,
budget.
No,
I'm
let
trying to
me,
respect it.
because I want to
I've
ask
got a
you.
timekeeper here who's like,
I do think that
Yes,
the
let's
big
talk about the
issue
budget.
at the moment is what the budget looks like, because it does determine what foreign policy and national security policy is going to look like.
Yes.
And we've talked about diplomacy and national security, and you are in such a key position. I mean, do you see the way that the budget is going to develop to be supportive of the kind of tools we talked about on human rights and democracy in a variety of aspects?
Well, let me try to be both specific and answer your question and try to conduct myself in the spirit of bipartisanship on this one, if I can. The proposed budget makes cuts, particularly in USAID and the State Department, which are among the deepest cuts in any agency, that if fully enacted, I'm convinced would lead to a significant retreat from the world by the United States, the closing of missions for USAID, the withdrawal of our investment in programs that have had bipartisan support for a long time, and significant layoffs in the State Department and USAID. And while I recognize that no agency should go without tough budget review, and virtually every agency has a few percent you could find that is not being spent appropriately, 30%, or in the case of the aid side, almost 40%. That is not trimming, that's not correcting, that's slashing. There is a bipartisan expressed view on the Foreign Relations Appropriations Subcommittee on which I serve that budget isn't what we're going to be doing, and that the Appropriations Committee will be marking up to last year's level and will be moving forward with many of the investments that we historically have made. But that's not a done deal. And I'll tell you, in recently visiting a number of our embassies in Asia, in Africa, and in Europe since the budget was announced, there is real concern among the rank and file of USAID employees, the career foreign service officers. People make career choices based on signals like that. And if the budget this year and the next year contain cuts of that magnitude, and we continue over several years fighting over cuts of that magnitude, it will send a signal overseas to our adversaries that we are not serious about engaging in diplomacy and development. It will discourage a generation of promising young diplomats and development professionals. And Secretary Mattis himself, our Secretary of Defense, has previously testified that it creates security risk for us to not have complementary investments. It puzzles me how we can have a stated strategy with regard to North Korea's nuclear weapons program of engagement through our diplomats of as many allies and partners as we can in a collective action using sanctions and other multilateral means to put pressure on China, to pressure Korea, and to put pressure on North Korea. How can you do that and cut the budget for your diplomats by a third at the same time? I don't understand that. I've said in some settings that one unexpected outcome of the Trump administration may be to make the Senate great again by having us find a bipartisan way to write a budget that we think reflects America's values and national security interests.
Well, I have said it's Article 1 time.
It's Article 1.
I do think that that will make a big difference on all of this.
I will say in closing, recognizing this is a bipartisan event, I am grateful for the range of leaders we have in Congress, Republican and Democrat, who dedicate themselves, whose staff dedicate themselves to engaging with the world, to advocating for our values, to celebrating what it is that has made us safe, strong, and free. And I think that is centrally rooted in our commitment to open societies and to democracy. And I want to thank you for a lifetime of leadership in that very hard work.
Well, thank you for everything you do, and I think this is a great forum, and I do believe in bipartisanship, and I have now testified in front of the Appropriations Committee and Foreign Relations Committee, and I respect people with their views, and I want to be able to work with everybody, especially with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Okay.
Testing. Good morning. My name is Josh Rogan. I'm a columnist at the Washington Post. Thank you for joining us this morning for our panel entitled Homeland Security Challenges. Very pleased to have a very distinguished panel with us today. Of course, we have this former Secretary of Homeland Security, the Honorable Jeh Johnson. We have Mr. Frank Salufo, the Director of the Center for Cyber and Homeland Security at the George Washington University, my alma mater. We have the Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, representing the 4th District of New York, who is also the ranking Democrat on the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism and Intelligence. And last but certainly not least, the Honorable Kenneth Weinstein, who served as the Homeland Security Advisor to President George W. Bush. Now, I had prepared an extensive introduction for today's panel, but those plans were tossed in the garbage when President Trump issued a series of official statements this morning that are extremely relevant to this panel. You might also call them tweets. And the tweets are directed at one of our panelists. And Secretary Johnson and I couldn't resist the opportunity to give Secretary Johnson the chance to respond to these tweets one by one. So let me go ahead and read these 3 tweets, which refer to your testimony yesterday before the House Intelligence Committee, and ask you, first of all, are they accurate? If not, why not? And what is your response? Tweet number 1. I'm not going to do the voice. Former Homeland Security Advisor Jeh Johnson is the latest top intelligence official to state there was no grand scheme between Trump and Russia. Secretary Johnson.
Well, he spelled my name right. And as we speak, I am sure there are members of the press comparing the tweet to what I actually said yesterday in my testimony, which was public. And I will leave that to journalists. So
well, I mean,
why don't you go ahead and read 2 and 3, and then I'll have a broader comment.
Well, I mean, as a journalist to watch that hearing, it was my impression, tell me if I'm wrong, that you did not state in any way, shape, or form that there was no grand scheme between Trump and Russia. Is that right?
My testimony speaks for itself. I'm not going to go down that road. Just read the other 2, and then I'll have a broader comment.
Okay. Next tweet. By the way, if Russia was working so hard on the 2016 election, it all took place during the Obama admin. Why didn't they stop them?
Well, look, here's my point, okay? You can read the 3rd one too, but here's my point. There's a much broader issue here that we as a government need to address beyond whether the latest tweet from our president is accurate or inaccurate, beyond whether the DNC should have given up its server or not, or who knew what, when, and how early was it, and could you have done it a little differently. That is the famous preoccupation in this town, on this Hill, and in your profession, frankly. The larger question that we need to address is, now that we know what happened last year, what are we going to do about it in the future to prevent a foreign superpower from intervening in our democracy? What are we doing? And so, as we sit here, we remain exposed to this kind of attack 6 months after the events, 9 months after the DNI and I publicly said, this is what happened and this is who was doing it. And as we speak, my concern is that we have still not done much to harden our cybersecurity defenses around state election systems since that time, though we've made public exactly what happened. And frankly, the way to get superpowers to stop doing this kind of thing is to make it cost prohibitive for them. They're all human beings and they behave like human beings. And if you make it too costly for somebody to engage in a certain behavior, they will stop. I know that from personal experience negotiating certain types of agreement with other superpowers. However, my concern is that the current administration in power is sending the signals, basically, that this will be tolerated if we do this. That is the current message. We have yet to see any strong statement from the current administration condemning what the Russians did and warning them not to do it again. So if you're a member of the Russian government or some other government, you factor that into your calculations about whether or not we should do that in 2018 or 2020 or beyond. So that's the problem. That is the larger problem that we must address. And I'm concerned that we are not addressing it because we're so preoccupied with the daily tweets and, you know, who did what when and how soon and could you have done it differently.
Thank you. You know, before I want to open this up to the panel, but before we do, let's read that third tweet. The reason is because, you know, part of what you just said is that the administration is sending the wrong message. And of course, when the president issues tweets, that is the administration's message. So, of course, there's this vicious cycle where the media follows the tweets, follows the media, follows the tweets. And I'd like to look forward, not backward. But before we do that, the last tweet was, why did the Democratic National Committee turn down the DHS offer to protect against hacks long prior to the election? It's all a big Dem hoax. And what I would just add quickly here is that there are members of the administration who have been very clear about the Russian involvement and interference in our election, just not the president. Is it a big Dem hoax?
I think the intelligence community last year said it was not. I mean, do we seriously need to relitigate that again, or should we address the problem for the future? You know, one of the other problems, frankly, was, as I pointed out yesterday in my testimony, when we issued that statement on Friday, October 7th, that was an unprecedented statement, accusing a Russian superpower, a foreign superpower, of intervening in our democracy, which I thought was going to be above the fold news that day, full banner perhaps. But what happened was that was the same day as the release of the Access Hollywood video. And so all the cattle in the pasture went to the other corner of the pasture because the press was preoccupied with, you know, 11-year-old statements about sex and lust and so forth. And so our statement in the New York Times and I believe the Washington Post was actually below the fold news that day.
That's true. It's also true that you testified yesterday that the administration's deliberations over releasing that statement were delayed by a concern that you would be seen as interfering.
No, I did not say that, Josh. What I said was that we spent considerable time thinking through all of the considerations that should go into attribution, including the fact that we would be perceived as injecting ourselves into an ongoing, very overheated political campaign and perhaps taking sides, that one of the candidates was saying that the election result was going to be rigged. We had to think through, of course, whether we'd be compromising sources and methods. We did that very carefully, and we came to the statement on Friday, October 7th. I would not characterize it as delayed.
Understood.
I and others felt very important. It was very important that we inform the American public in advance of the election what we knew what was going on, and we did, and that was the overriding consideration.
Looking back, is there anything you would have done differently?
Well, as I said about 6 times yesterday, hindsight is 20/20. It's brilliant. At the time, I will tell you that this was a front burner item for me and many other very, very senior members of the administration.
Thank you. Let's go to Frank. I would like you to address both the technical challenges to preparing for what we all expect to be continued attempts at interference in our elections, but also what Secretary Johnson just talked about, the deterrence challenge. How do we fix our systems, but also what do we need to do to communicate to these foreign government actors that this won't be tolerated?
Thank you, Josh. And let me start with the bottom line kind of up front. Truth is we've got close to unlimited vulnerability, limited resources, and a thinking predator and adversary that will constantly probe and base their actions in part on our actions. So it's not as if we're ever going to get to the point where we're 100% secure, and I think that's a fool's errand to suggest that's a potential outcome. So my bottom line on some of this is we've got 16 infrastructures that have been designated critical. And I think that every one of those is very important. But I think we've got to really start focusing in on those that are most critical, and I define those as our lifeline sectors: financial services, telecommunications, transportation, energy and the grid. and water systems. And it's not to suggest that these other systems aren't important, but when you start looking at the limited resources and a risk enterprise approach, we've got to start spending those dollars as smartly as we can. So from a straight-up security standpoint, yes, we need to do more. But I think we need to really, if everything's critical, nothing's critical, let's get the most critical infrastructures, get our arms around those first. Secondly, and this is where the electoral systems comes in, and they have been designated as subcritical infrastructure under government facilities, which is appropriate. But to me, you ultimately need to get to the point, and Secretary Johnson just brought this up, that we need to actually come up, articulate, and more importantly, demonstrate a cyber deterrent strategy. And I might note, you don't deter cyber, you deter actors from engaging in cyber activity. So ultimately, you're talking about dissuade, deter, compel. And what you really want to do is induce changes in behavior. You want to raise the pain of the adversary, and right now we've been blaming the victim. A hack occurs, we blame a bank. A hack occurs, we blame a hospital. A hack occurs, we blame the victim. I want to start putting pain on the perpetrator. Imagine if every time your home's robbed and you call the locksmith. We're never going to be able to firewall our way out of this problem. So I think we need to start looking at the cybersecurity related issues beyond merely the beep and squeak and the technology. So my view. Let me just underscore one thing though, because I think both the reality is our adversaries didn't get a very strong message from how we responded in the past to that either. And I understand there are all sorts of complicating factors, but it's not just Russia. It's other actors are obviously sitting up, paying attention, and noticing precisely how we respond. So I do think, and this isn't a blame on it's not a political question, it's actually a policy question. How do we start getting a little more comfortable and transparent to discuss our computer network attack capabilities? Because I would argue we've got the best capabilities in the world, and we've got to feel a little more comfortable leaning on those.
So I read an article before we move on, Frank, that you wrote last year that called for a joint special operations command for cyber. Is that what you're talking about? We need to operationalize the cyber?
I do feel we have to operationalize, and I do feel we have to, it's sort of like looking at a soccer team. You can't just have a goalie, you can't just have defenders, you can't just have midfielders, you can't just have strikers. You need to get all the players on the field. And the JSOC concept was, to me, to be able to get to the point where, if you look at post 9/11, the greatest lesson I've learned is just how significant intelligence is, and it's a lifeblood for our campaign against terrorism. And let's not relitigate and relearn the hard lessons we learned the hard way in the counterterrorism domain and start applying those to cyber. And to me, it's the integration of Title 10 and Title 50 authorities, defense authorities, intel authorities, and then lean forward.
Thank you. Congresswoman, same question from the congressional side. What do we need to do in terms of fixing our bureaucracy and our systems, but also how does Congress play a role in increasing the costs of attacking the United States this way?
So believe it or not, we just went through a markup in Homeland. And by the way, we have a great chairman in Michael McCaul, who's a Republican from Texas, who is hyper-focused on the cybersecurity issue. And it was shocking to me that we are in the year 2017, and this is actually, this markup that we went through was the first time that we had actually reauthorized DHS since it was stood up in the aftermath of 9/11. And we made critical changes to it to ensure more efficiency, information sharing, empowering resources. And so I think that it's going to, and there is a focus on obviously on cybersecurity, but I know this might sound like I'm speaking as not just someone who works here, but as a voter, as an American. If we can't get an acknowledgement from the President of the United States that Russia interfered with this election. Now, I'm a Democrat. You all probably know that. I'm not going to sit here and argue, did their interference have an effect on the election? I don't even, at that point is actually ancillary to the issue that we have to address. As the Secretary said, what we have to do is from the top, we have to have the President say, yes, this happened. I acknowledge what all 17 intel agencies have confirmed, and most people acknowledge and know. And I'm going to let all of the experts figure out how we find out how it happened, how they did it, and how we prevent it from happening again. And this is not a political issue. It is not a Republican issue or a Democratic issue. And the chairman of Homeland, Mike McCaul, says this all the time. This is an American issue. Do we want foreign powers, and in this case, a hostile foreign power, to affect the outcomes of our elections? And the answer is no. So my hope is, and I know that I can speak for Homeland, I think that we approach this from a very bipartisan view. We want there to be a study. I personally called for an independent commission to do this study so that we could actually do in a transparent way what the American people deserve, which is give you, chapter and verse of how this happened and how we're going to prevent it from happening again. We just took a swing through some countries who have been the victims of state-sponsored cyber attacks, everyone from Estonia, Poland, Ukraine, and they're looking at us going, this is real. What is taking you people so long to realize that this is real? So there's a lot that we can learn from other people. Estonia, the system that they have stood up there in the aftermath of them being the victims of the first state-sponsored hack back in 2007 is just superb. And we have to be talking to people like that and experts like the ones that are on this panel if we're really going to get to the bottom of this, because at the heart of this is not about relitigating the 2016 election. We're done with that. President Trump is the president. We need to acknowledge that this happened and come to figure out how we're going to prevent it from happening again.
Perfect setup for you, Ken. How do we do that?
Well, thanks. A couple things. First, I just want to echo something that the Congresswoman just said. I had occasion to testify on the threat from Russia and from other countries a couple months ago to our election process, and the president or former president of Estonia testified. And I tell you, I was really struck by the depth to which he had thought through these issues, and it was clear that his country had thought through these issues and how far ahead they were from us. And with my sort of typical American-centric view of the world, where I usually think we're thinking these things through before the rest of the world, I was really taken aback, and we have a lot to learn from them. But in general terms, I want to subscribe to something that Frank mentioned about having to inflict pain, and I just think that's the case here. The actors, especially the state actors who are doing this and doing this very effectively, they don't respond to shame. In fact, I think the Russians are celebrating, and the more chaos they see over here, the more they're excited and they're clinking their vodka glasses and having a great old time, because that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to undermine the credibility of the whole process. They wanted to cause us to be fighting each other as opposed to doing something constructive with our government, and they've been successful. So they're not at all, ashamed by us calling them out publicly for having done this, and I think they're kind of proud of it, frankly. So that's not going to work. The only thing I think they'll listen to is retaliation, pain. Make them understand that if they do this to us, we, under international conventions, can actually do similar things back, and then use the whole array of tools that we have, sanctions and the like, PNGs, whatever. And that's the only way you're going to get them to even think twice about it. So you got the deterrence. You've also got hardening up front. Obviously, the past 3 administrations really wrestled with that. I got to say, Tom Bossert, the Homeland Security Advisor, announced, I guess it was in May, the issuance of the executive order on cybersecurity. I thought that was a great step forward, applying the NIST framework to the federal agencies, really sort of kicking up the expectations for the critical infrastructure sectors, including, and particularly the energy sector, out of concern that, we saw recently the Ukrainian energy sector taken down, massive numbers of people by what was apparently a Russian effort, and the same tool that was used there can be used against us. So I was very happy to see them doing something very affirmative on that end. But I just want to lastly sort of take one more step back into the election issue. And Jay, I think, very accurately sort of captured the challenge that they were dealing with. And I have had occasion to sort of dissect how the government and the intelligence community and DHS responded last fall to the whole Russian interference effort. And one of the problems is we can harden and try to prevent on the front end. We can talk deterrence to try to prevent them from doing it, or to scale it back once our opponents, be it the Russians or whoever, undertake a similar effort in the future. But that still doesn't avoid what is a really fundamental problem, which is how does an administration of a particular party talk about this kind of thing publicly in the course of an election process? And you just think about how difficult that was, and I'm not going to ask Jay to speak to it, personally, but how difficult it was wrestling with this question that, boy, if you look at the intelligence community assessment that came out in January, I think early January, that said that, the Russians conducted this interference, they wanted to disrupt the elections, they also wanted to beat up on Hillary Clinton. And if to the extent that they knew that, the intelligence community did know that well earlier than that, during the course of the election, think about the implications of putting that out as a public statement from the sitting government that the Russians are doing that and the implications that has for the electorate. It's very difficult. So how do you deal with that in the future? Does Congress legislate, let's say, and I've talked to some smart thinking people about this, do they legislate now that before the next midterms and before every election that there is a reporting period from the intelligence community 9 months out, 6 months out, 3 months out that says this is the state of play of the interference that we're seeing because this is going to happen every time. That way, that report isn't looked at as some sort of opportunistic effort by the sitting administration to somehow benefit, the candidate or candidates, if it's the midterm, of their own party. That's the kind of thing we need to be thinking about right now because we're going to be, in 16 months in the run up to the midterms, we're going to be in the exact same position we were in last fall.
Excellent, thank you. And I think we can all agree that this problem is not going away anytime soon. I'd like to switch gears now from the highest organized threat to our homeland to the least organized threat to our homeland. We're talking about domestic radicalization. We're talking about homegrown terrorism, something that, again, our allies are dealing with as well. I want to start with Secretary Johnson. And, this has been a tough nut to crack, okay? And even especially as the ISIS caliphate shrinks, the instances of radically inspired domestic terrorists are going up. Anwar al-Awlaki has been dead for 6 years, yet his talks are still inspiring people all over the world. What do we do about that?
I talked about this a lot when I was in office, and the reality, given the current threat environment, is you can kill an enemy and not defeat an enemy. And the terrorist threat to our nation, and I'm sure everyone on this stage will agree, has evolved significantly since 9/11, from an environment in which you have to be concerned about large-scale attacks orchestrated and launched from and directed from overseas that infiltrates our borders, to an environment where we need to also be concerned about homegrown, homeborn violent extremism inspired by things that you can read on the internet. That makes for a more challenging homeland security environment, which is why, when I was secretary, we spent so much time engaging American Muslim communities around this country to ask them to help us in our homeland security efforts. I think that's fundamental. I think that needs to be a frontline effort in our homeland security. One of the things that Congress did for us last year was provide us with grant money to help fund local efforts at countering violent extremism. We finally made the awards, but I suspect and I believe the effort has largely stalled in this administration. I've even heard some of the grantees have given the money back because they don't want it from the U.S. government anymore, which is very, very unfortunate. But this has to be the frontline effort when it comes to our homeland security.
So you seem to be saying that the current administration's change of approach towards engaging Muslim communities makes us less safe. Is that?
Well, I really hope that, and what I fear is happening is that what we refer to inside the Beltway as the CVE effort is being hijacked by the political debate over, should we call it Islamic extremism or violent extremism? And it really does not and should not be caught up in that debate. And the CVE effort is becoming more and more politicized itself. But common sense dictates that when terrorist organizations are seeking to recruit from within our homeland, we have to engage those communities where they're targeting their efforts with a counter message and with efforts to counter violent extremism in those communities.
Excellent. I want to go to Congresswoman Rice on this question because, CVE is one of the many things that we've seen changed in the administration's 2018 budget request. Okay, this is something that Congress is dealing with right now. They say if you want to know what an administration believes, you look at its budget request. And, what we've seen is prioritization of border security, immigration enforcement at the expense of funds to the Transportation Security Administration, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, TSA, grants for local law enforcement, first responders. According to the president's budget, this is they make up the shortfalls at TSA, relying on airline passenger fee increases mostly. Secretary Johnson's one of his predecessors, Michael Chertoff, wrote that this budget is akin to double locking your front door, but leaving your side door open and your windows and your garage door and turning off the alarm. Will Congress change this back? What does that look like right now? Is it going to be a compromise between these two things? And how is Congress processing these proposed changes?
Well, thankfully, the budget by any president that's proposed is just that, it's a proposal. And Congress, thankfully, has the ability to actually authorize the funds. And so I think that as concerning as this budget is, because any budget, regardless of who proposes it, is actually a statement of your principles, what you think your priorities are. And it's disconcerting, to say the least, that we have a budget that prioritizes a wall that most experts have said is completely, would not do anything to make our southern border safer at all, while you're cutting the budget for the State Department. And I got to say, one of the most disturbing things is the proposal to cut the State Department's budget by 30%. You just heard from Madeleine Albright. I'm sure she spoke about that. Wasn't that Madeleine Albright that was here? Yeah. And then you have the Secretary of State say, yeah, I'm fine with that. Now, if you, in a position like mine, you travel anywhere around the world, and I've traveled extensively this year, that is cause for great concern amongst all of our allies. Not just in the EU, but beyond. You cannot increase military spending and cut spending for diplomacy. You just can't. Now, I don't know if this is a byproduct of the president's personal views about military might being more important than diplomacy. I don't know if it's a position of the people that he's chosen in those top positions, most of them having a military background. But I can tell you that when we have a president say, I am giving all decision-making to General Mattis about what our strategy is going to be in Afghanistan, that comes perilously close to having a military state make decisions. The president is the civilian head of the military, and he is ceding that control and that decision-making to heads of agencies that should not have it. So all of this is terribly concerning, but there is a large part that Congress can play, and my hope is that there are enough like-minded Republicans who see the danger of these kind of proposals and recognize how important it is. Look, I'm from New York. New York City is the biggest target in this country, and thankfully we have the NYPD, which is second to none in the world, in my opinion. But they didn't become second to none in the world by being isolationists. They have partners all across the world that they do intel sharing with. And they have foiled more attempts to disrupt things and carry out terrorist attacks right here on our soil than we could ever name. Now, they felt so strongly, the NYPD police chief felt so strongly, the Manhattan DA felt strongly enough to come down here and make a plea to the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and they met with a bunch of other people in the administration saying, please don't do this. And my hope is that, look, just to go back to, if the President of the United States is not going to acknowledge the Russian interference, then it's up to us to work around him. And Congress will do that in this area as well, as unfortunate as that is, but we will do that.
Thank you. Secretary Johnson?
If I could just add to what Congresswoman Rice said, State Department funding funds not just diplomacy, it funds support for the militaries of our allies, the border security of our allies. So, for example, one of the things that we tried to do in the last administration was to bolster the State Department funding for border security in Central America and in Mexico, which can only be funded through the State Department. And so if you cut State Department funding, you are cutting security, border security efforts of a lot of our friends and allies, which directly affect our own security.
Excellent. Now, the president said yesterday in Iowa that the wall is going to have solar panels on it, that it's going to be, quote, beautiful, and that, quote, the Mexicans will have to pay less. Does that help reassure you?
Well, it's a creative idea.
Congresswoman, does that increase your enthusiasm for the border wall?
Is it going to have a door? Just out of curiosity. I mean,
I
this
don't
talk about it's going to be beautiful and all this stuff just misses the point. If anyone, and I don't know if the president has done this, if you've ever taken a tour of the southern border states, you see that there's already a wall there where a wall would be meaningful. But there are places that walls are meaningless and you can't even put one up. You need more sophisticated drones and things like that. Just to keep talking about this wall is nothing more than trying to keep a promise that was made, try to keep using the political rhetoric that, yes, might have been successful in the campaign, but most people know that you come to Washington and now you have to admit that that was all just political rhetoric. Let's just drop that idea. And my hope is that, look, Congress certainly, by the way, it recently refused to allow any money for the building of the wall, but they allowed for repairs to certain parts of the wall that already existed. So that was the first salvo, and I think that was sent a loud and clear message to Donald Trump. But if he still wants to go and do these rallies and talk about it because he thinks it gets everyone going, eventually, hopefully he's going to get down to governing.
Thank you, Ken. I'd like to ask you about something that Congress will definitely have to weigh in on. On December 31st of this year, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act will sunset unless Congress renews it. You know this well. You were involved in this program when you worked at the White House. 2 classified programs which are part of Section 02, codenamed PRISM and Upstream, were exposed during the Snowden revelations. I'm guessing that you support reauthorization of this program. Assuming that's the case, explain to our audience why you think that's important.
No, great question, and I appreciate it. I spent countless hours working up in Capitol Hill to get that initial legislation passed, and I firmly believe it needs, the national security needs it to be reauthorized this year. So just to start high level, look, 9/11 taught us a lot of lessons. One of the main lessons it taught us was we really need to connect the dots. That was sort of the expression of the day. And how do you connect the dots? How do you get the dots that help to show you that there's a plot afoot and then help you find a way to prevent it? When you're talking about a conspiracy, which is what a planned terrorist attack is, there are really 2 ways of finding out about it. You get human intelligence, you get somebody on the inside to talk to you and tell you what's going on, or you intercept their communications so that you can hear what they're talking about, hear their plans as they're being hatched. And so it's as to the second piece that 702 is so important. 702 is it's part of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, which is the legislation that was passed after the various allegations came out of misconduct by the government in the 1970s, passed in 1978, that authorizes the government to go to this court, the FISA court, and get approval to do wiretaps, either on phones or email or electronic communications, of agents of foreign powers, people outside the United States who are a threat, external foreign threat to the United States, the national security of our country. Obviously, a lot of that interception or surveillance is done against foreign terrorist groups. And the problem that arose around the time of 9/11, or that sort of came to a head around that time, was that given the change in the technology and fiber optic cable all around the world, and the original statute was written in a way that required, or at least arguably required, the Justice Department to have to go in and get an individual authorization from the FISA court, writing a 100-page document to surveil somebody who was outside the United States talking to another person outside the United States. And FISA never required that. It was never intended to require that. The idea was, if the person's outside the United States, you can go ahead and surveil them without having to go to the FISA court, because the 4th Amendment doesn't apply out there. With the change of technology, we had to do that more and more, and as a result, we were not able to cover a lot of the terrorist suspects who were out there leading up to 9/11, and sure enough, we got hit.
Thank you.
So that statute we revised, or Congress revised that statute in 2008 to allow the Justice Department to do that, or the intelligence community to do that surveillance without having to go into the FISA court. It's been tremendously helpful. It's allowed us to cover a lot of these foreign terrorist targets that we weren't able to cover before. The intelligence community, every agency head has talked about it being one of the most, if not the most important tool in the counterterrorism toolbox, and it's absolutely critical that it be reauthorized this year. There have been questions raised about it, concerns raised about it. I invite Congress to take a hard look at the track record. We're going to find there's no intentional abuse of the statute. And at the end of the day, I believe Congress will pass it, but I believe it's absolutely critical.
Thank you very much. Frank, can I get your perspective on this?
I very much share Ken's views. Obviously, FISA is sunsetting, and I think it's an imperative that Congress maybe look to some potential reforms, but I think the underlying principle and premise and need and requirement is great. So, I mean, whether you're dealing with nation-state, foreign counterintelligence threats, whether you're dealing with foreign terrorist organizations, whether you're dealing with homegrown jihadists, at the end of the day, the intelligence is going to be, the idea is to get there left to boom, not respond heroically after something bad happens.
And Congresswoman, Republicans have the votes for this, right? It's going to probably get reauthorized if we had to predict.
Yeah, but look, there's a fallacy out there that Republicans are the only ones that care about national security. I think there are a lot of Democrats, me included, who see the importance of this FISA, and the intel that we can get and how we can foil attacks. But I think it's important for every American to understand that that has to be balanced by certain privacy concerns and things like that. But I do believe that you can address those needs and come up with a balanced approach that does not put us behind the 8 ball when it comes to national security.
Just
last point quickly.
On that point, just want to note, Sheldon Whitehouse and Dianne Feinstein were two of the main movers behind the 702, the FISA Amendments Act. I mean, they were in the weeds. They really learned it. So the Congresswoman's right. A lot of support on both the Democratic and the Republican side.
And this really is not a political set of issues. It's not a Republican or Democrat. And I might just note, not to ingratiate, but the Committee on Homeland Security, I mean, they've had an amazing track record in terms of moving legislation, and that can only be done in a bipartisan fashion. I mean, last year it was 88 bills passed the House. Already this year it's 45 bills have passed committee. So I wish that all the other congressional committees had the track record that yours does on actually legislating.
Well, if I can just say something, I have to say a lot of that credit goes to Mike McCaul, the chairman, who actually is right over there for everyone to see, and the ranking member as well, and the other members on both sides of the aisle. We always, and this leadership comes from the top, from Mike, who said we are not going to run a political committee, and I think the stats that were just read out shows you that he does not.
Great, and this is the final question.
I can testify to that also. Under Mike's leadership, the Homeland Security Committee is really a committee of Congress that functions the way Congress should, in a bipartisan fashion. I'm really happy about this reauthorization bill, which the committee finally got done. It's a really productive committee, and I think it's a terrific tribute to Chairman McCaul's leadership. He and I are good friends. Last time I publicly said something about him nice, he was criticized for it, but I'll say it again. He's a great member of Congress, he's a great friend, and a really terrific leader up here. And I hope those of you in the room who have the opportunity to work with him get to learn from him. I see a lot of people here who are probably Capitol Hill interns. I was one of you 40 years ago, wandering the halls of Rayburn House office building, which inspired me into public service. And I think that some of the people you're interacting with here in this room are excellent role models for why you should want to be in public service too.
Excellent. I think you just torpedoed Chairman McCaul's chance of joining the administration by praising him. Just kidding, Chairman McCaul. I was also one of you 20 years ago, and yeah, I endorse what the Secretary said. Last question, and this is like the question I have. What is the threat that we're not talking about? I mean, yesterday we saw the president convene a meeting on the security of the energy grid. You know, I know, Ken, you've been involved in a biodefense panel, right? I heard some senators talk about the EMP threat. You know, what's the big thing that's really scary to you, that keeps you up at night, that we're not discussing? And short answers, please, everybody, because we're running out of time. And we'll start this way with Ken and move this way.
I'll just go ahead and piggyback on what you said. Biodefense is an area that's been looked at over the last years since 9/11, but you know, both naturally occurring bio threats as well as terrorist use of bioagents. I mean, just look at the Ebola situation, how difficult that was to wrestle the ground, and you know, I think we're seeing what could happen down the road if a terrorist group gets a hold of, develops, weaponizes something, and puts us in danger. I think we all agree. Anybody who's looked at this issue agrees that the government hasn't really sort of structured itself to deal with it, both the prevention all the way through to the response levels.
Excellent. Congresswoman?
I would say the security of our energy grid and our financial systems.
Excellent. Frank?
Agree with all those points, but I'll add a new one to the table, and that's space-based threats, not just to EMP or directed energy, but probably the biggest news story that normally would get a lot of attention was just last week that the Chinese launched a satellite that could include quantum computing. That's a game changer. If the Chinese, this is a space race we have to win, and right now I'm not even sure we're at the starting line.
Excellent.
Well, I'm gonna end the way I started. I think we're talking about all the threats. The question is whether we're having the right conversation about all these threats. Should we have a conversation about what happened last year, or shouldn't we be having a conversation about how to address these threats and the way forward? And people coming together to solve these problems, build majorities in both houses of Congress to pass legislation to address these issues.
I think that's a great place to end. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you for being here. Let me just first say that backstage when I greeted the ambassador, I want her to confirm I successfully executed a hug. Is that correct?
He's a good hugger.
Yeah. In case there's somebody probably don't know. Well, maybe you should know what that is. I was all over Twitter for like 12 hours. Pretty cool. Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate you being a part of this. And you have such an important assignment. And I think as the turnout here shows, there's a tremendous amount of interest in U.S. foreign policy, in our national security, in the U.S.'s role in the world. And so I kind of wanted to begin just asking you in general, what's it been like? I mean, to go from a chief executive of a state, which admittedly in the confirmation hearings, you told everybody that, that you had not had extensive foreign policy experience, but my argument in your favor always was she's very good when she focuses in on an issue, and the ability to lead a state, and that those leadership qualities transfer. And certainly in the months leading up to that, I mean, you just really dove into the details of foreign policy, and I think it's been demonstrated in the first few months that you've been there already. So just what has it been like to be the UN ambassador?
I didn't really have any thoughts about what the UN would be like. And so I went in very open-minded, and I went in knowing that I had made a promise to the people and to those that approved me that I needed to show value in the UN. And we needed to show how the UN could be helpful, and we also needed to see how we needed to change the UN. The nice thing is when we got there, you know, we had a lot to say, and I'm loud, I'm good at that. So we made a point to just really tell what the U.S. was for, what the U.S. was against, and take away any gray areas that there may have been. Then we talked about reform, and I think in the minds of everybody there, they just thought the U.S. was going to leave the UN, and they were going to cut all the funding, and all this was going to go away. And what I tried to do is change the conversation to say, look, our intent is not to leave, but help me show value in this place. Help me show that this place matters, and help me do it through reforms, and help me do it through cutting the fat and making it more effective. And amazingly, we have so much support. We're moving through budget negotiations now, and they're working with us on the budget negotiations. They see that we're well-intentioned, that we're not just trying to cut for the sake of cutting, that we're trying to be smart about our spending. And then when it comes to management reform, there's now a group of people that want to see that happen. So that's good. The surprise of the UN, pleasant surprise, is other countries really do send their best and brightest to the UN. And the people that they send have the ear of their president. And that person has the ability to negotiate very well. So you've seen me push foreign policy because I see an avenue there that you could totally make the UN work for you if you work, you know, negotiate, have conversations, push the narrative. It can happen at the UN.
As you know, I mean, I don't think this is a mystery, right? Going in after the election, the president's views on foreign policy and his views on the value of multinational institutions was an open question. Do you think that sort of uncertainty going in gave us an advantage because people, in essence, did going in, the notion that people weren't clear yet where the U.S. was going to head, did that create a space for you to kind of go in and make that argument?
It totally gave us leverage because no one knew what to expect. And because of that, they were very attentive. What they knew is they couldn't take the U.S. for granted anymore. What they knew is we were watching and we were changing things, and they wanted to know how it was going to affect them. In some ways, they were focused on budget. But if you talk about Syria and the chemical weapons usage by Assad, the idea that we said you can't do this and the president followed it with strikes really showed them we're moving things. And the comments that I got from ambassadors, all different areas, said it's so good to see the U.S. lead again.
So if someone out here sitting today with the belief that the UN is not an effective mechanism, or asks the question, why should we be contributing all this money to this forum where oftentimes these very small nations with an agenda can basically block action, or in the case of the Security Council where major issues in the world cannot be addressed because of one or two permanent members who decide to use their veto authority, how would you, in the most concise way, explain to people what the value is of the UN or what an effective UN looks like in the 21st century, and what can we do to move it in that direction?
Well, and I don't think we need to spend all that money. I mean, there's definitely fat around it. There's definitely bureaucracy. So I think that from that standpoint, we can cut. But I also see you've got peacekeeping missions around the world that are intended to protect people on the ground. And what they've done is in conflict, whenever there's a challenge, they just threw more troops at it. Well, the problem with that is if the troops aren't trained and they don't have the equipment, how are they going to do their job? And so being able to make it smarter from that standpoint, that's great stability. If we can bring stability to an area, that's going to matter.
I know you've been very involved in the peacekeeping efforts. Can you just fill in for us the details of what the work is you've been doing to try to reform that process?
Well, I mean, I think that the main thing with the peacekeeping that we said was, okay, first of all, let's go back and look. What's the political solution of the area? We have to look at the politics in the area. Then we have to look at what was the original intent? And then from there, go and say, is it effective? And that's how we've maneuvered. And in a lot of cases, we've been able to cut a lot of problem areas. But the one thing we've also done is we're holding the troops accountable now. A lot of cases, the troops were there, and if the terrorists were coming in, they were running the other way. They weren't protecting the people on the ground. Or, like you just saw in Congo, you've got all these rapes of children happening by the troops. And one of the things we said is you've got to hold those troop contributing countries accountable. And we just basically said you can't have this happen. And those Congolese troops, the troops that were there, they're gone. We moved them out, we're moving new ones in.
Is there one peacekeeping mission in the world where you look at and say that's an example of where it works, where it's actually working?
I can honestly say with all the renewals we've done, which is 4 or 5, they are all going to start to work. The ones that are difficult, South Sudan, Congo, those are the ones that are really concerning that you almost wonder, how are we going to fix this?
One of the areas that I know there's been a lot of conversation about is the Human Rights Council, and it's received a tremendous amount of criticism, particularly because of its obsessive focus, for example, on the constant singling out of Israel. So when you have countries like Cuba and Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and other habitual violators of human rights, how does that, I guess the first question would be, I mean, how does that impact the credibility or the legitimacy of a Human Rights Council whose very members are serial violators of human rights of their own people?
The United States has always cared about human rights, and we don't see human rights as a fluff issue. We see human rights that it generally is related to peace and security. And if you go back in history and time, you see that the worst conflicts all came from governments not taking care of their people. And so human rights has to be very important. The reason why I didn't just make a statement from New York was I really wanted to hit that home. So I went to Geneva and talked to the members of the Human Rights Council and basically said, look, the United States doesn't want to leave the Human Rights Council, but you got to give us a reason to stay. Because with Venezuela, which is a perfect example, and that situation's so much worse than what you see on TV. I tried to call an Emergency Security Council hearing on Venezuela. My colleagues were not happy that I was doing that and didn't think we needed to do it because they said it wasn't a peace and security issue. We had the hearing anyway. They all said this should be happening in the Human Rights Council. Well, why hasn't it been heard in the Human Rights Council? Because Venezuela sits on the council, along with Cuba, along with Saudi Arabia, along with China. And so what happened is it's now a place where actors go to make sure they're not pointed at. And it's a place where they have no problem pointing at others or abusing others like Israel. So, what we left them with was something's got to change. Either we can do it here or we're going to go fight for human rights somewhere else.
Are you hopeful? I mean, do you see the signs that there is a willingness among enough of the members of the council to reform it in a way that would allow the U.S. to continue to be a part of it?
They took it seriously. And, one of the items I brought up was Agenda Item 7. And what that is basically for any sort of human rights violation for any country in the world, you go through Agenda Item 4. It allows you to say that there's a problem. Agenda Item 7 is solely for acts condemning Israel. Why would you do that? When you have Syria and North Korea and all of these other places, and you're going to have one agenda item for Israel? If you have to hit Israel, fine, but do it under Agenda Item 4.
So just to be clear, the UN Human Rights Council has a specific agenda item that is a permanent agenda item. Israel's always on the agenda.
It's just an Israel bashing item, and it's been there forever.
And because it's there, they're constantly trying to use it.
And I wanna-
Whereas I want the attention to be on North Korea and Syria. And if Israel does something, just do it through Agenda Item 4.
And I want to get back to the anti-Israel situation in a moment in the UN, but you said something earlier that I wanted to explore with you a little further, and that is the human rights as it relates to national security and our national interests. And oftentimes you see human rights portrayed as a nice thing to do, as a sort of a emotional thing to do, but you have made it a priority to kind of link human rights and national security as interrelated, and maybe you can kind of get into that a little bit more deeply.
Well, I think let's look at just conflicts in the past. If you go and let's look at Syria, because that's a major conflict that we're all concerned about, and it's not getting any better. How did it start? You had a group of 13 to 15-year-old boys that were having fun, that happened to spray something against their government, which really wasn't that bad, on a wall. Officers go pick up those boys, they brutalize them, they pull their nails out, they return them bloody and bruised to their parents. And what would parents do? They got upset. They went out to the streets and started complaining about what happened, and other parents joined them. And through those situations, we're now dealing with conflict. Go back to Tunisia. You have a guy who has a fruit stand, and the officers continue to steal from him, abuse him, demoralize him, all of these things, that he gets to the point he just can't take it anymore, and he sets himself on fire in front of a police station and set off the Arab Spring. So you have to always look at how a government treats their people. And it's the reason we have to pay attention to Venezuela right now. We have to look at the protests in Russia right now, because these things matter. Human rights is not a feel-good issue. It truly is the root cause of conflict. And so they had not talked about that in the Security Council. During my presidency in April, I made it a key issue that human rights needed to be talked about. A lot of those countries don't agree with what we think, but they can't disprove with what we say. And so we need to continue to be loud about it. The U.S. has always pushed human rights, and we don't claim to be saints, but we're always trying to get better. And I think it's our job to always point out the values of what we think every country should do, because it really does go to security and stability.
And let me pivot back to something you've already discussed, and that is the treatment of Israel at the United Nations. Just describe for us, as when you got there, was there a sense that this was an issue? Is anyone else joining you in raising it as an issue? And what are the prospects of sort of creating some level of parity here, or some level of fairness in terms of the disproportionate amount of focus on Israel in comparison to some of the other places in the world, like you've discussed already, Syria and the like? I mean, what's the plan, and what have you done, and what do you think the prospects are moving forward?
So I really didn't know that much about Israel and the UN. I didn't know that much about what the history was there. I had heard a little bit about it, but really wasn't that involved until I saw it. All I've done is tell the truth on what I've seen, and to go and be in that hearing on the Middle East and to hear every single country not talk about the threats in the Middle East, not talk about the terrorism that we're seeing, but all they did was bash Israel. It was abusive. And they did it in a way that you can tell it was a habit, and they've done it every month for the last 10 years. Think about the time we could be working on other issues. And so I just called them out on it. I said, this is ridiculous. We're dealing with issues in North Korea and Syria and, all the issues in Africa, and this is what you want to talk about? So I did say that things needed to change. Again, it does show how the UN is changing, because in the next, when we had our Middle East hearing, when I was president, I really focused on all the threats in the Middle East and where we were going. We probably had about half go that way, and the other half continued to do the Israel bashing. But this past month, Bolivia had the presidency, and they had as two of their speakers, they had 2 Arab leaders that were coming in, which is fine. But I said, well, you have to have, someone else to balance it out. They agreed to that. But what we saw was everyone except for about 1 or 2 didn't bash Israel. And I said to them, I don't want you to pick a side. It's not about either being for Israel or being for the Palestinians. I want you to talk about what this means and where we go from here. And do you know, almost all of them talked about supporting the peace process and encouraging both sides to come together on the peace process. It was a habit. They just didn't even know they were doing it. And so a lot of that is just changing the culture at the UN to be more effective and to think about what they're doing. Israel was kind of like the kid in the schoolyard that gets bullied all the time. The people who want to feel good about themselves go and bully. And that's what they were doing to Israel.
And so is your sense that what happened that month or in that meeting a sustainable thing? Or do you think there's hope here that that is something that can be sustained? Because what it sounds like you're describing is sort of muscle memory had built up over 10 years. It was just, you kind of went through, this is what you did. This is what they've always done. And your challenge forced them to go back and kind of reevaluate how they behave or the way they conduct these meetings?
I'm not asking them to change their minds. I'm just saying be balanced about this and be fair about this and understand all the conflicts in the world. In April, when I had the presidency, I didn't think it would last past my month of trying to get them to move. The idea that this month, that in the breakfast where we're deciding the agenda, and I said, okay, are we going to have another Israel bashing session? The idea that the other members said, why don't we make a push to support the peace process, was great. I mean, I just couldn't believe it moved that fast. Now whether it's sustainable, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think that's going to stop the abusiveness there, but I think they're conscious of it now.
So two quick things, I don't want to run out of time. The first is, talk to them. A lot of people are not aware, but as our ambassador to the United Nations, you also have retained, which the previous administration apparently did as well, a cabinet level standing, which makes you a member of the National Security Council. So beyond the meetings where we see you on with that earphone and when other people are talking and kind of engage in these debates, what other aspects of this job that maybe people are not familiar with are part of your mission?
I'm usually here in D.C. Once a week or every 10 days. We do have White House meetings and we do have NSC meetings, and those are the meetings where we decide policy. And I'm a policy girl. I mean, to take this job, I wanted it to be a cabinet position and I wanted it to be the National Security Council, and it helps me do my job better. Because when I know where the issues are, when you negotiate at the UN, if you know the direction that the country's going before others know it, you can steer the conversation. And so what I can tell you is on the NSC, you've got an administration that's active, that's strong, but the world is schizophrenic right now. And so there's hot spots everywhere. And so we're just constantly meeting on different areas to decide where do we go from here. But it's a great dynamic. I will tell you, it helps you do your job when you've got to interact with other countries to know exactly what the decision-making process is.
You just came back from a trip. I think one of the places you visited was a refugee camp. And I know you shared it with us yesterday in the Foreign Relations Committee in a meeting with the members. But what did you see there? Is there anything there gives you hope for the future, and does anything there give you cause, of course, for deep concern in the long term?
So I did multiple, I always go to refugee camps and then also see refugees outside of the camp. I did it in Jordan and in Turkey because I was interested in the Syrian migration and what was happening with the Syrian refugees. And then I did it in Israel, in Gaza, to see what was going on with the Palestinians and them in the camp. What I can tell you that is amazing is, first of all, the Syrian people have an amazing resilience about them. They are hopeful. They are able to smile. They've seen a lot and they've been through a lot. But through all of this, they remain hopeful. And they still truly believe they're going home. And I hope and pray that that does happen. What I saw in Jordan and Turkey was the fact that both of these countries are doing amazing jobs at taking care of Syrians. You look at Jordan, they've taken in 1 million people, but they're supplying them health care, education, and a stipend per person. So they all have this debit card. Well, we know how those things can be abused, but what they have going on, and it's with the UN, they use this debit card at banks, in the grocery stores, whatever, and it's iScan. There is absolutely 0% fraud. Think about that. We should be doing that. But not only that, it's a registry. So we know who they are, where they're from, who their family members are, all of those. So I'm working right now to make sure that we partner with the UN to have that information, because that information is valuable for all of us. So you look at Jordan doing that. Then you go to Turkey. Turkey's taken in 3 million Syrians in the last few years. So you look at the fact that they are doing the same thing: healthcare, education, making sure that they have funding. The Syrians aren't looking for a handout. They're starting their own businesses, they're learning a skill, all of these things. But Turkey, what was special there is the Turkish doctors in 3 months trained the Syrian doctors to take care of the Syrian people. So you're using the talent. Syrians are more comfortable dealing with Syrian doctors, and it's taking the strain off of Turkey. So both of these countries have changed over time. My focus was, how is the U.S. going to deal with the Syrian conflict? Because we can't deal with it like we did in year 1 and year 7. We need to be forward thinking. And what I came away from was a couple of things. Jordan and Turkey are pressed. They've now had to go to double shifting of schools. Jordanians and Turkish children go in the mornings and Syrians go in the afternoon. So they're feeling the pressure, and we're starting to see it turn to where they could get resentful. The roads are crowded because Syrians are so well skilled. They're competing for their jobs. As you look at that, Syrians are very grateful. Jordanians and Turkish want to be helpful, but they're wondering, where do we go from here? It is our job to support those host countries, not with a check, but to see how we can handle them. They're both different. They can't be treated the same. But out of all the refugees I spoke to, in and out of the camps, not one of them said they wanted to come to the United States. What they said was, we want to go home. We don't care if we have to start over. We don't care if we have to build it ourselves. We want to go home, and their family members are there. And they literally look at the mountain where Syria is on the other side, and that's it. There's such a hope and amazing motivation for them to go home. And so what I'm doing is working with the Secretary General at the UN to shift how our funds are working with the Syrian crisis so that we can help support the education efforts, because that's where they're feeling the squeeze, and psychological support. That's the ask that the refugees made, was that they need more psychosocial support for the kids, for the trauma. I mean, we saw women going through it, we saw children going through it. So we're getting to the heart of how do we best help the Syrian people, and I think that we're finding that out.
Can someone give me an indication of how much time we have? Because you have a great panel coming up. Who's in charge here? Other than
There she goes.
5 minutes, good. So we're going to 3 quick.
5 minutes by 2, so 10 minutes?
5 minutes by 2, what is that?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. I know what 5 times 2 is. I
It's
just
like
don't
we're
know
on
what
the
that means.
campaign trail
Why not
again.
just say 10? Yeah. So a couple quick, but first of all, we talked a little bit yesterday, but I think a lot hasn't gotten a lot of attention lately, but the situation in Lebanon that we've discussed briefly has not gotten a lot of attention. You have a prime minister whose father was killed by Hezbollah years ago, but then you've got a president who was part of the coalition, who's a Christian, but is part of a coalition, created a sort of synergy with Hezbollah. And then you've got, obviously, Hezbollah in Syria, and also the Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, which has been able to develop its own indigenous capability of weaponry, no longer requiring resupply and the like. And that, we haven't read a lot about it, but you seem to be concerned. I think you're starting to see more people speak out about what a lot of people consider to be the inevitability of another Hezbollah-Israeli conflict of some sort, and the danger this time that perhaps that could expand to the broader Lebanon because of some statements that have been made by the Lebanese president. And so just kind of talk to us a little bit about that situation and whether you think we've now reached a point where the international community wants to start speaking out a little bit more, and how you view that as a flashpoint.
So when I went to Israel, I went to all the borders, looking at the UN missions, but also looking at the borders of possible conflict. And Israel is surrounded by threats. And then, we obviously went to Gaza and looked at the threat of Hamas as well. The takeaway that I had was the most concerning, obviously Gaza, but Lebanon. And it's because when we were on the border, you could see Hezbollah and how they were stationing areas. You could see they were looking back. But now they've started to build rockets and missiles, and they are preparing themselves. And the government of Lebanon is looking the other way, or either feeling pressured to stay quiet, because that's not happening. Now, I'm moving to look at the UN mission there, because the UN troops there are not looking at Hezbollah or bringing any attention to that. And they need to talk about if they see missiles, if they see tunnels, if they see something like that happening. So I'm going to work at the UN route. But Israel has their backup. They see the threat. They see the movement. They see the progress Hezbollah is making, and they are getting ready. And it's something we should be very concerned about, and we should watch it, because to have conflict break out between Lebanon and Israel, I mean, the destabilization that would be horrible. So I hope what I'm trying to do is just get this on everybody's radar to say, don't think this is just another threat to Israel. This is bigger than that. And we've got to pay attention to that. And we've got to figure out exactly how we're going to deal with the government and how we're going to deal with Hezbollah.
Just on a broader point, one of the things we saw for many years, particularly after the Iraq and Afghanistan wars began, is the kind of sense that you hear in many circles around the world that the U.S. is always telling people what to do, that we're overly engaged, and and complaints about our. But as you walked in there, was your sense that the world was looking for America assertiveness, even if politically their leaders had to criticize us for it, or was it a sense that yes, we want America to do less? Because you've been doing too much for far too long and we're tired of taking orders from you. I mean, what was your sense of the world's appetite, particularly those of our allies, about U.S. engagement?
So having come from politics, it was very clear to me. They all didn't want to look like they were our best friend, but behind closed doors, they wanted us to know that they really supported us and everything we were doing was great. So then you have to say, okay, what are the true relationships? And what it has gone from in just, I can't believe it's 5 months, it feels like 5 years. What's happened in 5 months is it went from what's the U.S. going to do, what are they thinking, how are they acting, to now they still don't know what the U.S. is going to do, but that's a good thing, but taking us very seriously. And one of the best things that this administration did was when the president made that decision on the chemical weapons usage of Assad and acted, it stunned everyone. And the amount of support that we got for being a leader on that, and the number of people that said it's so good to see the U.S. leading again, now they're starting to be where they're not afraid to be in a picture with us, where they're not afraid to say they're our partners. And so there's a very healthy transformation that's taking place, but it's volatile.
So do you mean to say that there are countries out there that are encouraging us behind the scenes to do things, but then tell you, by the way, we'll have to criticize you for this?
Shocker, but yes, it's like it's the political world.
I've always been curious, when here in the Senate, where I serve with 99 other people, I always try to remind people that, most people only get to see my fellow senators when they see them in an interview or on the floor giving a speech, and oftentimes they either like what they're saying or they're not, but that's all they know about it. I get to see these people when they're people and not just the senator speaking on an issue. What is that dynamic like with ambassadors, even of countries that perhaps we don't have the best relationships with? They're real people too. Is there a similar dynamic at play, or are they, depending on the country, a lot more guarded about what they're able to say and do?
So I think that's my job, is to create the relationship and create the dynamic that we want the U.S. to have. And what I'm attempting to do is to show strength, but let them know we want a relationship, but we're not going to be pushed over. We're not going to be taken for granted. We're here. We're going to call you out if we see something wrong. We're going to praise you if you do something right. But, be honest to us, we'll be honest back to you. I think that because these ambassadors are so closely tied to their presidents, they're constantly trying to get information to figure out how they're going to move. So it's an interesting dynamic in terms of some of them. Bolivia has, when I first got in, was bashing us terribly. And so I went and met with them and I said, why do you hate America? And it just kind of stunned him. And then when we started talking, we agreed that there's disagreements, but don't go do that. And so he stopped. And it doesn't mean he doesn't part with us or say what his disagreements are, but that's the part we have to stop. The rhetoric we have to stop, because that's unhealthy. It doesn't allow us to move the ball forward. It doesn't allow for any good to happen if we allow that rhetoric. And so that's the culture change, again, that we're trying to change.
Just 5 minutes. Okay, that's plenty of time for this question. Tell me, I know what, obviously you came from the political realm. You were a governor. Before that, a state legislator. Here in the Senate, we know what our schedule looks like. You've got votes, you've got committee meetings, you've got constituents that come up. What, if there is such a thing, what does the typical schedule of the UN look like for you and for your staff on a regular basis? There are regular meetings of the Security Council, regular meetings of the General Assembly. What is that like from week to week? Understanding that there is no typical day, but what does the typical week, if there is one, look like for you?
We're trying to bring order into chaos because it is fast moving and a lot of things are happening, but these are such important situations. So basically, the Security Council is all year long. It's typically 4 days a week, and 15 members meet, 5 the permanent ones, UK, France, Russia, China, and us, and then you've got the 10 elected members that rotate out every 2 years.
So I apologize, you meet 4 times a week, the Security Council. Is that always you, or sometimes you're
No, it might be my deputy ambassador as well. So we pick and choose when I should participate, when she should participate, but we're always negotiating what is going on at the time. And so it's always a team effort in terms of how we do that. Then you've got the General Assembly, which starts in September and ends in December, but the negotiations go on all year. So right now we're negotiating the budget. And so those committee meetings happen separately, a lot like y'all have, and so those continue on. And then you have to build relationships, and I've got to meet 193 ambassadors. And so you're also trying to go and make sure that you're meeting them, that they know you're there, that you're not ignoring them, and that they're important, all while trying to do the DC work, which I really do love policy. So the idea that we can go and decide how to move as a country in terms of changing the dynamics is important. So the DC New York thing is busy, but I can do video conference when I can't get here, so it still works. But to say we're all over the place is a good thing. We've got our hands in all of the pots that matter. And now I've just got to make sure that our voice is strong and that we're being heard and that people know what we're for.
Would you say that for the vast majority of countries at the UN, their mission to the United Nations is their most important diplomatic outpost?
They look at this as, only senior people get these positions. This is considered their most trusted and senior person to send to New York. The UN is such a big deal for all of them. And so they didn't understand the UN backlash. But now I think they understand it's not that we don't see the UN as important, but you can't just take our money and not let us have a voice or not think that we're going to be a player and do all those things. So I think there's a new respect for where we are, but I also think that we have to respect all of these people who are there and the fact that that is the person that has the presidency here.
So two quick, have you been back to South Carolina?
Michael and I took the kids for spring break.
To South Carolina?
For a week, yeah.
And so I guess one of the things I've always been curious about is what skills or talents or abilities or experiences as governor have equipped you for this job? Anything that surprised you that you said, I did something like this when I was the governor. I imagine that legislature sometimes was as difficult to deal with as your fellow diplomats from time to time at the UN. So what was it about being governor that when you got there surprised you that there was some synergy between what you used to do in your old job and what you're doing in your new one?
So that was the surprising part, because I have always been honest that I didn't have a lot of foreign policy experience prior. When you're a governor, you run a state, it's more executive, and it's just balancing the agencies, making sure they're efficient and effective, and dealing with the politics of what happens. Going into foreign policy, it's been like I'm studying for a final exam every day. The idea of it's a constant learning curve is there, but there's a lot of things that actually work. And one is trusting your gut and moving with your instincts is very important. The negotiation tactics, you put right up there. Decision making and the idea of moving fast has to happen if we're going to have a strong presence in the world. And just the ability to deal with people who aren't telling you the truth and calling them out on it is incredibly important and powerful in a time like this. So a lot more skills than I thought going into it, but the knowledge part, obviously, that's the part that...
So as you know, we have a strong mutual friend in Frank Martin, who's the head coach of the South Carolina men's basketball team. Has he asked you to help identify international players from your...
No, because he knows I'm a Clemson girl.
Oh, all right.
But
Maybe I should have asked about Clemson.
But we are proud of Frank, and I do miss the people of South Carolina. A lot of people comment on the fact that I have my palmetto necklace, and that really is because you never forget where you come from. And it's important that, I was a young Indian girl growing up in a town of 2,500 people where they didn't know who we were or what we were. And then you see this state who has just blossomed and overcome so many issues and is now building everything, planes and cars and tires and all those things. So it's something I will always be proud of. It's something where, I'll always have one eye on South Carolina, but they certainly, the people of South Carolina, taught me so much, and I'm just trying to make them proud by what I do at the UN and use that gift that they gave
I've
me.
told you this before, and I'm sure you sensed it yesterday, but obviously we live in a time of tremendous political conflict between the parties. But the one thing that, and I think you've sensed it yesterday, is a lot of my colleagues in the Foreign Relations Committee in particular have been very complimentary of your work. And one particular senator said yesterday that when he voted for you, it was a leap of faith and you haven't disappointed them from the other side of the aisle. And so we were just grateful that you're there and you're doing this. I'm personally always been a huge fan of yours, always appreciative of our friendship, but I think I speak for a lot of people. We're very proud of the way you've used that platform, not just to represent our country, but represent our values. And there isn't a week that goes by that there isn't some clip of you at one of these Security Council meetings making a
Yelling
point.
at someone.
Yeah, well, and but making an important point, and we feel like you're not just representing our country, you're representing our values, and we're just grateful you were part of this. This is a great forum, and we thank you for coming and being a part of this. And I encourage you guys to stick around. We have a great panel coming up with former Congressman Buck McKeon. Let's thank the ambassador.
Thank you very much.
tables are in here. Those two chairs are here.
Hey, Ben, I left time cards on top of the laptop. When people like you to
It's 4 people, right? Oh, it's only 4 people. Yeah. So we'll do moderator, chair. You got the chair back there. We have 4. We don't. Okay, we should just be fine with 2 tables then. Sorry. Yeah. So do moderator, chair. You guys get out.
I did. I was like, stop.
And then another chair there.
That was wild.
The lives are 6.
Well, I think this is on. Welcome back from lunch. I'm glad to see a lot of people made it back after lunch. My name is Courtney Kuby. I'm the national security producer and reporter for NBC News. I've been covering national security and Pentagon and military wars overseas for about 12 years. And I am very honored to be moderating this panel with such distinguished members today. First off, we have Chairman Buck McKeon, who represented the people of the 25th District of California in the United States House of Representatives for 22 years, from 1993 to 2015. During that time, he served first as ranking member and then as chairman of the House Armed Services Committee during both the 112th and 113th Congress. And prior to that, he served as chairman of the House Education and Workforce Committee. He now leads the McKeon Group, a government consulting firm focused on advocacy, business development, and marketing solutions, and specializing in the areas of defense, education, labor, and cybersecurity. Chairman McKeon, welcome. We have next to him Ambassador Eric Edelman, who served as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy for both Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and Robert Gates. He also served as ambassador to Turkey during the Bush administration and ambassador to Finland during the Clinton administration. He was the principal deputy assistant to Vice President Dick Cheney for the national security affairs in the beginning of the Bush administration from 2001 to 2003. He served for nearly 2 decades in the Foreign Service and is currently counselor at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments and serves on the National Defense Panel. Welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you, Courtney.
And then we have Ms. Michelle Flournoy, who's the co-founder and chief executive officer of the Center for New American Security, CNAS, a bipartisan think tank dedicated to developing national security policies. She also served as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy for both Secretary of Defense Robert Gates and Leon Panetta, acting as their principal advisor on the creation of national security and defense policy and for oversight of military plans and operations. And she is currently still a member of the Defense Policy Board. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. So this panel is called Restoring America's Military Might. So I thought I'd start big picture and drill down from there. To each of you, how would you characterize the strength of the U.S. military today?
Chairman?
Well, first of all, Courtney, thank you for having me on this panel. To be with these two great Americans is, we've gotten to know each other over the years. They've advised me on a lot of important things, and they're just both great Americans and very well prepared to talk about this subject. I would say that we have the strongest military right now in the world, obviously. I think what we did, Desert Storm, and how we were able to, the shock and awe, and all the different things that we did at that time, unfortunately, we couldn't do that right now. Our military has been cut back. We've seen all kinds of statistics, you know, how many planes that we have that can't fly, how the Army has been cut back, and how small it is compared to what it should be. Our Navy, we're supposed to have 355 ships. We have about, 275, something like that. And I saw statistics that said that to get up to the 355, it costs us over $100 million a year for as far as we can see. And if you focus on that, see how bad it really is, you think, well, then how come we're the best military? We have the best people. They are great. We have great leadership. I look at our national security team, and I have great confidence in them, and I think the American people do. And I think the president has given them the ability to make decisions and move as they see fit. And I think that's a very important thing. And I think we need to hear from the ambassadors.
Well, I agree with Chairman McKeon that we continue to have the best military in the world, and for the reasons that he mentioned. But I think our margin of superiority is declining rapidly. And we're facing an international environment that is very different, essentially, from the one that we have grown used to facing since the Cold War ended in 1992. And I think you could probably, if you want to look back on it, probably dated at around 2008, 9, as a result in part of the Great Recession and part of our involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan, long involvements in sort of inconclusive counterinsurgency and stabilization efforts that chewed up a lot of materiel, a lot of money, and which oriented the military to one particular kind of fight while the world was changing around us. And so while we remain without a global peer today, the world we're facing is actually one in which the challenges we face are more regional in nature. And in the various regions of the world, we face either near-peer competitors or emerging nuclear competitors who, in some cases, I would say in the case of China and Russia, are developing some significant local advantages over us. And that, I think, creates some very real dangers for the nation, and we're not likely to be able to do what we've done in the past when faced with an international crisis. So in the past, if you think about the crisis we faced after the Cold War, or as the Cold War was ending, if you want to think about Desert Storm, for instance, if we faced an aggressor who seized something of value that we thought needed to be reversed, we could go basically into the theater uncontested and fight to restore the status quo ante. And we were able to essentially have ingress into the theater unimpeded. That's not likely to be the case anymore. And so the cost to the force and to the nation of reversing aggression, should we face it in various places around the world, is going to be much, much higher than people realize and than many people anticipate today. So I would just build on what's already been said and add that while we do have the best military in the world today, if we stand still, that will not be the case tomorrow. And I think there are three challenges the U.S. military faces to remain superior to its potential adversaries. The first is really preparing itself for a different kind of warfare. And that's challenging because we still have persistent terrorism operations around the world. We still have to deal with sources of instability. But if you look into the future that the ambassador just described, you're going to have much more capable state adversaries who are investing now in high-end asymmetric military capabilities, whether it's in space or cyber, electronic warfare, precision munitions, on and on. Capabilities that are meant to deny our ability to project power into a theater and actually protect our interests and fight alongside our allies. And so part of the challenge is the mental shift to thinking about how warfare is evolving in the future and really making sure that our investments are preparing us to deter and prevail in the future. Second challenge is just the unpredictability of the budget. It's very hard to execute a 10-year investment plan that is imperative to your ability to prevail in the future if every year you don't know if you're living with a continuing resolution or sequestration, a budget agreement, no budget agreement. We have got to restore some kind of predictability in the top line so that we can make those necessary investments. And the third is technology. It's in the past, DoD was the prime driver of research and development in technologies relevant to our military. That is no longer the case. And so one of the things you're seeing, and I think I would applaud the efforts on the part of both the HASC and the SASC to try to move the department in a new direction, we have got to crack the code on being able to access and adapt commercial technologies for military use. And that is something that our acquisition system was not designed to do and doesn't do very well. I think we're making some steps in that direction, but we got to crack the code on that if we're going to get to where we need to be.
So one of the reasons that, as Ambassador Edelman, you called it the margin of superiority. You said it's declining. And one thing that we hear a lot of critics say about the military is that it's a readiness issue. It's largely a readiness issue. That's one of the reasons that the U.S. military is having trouble. So I just want to go through the services very briefly. The Marine Corps, their recent Marine Corps operating concept said that the Marine Corps is not organized, trained, and equipped to meet the demands of a future operating environment characterized by a complex terrain, technology proliferation, information warfare, the need to shield and exploit signatures in an increasingly non-permissive maritime domain. So non-permissive, as you were saying, Ambassador. The Vice Chief of Staff of the Army recently said, General Dan Allen, that only 3 of 58 brigades are combat ready, as he said, ready to fight tonight. The others would require upwards of 30 days to be ready to fight. The Navy, as you said, Mr. Chairman, they have 275 ships. Their goal is 355. They're asking for 80 more, obviously. They got 8 in the most recent budget. And the Air Force is short about 1,500 pilots, including about 1,200 fighter pilots. So when you look at this as a whole, this paints a very grim picture of the overall U.S. military readiness status right now. But just how dangerous a situation is this for U.S. security, for U.S. defense? Is this a case where the services are asking for more and asking for more, or does this really present a challenge to the U.S. defense?
Well, I think it's a very real challenge. I mean, I think Secretary Mattis, who is a pretty sober-minded guy, just testified last week in front of the 4 committees, the HASC, the SASC, and the HAC and SAC-D, that he was shocked upon returning to the Pentagon at the state of readiness, or the lack of readiness of the force to fight tonight, as we say. This is a product of more than one administration, and it's a product of years of combination of disinvestment in defense, budget cuts that have been exacerbated by the Budget Control Act, caps, and sequestration, which, as Michelle said, have made it extremely difficult for our colleagues in the Pentagon to rationally plan a budget. It's led to a lot of these shortfalls. That's all been compounded by the operational tempo we've been at really since the Cold War ended. When you think about it, the Cold War ended and our operational tempo began to go up, not down. And in part it was because we were victims of our own success, because deterrence had actually worked during the Cold War. There was no major conflict, but when the Cold War ended, we started involvements in Haiti and Bosnia and Kosovo, and then subsequently after 9/11, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Yemen, and various other places around the world, now Syria added to it. So the operational tempo has increased. That takes a toll on the force, both in terms of the physical assets of the force, but also the men and women who make up the services who do the fighting. And they're being trained and optimized for one particular kind of fight. And as Michelle said, increasingly, we're looking at a world where the kind of fight they might be involved in next and maybe soon is a different kind of fight. And we haven't given them the wherewithal to train for that. When Michelle and I served 3 years ago on the National Defense Panel, we said that the Budget Control Act and sequestration were a strategic misstep. And I think that judgment has been borne out by everything that's happened subsequently and has left us in the parlous situation you just described.
Yeah, Chairman McKeon, you were the leading the House Armed Services Committee at the time when sequestration was actually triggered in 2013.
Thank you.
You're welcome for reminding you. How, in your opinion, how has sequestration impacted readiness?
The military, the department plans, they don't plan 6 months out, they plan 5 years out. And if the Budget Control Act had not been passed, let me just say in self-defense, I was the chairman, but leadership had assured us that Admiral Mullen said that the biggest threat was our budget, our financial situation. So while we knew that sequestration, if it happened, would be devastating, we were assured that with the super committee they would be able to be forced into making the tough decisions. What's really sad about the whole thing is all of that is discretionary funding. If you eliminated all of defense spending, if you eliminated all of discretionary spending totally, just kept a building open to send out Social Security checks and Medicare and stuff like that, the mandatory spending, we would cut our deficit down to maybe, the numbers at the time were about $500 billion. So the real elephant in the room is the mandatory spending. So all of this cuts in defense devastated the military, but did not solve our financial problem. And it's still in the same situation. The president said he's not going to look at the mandatory, and that's where the real problem is. So that's what it is. But when they passed the Budget Control Act and passed sequestration because the super committee couldn't achieve what they needed, those 5-year plans went out the window. So if you had the DOD was told in 5 years you will have this much money, and that's what their plan was, and it turned out they didn't get that, and that was about $100 million more this year, what they thought they'd have 5 years ago this year. And so all of the plans that you make, the ships, the planes, all of those are moving. They still have to be paid for. So the biggest place to find savings is readiness. It doesn't show. And I was giving speeches at the time, telling us the world was basically going to come to an end. The big Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop, all of them have these contracts. They would end on January 1st, and it was going to be devastating to our workforce. It was going to be devastating to our military. Well, it turned out the workforce was able to lay people off and actually ended up making pretty good money. The Defense Department, what they did is they kept the contracts going. They kept buying the weapons at a reduced level, but the spending, as Ambassador said, R&D was like, forget that, and readiness went out the window. We have done this, it's in our DNA, it seems like. World War II hit, we were not ready. So we were fighting across North Africa. We had ill-led, ill-equipped, ill-trained people that were just buying time, and we lost so many. Turned around, we did the same thing again, Korea, and then Vietnam. We just do that. And when we get in a situation like this, where we have cut our readiness, where we've decimated our abilities to defend ourselves, when I came to Congress, the strategy was be able to fight 2 major conflicts in different parts of the world at the same time and win. That went back to fight one and hold one, to where now it's whatever we can afford at the time. And so it's really, if we don't get rid of the Budget Control Act and start putting money back into defense, one of these, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, somebody is going to take advantage. They see what's happening in the press. They see how we're fighting amongst ourselves, and they see the difficulties that we're confronting, and they also know our situation, and somebody might test us. And I hope that doesn't happen, because what happens when you run the readiness down, you lose a lot of lives that never should be put at risk.
Ms. Floor and I, sort of touching on that same topic, in 2012 you led the development of the Department of Defense Strategic Guidance, which sort of lays out the global, evolving, changing threat environment. Looking at the budget environment, the readiness right now, do you see any kind of a disconnect between where the threats are, what the threats are, and how the U.S. is preparing or investing in defense?
Well, just because I'm congenitally an optimist, and I have to say something to counter or at least balance the doom and gloom, I want to say that I would agree that the most serious threat to our national security right now is the budget situation and the unpredictability and the lack of investment in not only defense but all of our national security tools. That said, to the extent I want to give some credit to people like Deputy Secretary Bob Work, who has done a yeoman's work with his counterparts in the services to protect some of the seed corn that's really critical for future capability, so that positioning whoever came after this administration to basically now take that seed corn and really accelerate the growth of some of these key capabilities. And so, if we can manage to turn this situation around in the next year and have a more predictable and substantial investment in defense, there are some really good things that are, very much incubating and will be very helpful to us. But when I do see some key gaps. One of the things that I think is most important near term is to reinvest in deterrence, regional deterrence. What should our deterrent, we've made some nice steps in that direction in Europe, but to really set a vision for what do we need to deter a resurgent Russia that's using a different kind of asymmetric or hybrid warfare playbook. What do we need to deter them from coming across a NATO border? We've seen their willingness to come across non-NATO borders. Let's make sure that NATO is well defended. Similarly in Asia, what do we need to deter, defend against the range of threats that, whether it's North Korea with a nuclear missile, or whether it is a China that is, bit by bit, taking steps to unilaterally change the rules-based order, change the status quo. We need to be there. We need to be deterring. It needs to be clear. And then there are whole domains where we are on our back foot. Today, when you look at the space domain, think of, every single person in this room has GPS, and we rely on it every day. That is something that is provided free to you, courtesy of the U.S. military, right? If in a war, one of the first things that's likely to be endangered are our geolocation assets, our communication assets, our intelligence assets in space. Today, we have a Space Force that tracks debris, that tries to make sure things don't hit each other, that creates situational awareness. What we need is a force that can actually command and control in space and operate in space in a time of conflict. We don't have, that's an investment area that is a substantial one. You could go through elements of cyber. You can go through elements that we've let atrophy since the end of the Cold War. CNAS just sponsored a game that looked at what's called the GI-UK gap. And if anybody knows what that is, you get extra bonus points. It's the maritime domain between Greenland, Iceland, the UK. It's where the Soviet subs used to come out. And we had sensor arrays that if you caught them coming out, you could track them all wherever they went. If you missed them coming out, then it was like a needle in a haystack. So that whole area has atrophied in terms of capability, our anti-submarine warfare tracking and capability. So one of the things we did is ran a game that said, let's put the North Atlantic back in North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But we need to invest in those kinds of capabilities that have just understandably been lost since, as the times change. Well, guess what? We have to worry about Russian subs again, I'm sorry to say.
So that talking about reinvesting in regional deterrence reminds me of something that General Dunford said during budget testimony last week. I think it was in his written statement. But he said that he assessed that within 5 years, the U.S. will lose the ability to project power, which he called the basis of how the U.S. defends the homeland, advances U.S. interests, and meets alliance commitments. So I'd ask to all three of you, how critical is projecting power around the world as a defense strategy? Is the perception of a weak U.S. military to both U.S. allies and to adversaries as dangerous as the reality of a weak U.S. military?
If we can't get to the fight, we can't protect our interests and we can't protect our allies. I mean, power projection is the way you get to, we fight away games. That's what, I mean, we hope to. We don't want to fight on our own soil. Power projection is the only way that you can actually put the military in the position to defend our interests and our allies. And there are key investments that need to be made, not only in readiness and not only in numbers of platforms, but what are the capabilities that are on those platforms? We can build all of the Navy aircraft carriers that the Navy wants, but if we don't figure out how to extend the range of the carrier air wing beyond the threat circle that's being created by the enemy, the primary capability of that carrier will not get to the fight. So it's not just counting ships and counting platforms. It is what's on those. And as that technology and that capability going to be decisive in prevailing over an adversary. And I think that's what General Dunford's getting at. If we just sit on our laurels and do nothing, that ability to prevail, that ability to have superiority across the domains is going to atrophy.
Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, this is something that Secretary Hagel first drew attention to several years ago, which we in the National Defense Panel report repeated, which is that our qualitative military advantages in all domains were evanescing. And that is, a huge problem. I mean, I agree with every single word, including and the, that Michelle just said. But I would even go further. I mean, it's so fundamental to our national strategy. I mean, since 1945, we have essentially had a bipartisan strategy of forward defense facilitated by our ability to project power and to maintain a stable balance in Asia and in Europe, and after the Brits left the Middle East in 1967 in the Middle East. And that is being called into question now, really for the first time. There have been plenty of differences between the parties about how that strategy should be executed. But the fundamental strategy has been a strategy shared by both parties since 1945. And so the moment we're approaching here, we always love to say in Washington that we're at an inflection point. Well, I'm here to tell you we are really, really, really at an inflection point now, because the whole strategy that's kept the country safe and kept the world free of a major power war since 1945, which is no small achievement, considering the history of the 20th century, and allowed the prosperity that globally that has brought 2 billion people out of absolute poverty, is at risk.
Mr. Chairman.
That 1945 date that you talk about is important for a lot of reasons. Going into that war, we were not really considered a world power. I was just reading in this book, The Arsenal of Democracy, and Hitler had his industrial machinery up and going, and they were turning out tanks and planes, and they felt that they could take on any power in the world. And we were suffering, had been suffering for years of a major depression. People were out of work, over 17% of our country out of work, and it was really how do we turn this around? Let me just tell you a little bit. On a warm, rainy Thursday evening, it was July 17th in 1941. Brigadier General Brigham Burke Somerville, he was the chief of design, or he brought his chief of design, his staff together into his conference room Thursday evening and said, I have been told we need to build a building. We're very good chance we're going to get into this war, and we've got our Defense Department of War at that time was spread all over D.C. They couldn't get together for meetings. Traffic was bothering them, so he said, we've been told we need to build a building where we can get all these people together. And his chief of design, Lieutenant Colonel Casey, sitting there, and he says, we need a building that's going to be able to house 40,000 people, parking for 10,000 cars. We need 4 million square feet of space. It can be built no more than 4 stories high because we need steel for the war effort. And he says, half of 1 million square feet, 500,000, needs to be ready to go in 6 months. I want the general layout on my desk Monday morning at 9 o'clock. It was. From there, July 24th, President Roosevelt approved the project. August 14th, the project received approval from the U.S. Senate. FDR ordered the site moved to its present location on August 29th. September 11th, the ground was broken at the new site. And on December 7th, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Within a year, they moved into that building. If we were to try doing that right now, First of all, there'd be some endangered species there, and we wouldn't be able to build the building at all. But assuming we got through all of the court fights and everything, World War II would be over, Korea would be over, we'd be somewhere, maybe Vietnam would be over. We have tied our hands with so much bureaucracy, red tape, laws that make it very difficult for us to do anything, that our problems really are ourselves. And we need to learn how to handle those so that we can project power, because right now, people understand that. Outside threats understand that. And we don't want to be, it would be nice to not have to learn the lessons of World War II and Korea and Vietnam all over again. It would be nice to have a deterrent that we were so strong, as Reagan believed, peace through strength. And Eisenhower also, when he left office, said, we need to be so strong that nobody dares attack us. And until we work out our internal problems, as you referred to, we're not going to be able to do that. We don't have now, it used to be a bipartisan bill. When the last defense bill we passed out of committee when I was chairman was 62 to nothing. We did work on a bipartisan way, and I think that committee still has that culture, but not throughout the Congress. And it's because we understand we have financial difficulties, we have to solve those, but we need to learn how to do it. We need to learn how to start working together to solve our problems, because otherwise we're not going to have time. The next war, we're not going to have time to build up an industrial machine. It's going to be come as you are. So it's a touchy situation.
As one of the 26,000 odd people who goes into the Pentagon every day, I will tell you that parking is still a problem at the Pentagon, and they need more than 10,000 spots. Yeah. Speaking of the Pentagon, one issue there lately in the new administration is very few civilian appointees have been nominated and/or confirmed in the past few months. Does that concern you all?
Absolutely.
And why?
Yes.
What impact? What practical impact could that have?
Well, I do think, in a democracy, civilian control is very important of the armed forces, and the first people who would acknowledge this are the people in uniform. They pledged the Constitution. They want to be, in a system where there's clear civilian control. When the Secretary of Defense has no team in place except for a very dedicated but small civil service team, that it's very hard for him to exercise that control in all of the ways that it needs to be in terms of strategy, oversight of planning, oversight of operations, and so forth. So he's kind of home alone. He doesn't have his staff to enable him to do the full-fledged oversight that he needs to be doing as secretary. But I also worry about just the lack of capacity across the agencies to handle a true crisis. If you look at our history, since Eisenhower, in the first year of every American president's or every American administration, you have had a major foreign policy crisis that was at least a real focus of the administration, sometimes a derailing, event for an administration. Right now, when you have a cabinet in place and very few people underneath them, having the capacity to deal with a crisis like that and keep everything else going would be a real challenge. So I am very concerned about the slowness of the appointments. I agree with that, and I know we're running out of time because I could go on at great length about this, but the great constitutional expert, Professor Edwin Corwin, said that the Constitution is an invitation to struggle between the executive and legislative branches over the control of foreign policy. And in the job that Michelle and I used to have, I always thought that the National Security Act of 1947 was an invitation to struggle over the control of national security and military policy between civilians and the military. Now, it's a good-natured struggle, in the best of circumstances. But you really need to have that civilian element in what Elliot Cohen calls the unequal dialogue between civilians and the military. Military organizations, and as Michelle said, I think our military colleagues would be the first to admit this, have their own propensities for error, their own built-in biases, and they know that they need that corrective of civilians, not interfering in the management of actual operations per se, which I think they rightly resent, but in setting the conditions for the actual use of military force and questioning the assumptions in which people are operating. The healthy tension between civilians and the military is absolutely crucial, and it's missing right now because, as Michelle said, the Secretary doesn't have the full complement of his staff. The whole history of the office has been a history of the development of staff sufficient to be able to exercise that function. And right now, it's just not there. And making sure there's a strategy. When you're putting people in harm's way, what's the strategy that what that is serving? And that's what that, the civilian side of the equation brings, or should bring. And that's what worries me most right now.
It's interesting that I like that term healthy tension between the civilians and the military. There's been a lot of attention recently. President Trump has delegated some authorities to the Secretary Mattis that didn't exist under the previous administration. One of those was giving him the power to manage troop levels for Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. And the Afghanistan one coming most recently. You've sat in on national security meetings. You've been a part of these announcements of troops being deployed. There was a lot of criticism under the Obama administration about micromanagement of the Pentagon, but it seems as if maybe President Trump is going in the opposite direction with a more hands-off approach. Does that concern you at all? What's your opinion on that?
If you have a clear set of objectives and a strategy to go after them, delegate in that context where you've set the policy and the sort of right and left limits of the policy, delegating authority to the Secretary of Defense to manage the resourcing of that strategy is fine. What I worry about is absent a strategy and those right and left limits. You have the risk that a White House can become disconnected from the use of military force in its name. And we saw this in the transition from the Bush administration, the first Bush administration, to Clinton. We had troops in Somalia. We sort of lost the bubble as a country about what we were doing there, and it resulted in part in the Battle of Mogadishu and the loss of 18 American lives because the White House was not really paying attention anymore, and it was just going on out there without them really being engaged. So there's a danger of becoming too disconnected, and you want to avoid that just like you want to avoid the problems that come with micromanagement.
I was talking to General Milley a while back, Chief of the Army, and he was asking me what I thought, and what I saw as an outsider, and I related some of the things to him, and he said, it's different when we're in meeting, speaking of the chairman and the Joint Chiefs, when they were in meeting with the president, he said he listens to us, he's engaged, he's asking questions, and frankly, he liked the direction where they were going, and he does delegate to them. I was reading an article just in the last day or two about General Mattis, Secretary Mattis, said that he seems to be the most powerful member of the cabinet right now and is spending more time with the president than any other cabinet member. They have dinner every week, it sounded like, at least once. And so I think he's, I know everybody on the Armed Service Committee and everybody probably that you've dealt with over the years has tremendous respect for Secretary Mattis, and he's known as a warrior, but it's generally the warriors that least want war because they've seen how devastating it is. So I think that he may be setting strategy, but maybe he's just not expressing outwardly the strategy. sometimes I think it's good to not tell our enemies what we're going to do, but that the military people that have to carry out that strategy know what their limits are and what capabilities they have. And it seems to me with that dropping of the bomb to end all bombs and the response back from the chemical warfare, that they kind of know what their limits are and what they're able to do, and they're able to carry out those responsibilities.
Well, and we will have, we're supposed to have a new strategy for Afghanistan coming in the next couple of weeks, so we'll see where that leads. And I'm told we are out of time. I'm getting the red signal, which I guess means 0 time left. So I want to thank my very distinguished and genius expert panel up here, Ms. Michelle Flournoy, Ambassador Eric Edelman, and Chairman Buck McKeon. And thank you all for being here.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see everyone here. We're going to be talking about intelligence today, the state of intelligence in our country as it relates to national security. I'm Dutch Ruppersberger. I was on the Intelligence Committee for 12 years. I was ranking member for 4 years. I'm now on Defense Appropriations and Homeland Appropriations. I'm still doing the same thing, only supplying the money. We have 2 excellent speakers here today, tremendous amount of knowledge. John Brennan, former director of the CIA. He's a legendary individual. He knows his stuff. And also Mike Latter, who is very well respected. He was the former director of NCTC, the Fusion Center. These 2 gentlemen, I've worked with for many years, and they're as good as anybody that I know in the field of intelligence. Unfortunately, we had the deputy director of the National Security Agency who was supposed to be here, but he was called to the White House. So I don't know what the president wants, but that's where he is. So he's with his boss right now. So let's get started right away. We know who you are. You have great bios, but I want the audience to understand what the issues are that are important to us. As far as national security, we know the threats that are out there. We know the China-Russia threat. We know the cyber threat. We know the ISIS-Al-Qaeda threat. We know the weapons of mass destruction threat. This is probably one of the most dangerous times for the world and for our country. And it's so important that, in my opinion, that we have good intelligence, not only within our own intelligence, but with our allies, so that we can help protect the world. So let's get started. Where do you see the state of intelligence as it relates to our country, the past, present, and where do we go in the future? John?
Well, having served in the intelligence community for many years with CIA, I can say that the CIA professionals, along with their colleagues in NSA, DIA, DHS, FBI, other places, are focused on trying to do everything possible to keep their fellow citizens safe. And that is to try to uncover information about threats to our national security. So I know that there's a lot of things happening right now in Washington in terms of the political environment. But my experience has been, when I was at CIA, is that virtually all CIA officers stay focused exclusively on mission. Yes, they are U.S. citizens and they may be concerned about what's happening in the political environment, but I think the health of our community is strong. I think the officers, men and women who serve around the globe, putting themselves at great risk, are doing so because they really understand just how serious the threat is, particularly at this time. Dutch, you rattled off all of the issues that they have to pay attention to. And during my last 8 years in government during the Obama administration, I must say one of the things that I found most challenging was the simultaneity of all of these issues and threats. You go from one issue to the next, and intelligence professionals have to stay adept as well as agile in terms of being able to respond quickly to looming crises. So I feel that the health of the intelligence community from the standpoint of the capabilities, the competence, the dedication of CIA and other intelligence community officers is exceptionally strong.
Well, I basically agree with John, although with George Barnes, Deputy Director of NSA, not coming today, maybe it's weaker since we've got the member of the Probes Committee from Maryland on that end of the panel. But I agree with John, but I'll be a little bit of a contrarian on this. First of all, the people are fantastic. There's no doubt that the intelligence community continues to attract some of the best and brightest into the U.S. government. And that is meant to be comparative. There are lots of good people across the government, but especially at agencies like the CIA and NSA, there's a level of talent that you don't see across the board in the U.S. government. And dedication and focus on a mission, which is really quite impressive. The two caveats I would make, though, is it's very easy for the intelligence community, and sometimes it does, I think, get caught up in the tactical issues of the day because of the demands of policymakers. And it's equally important that I think we maintain the long-term strategic knowledge which is necessary in the intelligence community to understand broader global creeping threats or challenges to the United States. For example, the growing role of China throughout the South China Sea. That's something we focus on, but really understanding the dynamics, the political dynamics of a place like China, or the changes in Saudi leadership. These are a little bit below the fold and really important for us to have focus on. The second place where I'll be a little bit of a contrarian is, I think John is exactly right on the intelligence community's focus on mission and staying focused on that despite the domestic politics. But I am worried that talk of a deep state and this idea that there are these evil bureaucrats in the intelligence community and elsewhere seeking to undermine political leadership is deeply problematic. And over time, if we don't combat that and make clear that's not the case, we will erode, if not the community, we will erode the trust that that community needs from the public and its political leadership.
You know, I think that's a great point. You know, I happen to represent NSA and went through all the issues of Snowden. And I can tell you this, the men and women that work in NSA are very dedicated people. They could care less whether you're ordering a pizza, you have a girlfriend. They're not listening to people's conversations. They all have their mission. And I think with the amount of conversations, probably billions, that they deal with on a regular basis, there have been very few incidents at all. And if they do
do break the law, they could be prosecuted. But let's get into the issue of NSA and our threats. When I was a member of the Gang of Eight, and that's the President of the Senate, ranking the Senate, it's the Leader of the House, the ranking in the House, and then the ranking and majority leader on the House Intel Committee and the Senate. People would say, well, what keeps you up at night? And I say this a lot, but I'd say, well, number one, spicy Mexican food. Secondly, though, weapons of mass destruction. And my big concern is the issue of nuclear weapons. I mean, if Russia, if China, the United States happen to get a nuclear war, that could be the end of the world as we know it. I think we have the defense capabilities at this point to deal with North Korea or Iran, but that's something we have to really focus on. But we then get into the issue of the Russia, China, Iran, North Korea issues. Then we need to look at the Al-Qaeda and the ISIS issues. But let's get into cybersecurity. We know right now, as an example, that China, and we learned this on intelligence, it's not classified anymore, probably is stealing $2 billion a year from us. But they're just stealing. That's China. They are even hacking our fertilizer companies because they're in the fertilizer business. But we had the first destructive attack with Sony, and that was a destructive attack, not only stealing information, but shutting down systems. And that's where a real vulnerability is for our country. And, I think we know with Russia attacking, our country, possibly being in our systems, where do you see the issue of cyber and what do we need to do to deal with the threat of cyber? Both we have to learn from the past, the present, and the future. And I'll give an example. Our .gov right now, our network for the government, is not where it needs to be, and we have a lot of work to do. And I think if you look back 10 years from now, we're still pioneers in that area. Mike, you might want to start with that because I know you dealt with a lot of that in your previous role. Could you discuss the issue of cyber, where you think we need to go? And again, you know this because we just had a conversation. We have to keep innovating on a regular basis because our adversaries are doing the same.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that we, the United States, are in many ways more vulnerable than any other nation on earth to cyber threats. And that's because we leverage technology more than any other country. So we're actually quite good. I think the intelligence community does an outstanding job in understanding the actors out there, describing that threat, explaining that threat, whether it's Chinese, Russian, non-state actors, to policymakers. So I think the intelligence community is doing quite a good job there. But I don't think we yet have the robust government apparatus, nor private sector partnership and private sector understanding to fill all of the holes in the dike that are out there. And as you said, this ranges from critical infrastructure, threats to electrical grids, air traffic management, factories, theft. I mean, it's very hard for people to get their heads around. So in my view, we have to do a couple of things. One, we do have to make sure that the relationship, especially between NSA, but also CIA and FBI, and the technology community is strong, and it took a real hit under Snowden. People have worked to get that better, but we have to continue to partner there. Second, we need to understand that unlike terrorism, the vast majority of the defensive steps that we have to take on cyber are not going to be done even at Fort Meade or Langley, are going to be done by private sector companies across the country.
Let me say this, 80% of the network in our country is controlled by the private sector.
That's right. So it is going to be a private sector solution with deep support from the expertise that exists in the intelligence community. Third, John and I have something in common, and we both experienced the joy of creating a new institution. I got to ride on John's shoulders since he stood up TTIC, the precursor to NCTC.
Why don't you explain what TTIC is?
TTIC was the Terrorist Threat Information Center, which was the precursor to NCTC, and John was the first director at NCTC. So I got to benefit from all of John's work. And building that in the counterterrorism context was unbelievably painful, and John has scars from that, I'm quite sure. But, and it's a tough solution when you have the hardest problem. I think we are there on cyber as well, that we need a more coordinated response in the U.S. government today than we have. And it's not to take away the people who are doing great work. It is just a massive problem. We are going to spend a lot of money, and we're going to have to do it in a sensible, cohesive way. And I don't think our current structure really allows us to do that, especially.
And let me ask you this, too. And, John, I want to get to you on the lone wolf issue. But on the cyber end, Homeland Security is an example. And one of the co-chairs of this Congress, Congressman McCaul, sitting there in the front row, Chairman of the Homeland Security. In my opinion, we need so much more resource, money, and people to work in Homeland Security, whose responsibility is the .gov network. And when we know that other countries are in our systems and attacking us on a regular basis, I think we really have to make this a priority, because the American public aren't aware of how dangerous and how these attacks are occurring on such a regular basis. Do you agree with that?
I don't think there's any doubt that everything we hold of value, we now put in digits, zeros and ones, and almost all of that is vastly less secure than people think.
And one other thing that I want to get to you, John, on is the issue of 702. 702 is a program NSA has responsibility, not in the United States, but foreign. I believe NSA does as much, and as with CIA and some of our other agencies, to protect not only our country, our allies, working with our military in some very, very dangerous places. 702 is the law that gives the ability for NSA to get conversations throughout the world, but not in the United States. And that has to be reauthorized. There's always, issues on both sides. And by the way, just because someone doesn't agree with you doesn't mean they're wrong. And I think that's what's great about our country, the freedom and liberties, and to be able to debate before we pass a law. But I think right now, because this 702 law needs to be reauthorized, do you feel strongly that we need to reauthorize 702 so that we can protect ourselves? And Mike, you might say it, and then John, could you give your opinion on that too before we get to Lone Wolf?
Absolutely on 702, and I think if you look
State
at
why, if you could.
Well, in my view, 702 is the authority to intercept electronic communications, not for U.S. persons, but involving U.S. providers and the like. And that is the design of the internet means that if you're emailing from, say, Syria to Iran, but you're using Gmail, it is very challenging for the U.S. government to get that without an enormous amount of process. And 702 allows the U.S. government to do that with very significant oversight, both executive branch, judicial, and congressional. And in my view, that is a critical tool to stopping terrorist attacks. It is a critical tool for counterintelligence. And if you look at all of the disclosures that have occurred over the past 4 or 5 years, you will not find significant examples of purposeful evasion of the rules. People may not like the rules, but people follow the rules within the intelligence community. And in that vein, I think 702 is a critical tool, and it has not been abused.
Victor Brennan?
I was President Obama's assistant for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism during the first term. I must tell you that the cyber issue, cybersecurity, the digital domain, is the most complex issue that I have ever encountered for many of the reasons that Michael said. Far more difficult on the counterterrorism front because it is a domain, as was pointed out, that the government does not own, and there still is not a national consensus on what the government's role should be in that digital domain. And as we go toward the Internet of Things and we have just so many more dependencies on that environment, it's going to improve our daily conveniences and human condition, but at the same time, it's going to make us very vulnerable to those entities. And it's not just sovereign countries, the Chinas and the Russias, it's those companies, individuals who have the sophistication to take it down. And that's why I've been advocating that there should be an independent commission, something akin to the Manhattan Project, because one day we're going to face a tremendously devastating action inside of that digital domain that is going to really hurt us as a country unless we're able to have what I think needs to be an unprecedented partnership between the private sector and the public sector, because we don't yet agree as a country what the role of the FBI, NSA, intelligence community should be there in that environment. There's great debate, and with unbreakable encryption and other types of things, it now has become a safe harbor for proliferators, terrorists, pedophiles, organized criminals, and the like. And so therefore, 702 is an essential ingredient and tool for the intelligence community to be able to monitor in some degree what's happening in that environment, because that's the devil's playground. And if we don't address it sooner rather than later, we're going to, I think, bear the consequences of it.
And John, you're talking about the ability of shutting down grid systems. There's just so much that we do every day that people don't understand, and not only from a cyber, but also dealing with space, our GPS systems, all these things that are involved with. and yet we need to make it a priority. And that's why we've have this forum here today, just to make sure we come together, we focus on these issues in a bipartisan, bicameral way. I want to get to the issue of terrorism. John, you're one of the top experts in the world on this issue. For many years, those of us in the intelligence community have been worried about lone wolf. Lone wolf doesn't mean just one individual, but a small group. I think we all know that after 9/11, there probably won't be another 9/11 because we have too much intelligence to be able to stop a big attack. But now what's happening, and both Al-Qaeda and ISIS are using social media to recruit, to network, to give orders. It used to be the airplane that was being used, but now it's vehicles. Now it's knives. Now it's guns, small guns. And could you talk about, first thing, if you could, where we are with respect to ISIS? We seem to be doing a good job to take out the caliphate, but there's still these individuals. If you go to the front line in Iraq or Afghanistan, they'll tell you that a lot of these individuals, especially ISIS, are saying, we're fighting for God and they'll fight to the death. And if those individuals leave the Syria, Iraq, they will come to Europe and eventually the United States. And I think this is a real threat that we have to deal with. And if you could give me your opinion on where we are, the status, and where we need to go.
Well, as far as the war against ISIS in Syria and Iraq primarily, I think at their height they had probably about 35,000 or so individuals who were fighting under the banner. It's probably down to about 10,000 now. I think they probably have a quarter of the territory that they had controlled earlier on. So a lot of their economic well-being is being affected by limited territory that they're able to extort and collect taxes as well as to produce oil. I'm confident that they're going to be rolled back in Mosul and Raqqa in the coming weeks, maybe a month or so for Raqqa. But the external operations component of it is going to continue. They have individuals that they reach out to, and that's, as we see a lot of the recent attacks, the lone actors, I call them. I think lone wolves disparages unfairly wolves, because what it is that they are depraved individuals that are irredeemable in my mind. And the leadership of ISIS is a bunch of thugs, murderers, rapists, you name it, and psychopaths. So they're going to continue to try to attract more individuals, but given that their fortunes are declining, I think they're not going to be able to get the same type of foreign fighter input that they've had in the past, but that doesn't mean the threat is going away at all. And as you started out, all the different types of attacks that we have to be worried about within the intelligence community, it goes from aviation, and I must tell you, there's still a fixation on the part of ISIS and Al-Qaeda and others on bringing down an airliner, so they continue to move down that road. They continue to look at some of the operations that they're going to use assault rifles and mow down a lot of people. At the same time, they're exhorting and inciting people to use whatever implement they might have, whether it be a machete or a vehicle or a truck, to kill. And this incitement is having resonance, unfortunately, among a lot of people who are on the fringes of society or disenfranchised. And so this challenge, I think, is going to be a long one. And again, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they're absolutists. They are not going to seek any type of political objectives like the IRA or Palestinian nationalist terrorists in the past. And that's why I think at the core they have to be destroyed. There are a lot of people who have jumped on the bandwagon because they were attracted to it. But I really do think we have to excise the heart of that cancer in order for the limbs of it to wither.
I agree with everything John said. Couple of small points. First, not a small point at all. When the history of this is written in the U.S. and our Western allies are victorious, the CIA and the NSA, to a great degree, the FBI as well, but the CIA and NSA will be a hall of heroes for being at the very tip of that spear and destroying these networks and destroying these organizations. And they deserve an enormous amount of credit from the American people. Thanks from the American people. If you think about the first era of Al-Qaeda, it was a hierarchical network. You get the second, and you're in the world of Stan McChrystal and Bill McRaven. You need a network to take down a network. I think we've moved past that, and we're now in a situation where you rarely even have networks. You have some, but what we have is a movement. And I have to tell you that the U.S. is really good at defeating the hierarchical organization. We get that. We're now very good, 15 years later, at defeating a network. We're really, really bad at stopping a movement. Now, we will be successful, but it takes a different set of intelligence tools and a different set of policy tools than what we're used to. And the battleground really has bringing it back to technology, has become the open internet and the dark web. And we don't yet have those partnerships or the understanding with the companies about how we combat that. Theresa May started driving a lot of that at the G7 with a forum on digital policing, but these are largely U.S. companies, and whether it's end-to-end encryption or policing the propaganda which appears on the internet, which is really fostering violence and recruiting people, this is the next way that we have to combat the movement. And I am fully supportive of funding the CIA and NSA and the military forces that we need to take people off the battlefield and the FBI to investigate. But there is another unfunded army that we need in this, and that is in organizations like DHS and the Office of Community Partnerships. It is in working with state and local communities to understand their Muslim communities and partner with them to try to defeat the radicalization. This is something that Western Europe has had pockets of success, but ultimately has failed. We need to do better than that. The U.S. has luckily been insulated from the worst of this radicalization. We aren't as bad as Western Europe, but we can't count on that forever. And if we continue to alienate some of the very communities with whom we need to partner.
Like which communities?
The U.S. Muslim community. Right. The U.S. Muslim community is the single most important group. And despite what people say, the U.S. Muslim mainstream community has repeatedly condemned attacks, has spoken out on it, and doesn't get coverage. We need to make sure that the FBI, DHS, other federal, state, and local agencies understand those communities, work with the communities just like they work with every other community, and view them as a partner in combating this movement. Because the movement is not just going to be about secret intelligence. It is going to be about getting those communities engaged and fully engaged.
You know, I think an issue, you alluded to it, Mike, is that a lot of the average citizen of the United States sometimes doesn't seem to trust or have confidence in the intelligence community. And I think more so because it's classified and because they really don't know a lot of what they do. And the reason you have classified information is to protect sources and methods. That's the whole purpose. John, you know, you ran a big agency. You've been around for a long time. You know, how can we, from the intelligence community perspective, and I know I said before, when the Snowden thing came out, and I actually represented NSA and the people who work there was a tremendous morale problem because they're doing their job every day. They did nothing wrong, and yet their neighbors are giving them a hard time, or you're listening to me, and that type of thing. What do we have to do to maybe help our heroes, I believe, in the intelligence community throughout the world and within the United States itself to get the public to know what they do and that they're doing things pursuant to our law and our Constitution?
Obviously, we can't talk about the sources of methods or operational activities, but we can talk about the types of things that intelligence officers do, the sacrifices they make. And I know Mike, myself, others, you, Dutch, we've tried to speak publicly, whether or not it's going to universities or going on TV and talking about it, because I think it's very important for the American people to recognize that the investment that they make in the intelligence community, which is modest, quite frankly, for responsibilities we have to cover the world, really is paying enormous dividends in terms of keeping this country safe. And if I can sort of make an adjustment to my first response, which is the impact on morale or what's the health of the intelligence community, I must say a lot of the comments that are made publicly that disparage the intelligence community, including from individuals in government, people who are already in the community, I think they recognize the importance and value of what it is that they do, and so they're going to keep slogging on. My concern, though, is those comments really will deter individuals from coming to the intelligence community and joining the ranks of CIA, because if the value of the intelligence community's work is going to be belittled and demeaned, I think that can have a rather chilling effect on individuals who look to CIA or NSA and say to themselves, is that a worthwhile organization to join? And that's why I think it's critically important, Dutch, for you, Representative McCaul, and others called to do what it is important, which is basically to highlight the tremendous work and the risks that agency officers and other officers of the intelligence community take, FBI, DH, others. They're there in order to do their work. We see that there was a TSA officer who was knifed just yesterday in Flint, Michigan. These are people who every day are trying to make sure that their fellow American citizens are kept safe. So I think it's important for us to be able to speak out as much as possible.
You know, the U.S. is built on an idea of transparency between government and people. And that works really well in almost every part of our government except the intelligence community. And as John said, you can't talk about everything. So in my view, we shouldn't be talking about transparency. We should be talking about translucency. And for those of you who know a little physics, the whole idea of translucency is it's sort of this frosted glass, and you can see the movements, you understand what the rules are, but you can't see every detail. That's what we should be striving for. In my view, this is as much of a crisis right now as cyber. And I agree with everything John said on the need to really look at this comprehensively on cyber. I think we need to do the same thing in this area because we are still living off the bargain that the intelligence community struck with the Congress and the American people from Church Pike in 1978 in FISA, which is we're going to have a couple of select committees of intelligence, we're going to have a FISA court. That's basically going to provide the oversight. And we've added things on since then, the President's Civil Liberties Advisory Board, you know, the PIFIAB, now the PIAB, the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. But the problem is, although they're doing good oversight, they're failing in one huge regard. It's not actually providing the American people with trust and faith that the intelligence organizations are doing what they're doing and doing it right. So even though the oversight is there, people don't believe it. So I think we do need, I'd like to see, sorry, I'm just suggesting commission after commission, but I would love to see a bipartisan commission that takes a step back because the intelligence community is drowning in oversight. So this isn't about more oversight. It's about creating a system that the American people say, I understand. There's a Congressman McCaul. There's a Congressman Ruppersberger. They're watching it. This is what the inspector generals are doing. And there's really an understanding that even though they can't, again, have full transparency, can't see all the details of the work, that they have their trusted delegates who are, and that the intelligence community is following the rules that it's been given by the elected representatives.
You know, the point, those of us do a lot of travel. I was just in Mosul about a month and a half ago, and you have the military that are there that we all respect. But you also had some members from the intelligence community that were there, and nobody talks about them. And yet, there's a tremendous respect for our military, and yet those men and women in their intelligence community, every 3 years they're getting transferred. They're out there all the time. They're not in the United States. Their families are with them other than war zones. And yet, that respect isn't there. And it's something, it's an issue we have to deal with because you know, and John, managing the CIA, you have to give people the resources to do the job, but they have to feel good about their job, that they're making a difference. And what do you see the difference, or what else could we do to help as it relates to that one issue, as far as morale within the intelligence community and the fact that people sometimes don't trust them?
Well, quite frankly, doing something like this on a bipartisan basis is really something that I applaud and is necessary and, quite frankly, overdue in some respects. Because I must tell you, in my experience as a member of the intelligence community over the course of the years, working for 6 presidents, 3 Republican, 3 Democratic, with different majorities in the House and Senate, I increasingly felt that the intelligence community and CIA was being battered by one side or the other for political purposes. And unfortunately, I think the partisanship has seeped into this national security environment. And Dutch, I give you great credit. You and Mike Rogers, when you were at the HIPSI, I think it was an example of the bipartisanship that is necessary. And so the more that our elected members of Congress can come together, at least on national security issues, but I must tell you, I felt that there was a lot of partisanship. I was getting hit by the left and the right, and depending on what the issue was. And I just think that the more that you can work together, it's going to send a strong signal to the members of the intelligence community that we value, respect your work. You're going to do your oversight, and you have to do it, and you have to do it in a very vigorous way. But that doesn't mean that you use the CIA or NSA as a political football to score political points. And that's something that I think has to come to an end, and that's why I made a special point to come here today, Dutch, because it is a bipartisan effort.
Well, John, I agree with what you're saying. We have a lot of work to do here on the partisanship in Washington, but you know, it's again those people out there that are protecting us on a regular basis, and you know, we just have to stand behind them in some way.
Well, again, John is eloquent and emotional, and appropriately so. I mean, we should all be emotional about this because all of our oxes will get gored if we destroy what we have. Because we have the world's greatest intelligence community. Truthfully, we also have, by far, the world's most overseen intelligence community. John, I think will echo this. We'd go and speak to our foreign counterparts, and they'd go, "You have to go through what?" I mean, every other service, even in Western Europe, they can't believe the degree of oversight that we have. And that's a good, healthy thing. You just want it to have positive results. And if we start talking about the intelligence community, fraud, hoax, fake news, et cetera, again, all of our oxes will get gored because there will come a time where one party or the other or the United States needs a credible statement about what our best analysis says, what the facts are, whether it's WMD in a country or a Chinese cyber extravaganza or fill in the blank with the next threat. We as Americans need to make sure that our country has trust and faith in the people that we've empowered to do this sort of work.
You know, you talk about our allies, and after the Snowden issue, I know Mike Rogers and I had to go testify before the European Union. And what most of our allies in Europe have as a system is that the Parliament does not oversee intelligence at all. So they aren't involved in the classified information. It's usually the administration, which, by the way, when the administration just alone oversees that, they're not getting the checks and balances that we do have here. And yet, let me say this too, when you don't get the information, their Parliament is concerned. And when you go meet with the intelligence people, you know this over there, they love us. They say, stay with us. Give an example with the issue of Merkel. And yet, you know, the people there, if it weren't for you, the United States, we couldn't protect our people. And that's important that we know that. And that's because we are the best, I believe, in what we do in intelligence. And a lot of it's because of the people in leadership.
Hey, Dutch, can I add one thing which I think is important to say in the current environment? I condemn in the strongest possible terms the leaking of classified information.
No question.
Inappropriate, dangerous, should not happen, hurts our investment, hurts our people, puts people at risk. Full stop. The one way you can guarantee continued leaks, no matter how good your policing is politicization of the intelligence community.
Yeah.
Because people, there will always be a relief valve, and people will use that. So the single best way, in my view, other than policing and arresting and prosecuting, to stop the leaks, which are reprehensible, is to try to get the intelligence community off the political debate stage. And they will shut up and do their job, which is what they should.
And I know, John, you had some experiences with that, but you handled it well in the end. I want to talk about workforce because that's important, our younger generation, as it relates to intelligence, but especially in the area of cybersecurity again. We need to promote STEM education. We know that. We have a younger generation that is a lot more sophisticated than people like me, at least. You know, if I have a problem with my iPhone, I go to the youngest person in my office to deal with it. But where do you see, you talked about we want people to go into the intelligence community. We want them to go there because they like the job, but also because they want to make a difference for their country. And if we don't have intelligence, I think we're in trouble. I believe intelligence is the best defense we have against terrorism and these threats that are out there. Do we have any ideas? I guess, John, we start with you because you manage CIA, about where we are, where we need to go as far as getting the younger generation into the intelligence community and what we're looking for. And one thing I'd like you to address, too, is we have to worry about what they call the cyber dust. Because when you are being investigated for a job, if you say or have done certain things and you put it in your emails or whatever, you could be disqualified. So could you address that issue?
Yeah, when I left CIA on January 20th of this year, I felt really good about the type of people that we were attracting into CIA, some of the best and brightest. And that was the real important thing for CIA, is to get people in the door. Because once you get in the door, you're just fascinated with the work, and it becomes an affliction. And I keep coming back to national security because it really gives one a purpose and a meaning for what you do. And also, you work with some of the world's greatest experts and minds and brains. And that's why I think it's critically important to continue to hold up the intelligence community profession as something that people should really aspire to. I was in Warrensburg, Missouri, at Central Missouri University the other day, talking to Boy State, about 1,000 junior high school students. who really want to understand what it is that they can do to contribute to their community and to this country. And being part of the intelligence community, being part of CIA is really quite special. We have to continue to treat it as being special. And so we get people with tremendous, technical skills and capabilities. You can do things inside of CIA that you can't do, elsewhere. We have 63 professions within. I keep saying we because I still feel as a part of it. But that's why I think it's critically important to continue to focus on all the good things that the intelligence community does for this country so that we can make sure that our children, our grandchildren are going to look to it as a profession to pursue.
Mike?
I think, in my experience, we did not have problems getting the best and brightest into NCTC, in large part because we stole them from John at CIA. But we did have problems with the workforce that have to be addressed. First of all, it was way too hard to get rid of the people who were the dregs. Really hard to fire people, and that's got to be streamlined. Because
They weren't CIA officers.
No, never. But you have to, in any job, any business, you've got some people who are underperformers, and it's really hard to move them out in the U.S. government writ large and the intelligence community more specifically. That's got to be changed in my view. Second, as much as you can still capture the excitement of the college graduate and the recent graduate school person coming into the intelligence community, the U.S. government still basically manages its workforce like it's 1952, and someone's going to go do 30 years with IBM. And that's great. If we can keep people for 20, 25 years, fantastic. But a lot of people who are entering the workforce now don't want that. They're looking for a 5-year gig or a 3-year gig. And we have to, in my view, get much, much better at allowing for a back and forth between the U.S. government and the private sector. That's especially true on technical jobs. We need to create that two-way valve, because otherwise we're going to lose too many people who will continue to contribute either the private sector or come back to government. We don't have that system.
Well, that's a great point. And Mike, you've went to the private sector, but now we're losing a lot of the younger generation. And one of the reasons is more money. But I mentioned I represent NSA. There are people that come to NSA and they get out of their car in the parking lot and they have to walk 45 minutes. Yeah. So believe it or not, one of my highest priorities, you would think, and we're all focusing on the equipment that we need there at NSA, but one of my highest priorities is to have a garage built so that these people who are coming every day don't have to walk 45 minutes in the rain and the snow and whatever. And that's an issue.
And Dutch, also, they hate walking in the rain, which, hey.
Or snow or
But
whatever.
What they really hate is leaving their phone outside, which they should do thanks to cyber threats, but sitting down at their computer and having, in some ways, access to less technology and less information than they're at home. So not only do we have to get the people going back and forth, I'm not just worried about keeping people in government for 20 years. I want the person who's at Google or Facebook or wherever else to come in and do 2 years in government. We need to create that path. And when they come in, we need to make sure that they have technology that really fits their outside experience. And that's less about having good technologists, because I think we have that across the U.S. government. And it is more about fixing the acquisition system, which makes it so hard to get that acquisition in. Last recommendation.
And the human resources, too.
Yes.
Too bureaucratic.
Absolutely. Last recommendation. With the creation of the DNI, we had a requirement that no one could become a senior intelligence service officer, an SIS or an SES, if they didn't do a joint tour of duty. We ought to expand that no one can become an SES officer without going out and working in the private sector for at least a year.
Is it true that Google now has a sliding board with craft beer at the end to recruit people?
I'm sure of it. Listen, we need our leaders in government to understand how the private sector works, how they can partner, and create those pathways back and forth. That's what our workforce will do.
We're coming to an end now, but I just want a quick opinion from both of you. We know what's out there. We know the Iran, all the threats that are there. It seems that General Mattis has been focusing a lot on probably the biggest threat we face today is North Korea. At this point, do you have an opinion on how we should handle that, John, and then you, Mike? And then we'll have to, I think you're giving me the hook, right? 2 minutes or whatever, okay.
Well, I think we have to handle it very carefully because North Korea not just has ballistic missile capability and a nuclear stockpile that we need to be concerned about, but it has tremendous amounts of artillery that, if it so chose, it would could devastate Seoul and kill tens of thousands, if not more.
Including 30,000 American soldiers.
That are on in South Korea. So it is something that I think needs to have a high priority within this administration. I agree with it, that we can't keep doing the same thing that we've done for the last 20 years, because it's the proverbial frog in the boiling pot, and one day it's going to jump out. I cannot envision a stable East Asia with Kim Jong-un in position for the next 50 years, given that he's 30 some odd years old. He is somebody who I don't think is going to be deterred from this march. I think we have to be very clever in terms of how it's dealt with, and I do believe that we need to employ all of our tools, short of military action, but if military action is going to be required at some point, I know we're able to do it. But that's where we have to work very closely with the other countries in East Asia, China, Japan, South Korea. But this is something that deserves the full attention. And I know Jim Mattis, who's a tremendous patriot and capable officer, I know he's giving this the appropriate amount of attention.
I agree with John. I think we're basically on the right path, as tough a path as that is. The only two points I would make is we have to make sure that our voice, our messaging is 100% consistent from the president on down, because consistency and clarity is critical when you have such a hair-trigger man on the other side. Second, we really do, I would just echo John, have to make sure that we are doing this hand in glove with the South Koreans at every step. And we have to make sure that our degree of pushing for a solution does not get out in front of our South Korean friends and allies.
Well, look, I want to thank you. John, you came in from New York. You made it right on time. Thank goodness the Excella was working today. Mike, thank you. Again, these are two of the finest gentlemen, most knowledgeable people that I've worked with in the intelligence community. I hope we can keep having you back every year. Congressman McCaul and I and Senator Rubio and Senator Coons are going to attempt to do this on an annual basis. And again, bipartisan, bicameral, USA first, national security. And it's very important. I'm glad you're here. Sheila Jackson-Lee, front row, thanks for being here. And we appreciate that from Texas. So we're going to conclude this now. I hope you've learned something. And again, I hope we can see you this time next year. Take care.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for the panel discussion on restoring transatlantic alliances. Appreciate you being here. I know it's been a long day and a very exciting day. I want to first introduce our panel, and I'll be very quick because I know we're a bit short of time. But I want to start with the Honorable Paula Dobrinsky, Ambassador Kristen Silverberg, Julie Smith, and Professor Charles Kupchan. Just briefly, Ambassador Dobrinsky is the senior fellow at the Future of Diplomacy Project at Harvard's Kennedy Belfor Center. She serves as a distinguished national security chair at the U.S. Naval Academy, and from 2001 to 2009, Undersecretary of State for Democracy and Global Affairs. She was a lead negotiator on U.S. climate change policy. Ambassador Kristen Silverberg, Managing Director of the Institute of International Finance. She served as U.S. Ambassador to the EU from 2008 to 2009 and led a mission of 100 diplomats from 8 federal agencies. From 2005 to 2008, she oversaw $3.5 billion in U.S. contributions to the UN. She served in Baghdad in 2003 and clerked for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Dr. Charles Kupchan, Professor of International Affairs in the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. From 2014 to 2017, he served as Senior Director for European Affairs on the National Security Council under the Obama White House, Director of European Affairs on the NSC during the first Clinton administration, and author of No One's World, The West, The Rising Rest, and The Coming of Global Turn, as well as The End of the American Era. Welcome. And finally, Julianne Smith, Director of the Transatlantic Security Program at the Center for the New American Security. Julie served as the Deputy National Security Advisor to Vice President Biden from 2012 to 2013, later acting as the National Security Advisor for Vice President Biden. She also was over at the Pentagon at OSD, Director of European and NATO Policy for the Secretary of Defense. She managed the Pentagon's bilateral relations with 31 European countries. Welcome to my panelists and welcome to you all. I want to start the discussion with an open question that I think I'll pose to the group. Are we witnessing the end of the World War II, post-World War II order? And what concerns you most right now in terms of what you're seeing in terms of the historic forces at work? Paula.
I'll begin. Thank you, and delighted to be here. I would put it this way. We're not witnessing the end of the order, but the international liberal order is definitely being challenged. It's been challenged, in fact, years back, starting with President Putin when he went to the Munich Security Conference in 2007. At that time, he challenged the very Western values, the institutions, and even the alliances, and started with a speech that addressed the disassociation from what has existed as a framework post-World War II, post-Cold War, and that has preserved peace, stability, and security for decades. And it's not only President Putin. You also see the Chinese, and there are others, basically challenging the values, challenging the alliances, and challenging the institutions. So I would say that this time it is absolutely, it's very important, it's essential that the community, international community at large, and certainly the United States, our allies, that we speak up about our moral commitment, our commitment to these values, to our alliances, because they matter, because we know it works and it's preserved peace, fundamental peace and security.
Well, as Defense Secretary Mattis said recently, that if NATO didn't exist, we'd have to create it. So, okay, Kristen.
I guess in addition to the important points Paula made, there are special tensions in Europe, particularly, especially following on the Euro crisis. You know, as you all know, the European Union had its origins in sort of the 1950s around this concept of tying Europe's economies together as a way of making it harder to go to war. And that's proceeded, you know, basically we've had this 3/4 of a century of increasing integration, and the Euro crisis really exposed some remaining important divisions within Europe, divisions between Eurozone countries and non-Eurozone countries, divisions between the European periphery, which of course has suffered in particularly economically, and so-called core, really Western and more affluential countries of Europe. And we saw this really culminate in the Brexit vote, where the UK, there are a number of different issues that drove that, but one of the big ones was the UK understanding that a lot of the power in Europe was shifting from EU institutions to Eurozone institutions, and really was making it very hard for UK to think of itself as a long-term leader in Europe. Then on top of all that, all the difficult issues around immigration, in immigration, this concept of free movement of people in Europe really came out of this idea of a single market and the idea that you could have people moving from areas of high employment to areas of low employment. But over time, that's evolved into kind of a concept that's less about labor mobility and more about a European citizenry, about blurring borders. And the UK public, I think, understandably has resisted that idea. And so all of these things are, I think, they're long-standing tensions, but really exposed by the Euro crisis and the immigration issues.
Charles?
I think the answer to your question, Jennifer, is we don't know. But the fact that you have to ask the question as the first question speaks volumes. And I'm more concerned about the internal threats to the order than I am about the external threats that Paula mentioned, because they've always been there. First it was Imperial Germany, and then it was Nazi Germany and fascist Japan, and then it was the Soviet Union, and now it's Putin and Al-Qaeda. We've always been able to deal with those threats and defend ourselves and what we stand for. But what is most surprising to me today as we meet here is the internal weakness that we are witnessing. And I'll just offer one anecdote. This order, this liberal world order that we all sort of know what it is, although it's elusive, was built by and has been defended by two primary countries, the United Kingdom and the United States, starting in roughly 1815. First Pax Britannica, then Pax Americana. It's based on constitutional order, rule of law, human rights, dignity, free trade, multilateral institutions. One of those countries has just voted to leave the European Union and is likely to be tied up in political knots for the foreseeable future. The other country, ours, seems to be unable to make up its mind whether it wants to defend that order or bring the order down. And we have daily fights within the White House and on our airwaves about whether we're committed to multilateral institutions. Are we committed to free trade? Are we committed to open immigration and pluralist societies? No one in this room can answer those questions because it's very much a work in progress. But I'm convinced that if we get through this rough patch, and if Europe gives us some time to figure out what we're up to, this order that we built and that we sacrificed so much to build will make it, and we will meet down the external challenges. If we are screwed up internally and our liberal democratic institutions are stumbling, then I'm afraid we're not going to be able to meet those external challenges.
Thank you. Julie?
I do believe that the system that we established some 70 years ago is under considerable strain. And I think we've covered a lot of the reasons behind that strain here already. Internal challenges, our public's asking about the utility of these institutions and questions about whether or not they meet the needs of everyday citizens. And then external challenges, the Russians and others openly challenging and undermining democratic institutions and many of the other institutions that make up the rules-based order.
But there's something else. There's also the array of threats that we face today that range from cyber to strategic communications to energy coercion, for which these institutions are ill-equipped, at least for now. We're hoping they're all trying to adapt and reform themselves and take on these new challenges. But the reality is that neither NATO nor the EU really have all the tools that they need to deal with a challenge like disinformation or a cyber hack or the weaponizing of information or, again, energy challenges, and the list goes on and on. So in addition to those internal questions by our publics on both sides of the Atlantic about why do we still have these institutions, are they outdated, they feel rusty, creaky, and no longer relevant in many ways for what we're facing today, I think we have to get at the heart of that debate and engage our publics and shift the narrative a little bit, but we also have to kind of fortify the system against those external challenges that are stemming from Russia and China and other actors.
And Julie, do you think that the external threat posed by a country, for instance, Russia, which was the basis for the formation of NATO in the first place, is that going to be enough to unite Europe?
Well, I do think that Putin in particular has had an interesting impact. You know, just if you look at the question of defense spending, the United States has been begging our European allies to do more on defense for decades. Countless secretaries of defense and presidents have been berating our allies on that point. What got their attention most of all was Putin going into Crimea in 2014. And that was when NATO was able to hold a summit and actually stop the bleeding. And since then, we've turned around the trend. They're still not spending enough, and we should keep at them. And I think, you know, I certainly agree with President Trump in pushing them to do more. But Putin is one way to focus the minds of Europeans, but I think, honestly, the lackluster response they've seen so far from Washington about Trump's views about NATO, about the European Union, is also helping them almost get their act together in unexpected ways, paired with Brexit. And so we may see, depending on how the German election goes this fall, that Franco-German engine starting up again, and maybe, just maybe, driving the EU forward and Europe forward in a way that will make them more willing and able to take on global challenges.
Paula, and then Kristen.
I think there are a number of factors at work. First, I would go back to the point, I think that what's happening is a challenge to this order, and it isn't like the ones of the past. It isn't, in terms of whether it's external and internal. But there's a second factor that's also at play, and that has been a kind of complacency. You know, we have always relied on our alliances, our institutions, on these values. And, you know, Julianne mentioned the fact of our publics. I think both here in the United States, but also in Europe, there has been an outlook that institutions haven't lived up to the kinds of values and for what we want. And let me give one quick example in the case of Europe and the EU, because I get an earful about how rigid the EU is and how it has not reformed itself. In terms of Euro growth, if you start a small business in Europe, you can get your loan from a bank, period. There aren't hedge funds, there aren't private equity firms. You don't have that kind of broad access for resources. And so, you know, in terms of a rigidity and a lack of flexibility, that has been problematic. I'm only giving one example, but of course, growth matters to communities, to citizens. So here, I think there have been a number of factors. Definitely the threats that have emanated from Russia, the aggression. When you think about it in this century, the blatant and illegal annexation of Crimea and then the aggression into eastern Ukraine, and then compounding that with a type of a rigid structure that doesn't promote growth. So there have been questions there, and then that has produced strains. And I'll add just one other point, because of Julianne's comments. You know, on this whole question about NATO and where is NATO going and where countries are. It's interesting, the administration has announced that President Trump is going to Poland next week. You know that he gave a speech in Brussels. In that speech, there was a lot of commentary afterwards. I found it interesting reading a colleague of ours. Some of you may have read him, Michael O'Hanlon and David Gordon. Michael O'Hanlon's from the Brookings Institution and David Gordon from the Eurasia Group. They have not been supporters of the administration. And they argued, you know, you need to look at what the actions are. And here in that Brussels speech, there was a clear indication of what are the steps that need to be taken and should be taken. There was a commitment to basically not leaving our allies in the lurch. And then it was stated very clearly when the Romanian president came. I think what is important here is that we are in dialogue, that we do have this kind of interaction. I think it's a very good thing that the president is going to Poland, because Central Europe in particular has been very concerned about its security. The fact that our troops are the forward deployment, they're in place, Poland, the Baltic states, those kinds of actions matter greatly. They speak volumes.
And that's new, by the way, this deployment to those Baltic states and the exercises there. That is a new move in the last few years. So, Kristen.
I think it's a fair point that when you look operationally, the U.S. is continuing to support NATO, showing this sort of enhanced deterrence capabilities in the Baltics, and that's important. But I would like to see the president be crystal clear from his own mouth about U.S. commitment to Article 5. To me, I completely agree that it was appropriate for the president to weigh in on the need for better burden sharing in Europe. And of course, that's a issue on which all of his predecessors agree. But there's a real forest for the trees problem, because the deterrence value of Article 5 is worth a lot more than any additional spending we're going to get out of Europe. And so to me, the one thing he needs to do is sort of constantly, and particularly in light of the background, he needs to constantly reiterate U.S. commitment to that. And I will also say that the more he does that, the more effective the U.S. will be in helping to shape the ways that Europe spends additional defense resources, because there are two issues. One, in Europe, there's the question about the lack of resources. But the fundamental thing we care about isn't really the inputs, it's the outputs or the capabilities. And it would be quite possible for Europe to increase defense spending without actually dramatically improving its mission readiness, its number of deployable forces, number of actual deployments. We want Europe to spend money in a way that's going to be focused on equipment, on R&D, on things that are actually going to materially improve capabilities, not on just sort of throwing more money at personnel. And the more supportive we are of NATO, the more we make sure our continued sort of abiding commitment to the alliance, the better able we're going to be to help them think about how to prepare for sort of next generation warfare.
Do you think that the president's style might be misinterpreted by allies and even by experts here in the States who are analyzing his trip, for instance, to NATO and to Europe? For instance, he didn't articulate that he was supporting Article 5, and he X'd that line out of his speech when he was in Europe. But then standing in the Rose Garden next to the Romanian leader, he did articulate that he supported it. And I was on the trip with Defense Secretary Mattis when he was sent to Brussels. I just wonder if sometimes what the president is trying to do is keep his negotiating hand playing a little bit coy, and it is sometimes, is it helpful? Is it harming relationships? Is it confusing allies?
I think there has been some confusion, in part because Mattis and Tillerson will say one thing and the White House says something else. But I do think that the last few weeks, despite the flap after the trip, have been good weeks in terms of clarifying where we stand on some of the bread and butter issues that we've all been talking about. Because the EU has just rolled over sanctions. The Trump administration announced its own targeted sanctions.
Against Russia.
This is all against Russia. This building is putting forward legislation, back House and Senate, on additional sanctions against Russia. And the president said, okay, Article 5 stands. And so I think we've had clarity over the last few weeks after a period when there was uncertainty about the relationship with Russia. Were we going to stand by Ukraine? And also, I think, as you said, When you look at programmatic policies that are now being implemented, the deployment of what's called the Enhanced Forward Battalions, the 3 Balts in Poland, we decided to deploy a new armored brigade, in Europe on a rotational basis, but it will be there constantly. And so reassurance has moved into deterrence. Oh, and the other thing that just happened is that the president met with Poroshenko.
Yes.
I think several people leaned on him and said, you know what, it wouldn't look good if you meet Vladimir Putin before you meet Petro Poroshenko, and he rose to the occasion. But again, just to circle back, I'm not worried about these issues. I am. I'm also a lot worried about the Russian penetration, not just of our elections, but especially in Europe. They're everywhere. They're in NGOs, they're in the media, Sputnik, Russia Today. They are very effective in getting out their message. But I do think that when it comes to talking about the Atlantic order and its future, we also do have to figure out how to make sure our citizens earn a living wage. What are average Americans, Italians, Brits, and French people going to do in 2025? If we don't answer that question, then we are going to continue to see the populist discontent that it makes it hard for people to govern. Right now, I think Europe has benefited from a reaction against it. The French election was very important in that respect. But I do think that they should not see Macron's election and the restoration of the Franco-German coalition as, whew, we're out of the woods. Because the bottom line is that there is still a very strong undercurrent of anti-EU sentiment, of populism, and unless we all collectively tackle these deeper problems of unemployment, stagnant wages, figure out where we are in immigration, I think we're gonna continue to face these problems from within as much as from without.
Paula?
May I jump in again?
Of
I just, you've enumerated a lot of very, good things, I think, and things that indicate that actions, and that's what many of these countries are looking for. That's why I mentioned, and you mentioned, the forward deployment, because that is absolutely crucial to particularly the countries on the front line who are very concerned about any kind of future aggression emanating from Russia. But let me add another one, because looking out at all of you, and that is, coming off of the last administration, you had the European Deterrence Initiative. And this administration has upped that figure. Again, that's where I think it's not just only about Article 5, which the president did reassert in the Rose Garden, but also in Brussels said, we are going to make sure that, we're going to have your back, essentially. Those weren't the precise words, but as cited in the, not only in his remarks, but as I've mentioned in the op-ed written by 2 people who were not supporters of the administration, but citing that those words and actions reassured them. I think that countries in Europe are going to look at those details. That's what really matters here, is the bottom line.
Let's talk about Brexit and what led to Brexit and how the U.S. should relate to Europe and the U.K. in the wake of Brexit. Would anybody like to start? Julie, you were at the EU.
Go ahead. Be happy to. In the run-up to Brexit, there were sort of 2 different strains of argument which were never really reconciled. There was the sort of Tory free market argument that we can free ourselves from some of the oppressive EU regulations, deregulate, make ourselves a more powerful trading economy. And then on the other side, there was the more sort of nationalist, Eurosceptic, anti-immigration group. And in my mind, of the 2, the actual economic arguments were the least realistic, because the second Brexit happened, it became clear that actually the cost of deregulating or competing with Europe in terms of sort of tax rates would mean that the UK would lose access to the single market. And so if you're just voting on sort of economic issues, Brexit isn't a very good gamble, and we're starting to see that in some of the sort of predictions about the trajectory of the UK economy. And I think some of that was true in the general election. I think some of that was sort of voters, including voters in London, kind of moving to Labour in part out of awareness of this issue. The other issues, as I mentioned earlier, I think on the other side, there's an assumption sometimes in circles in Washington that these kind of voters aren't, that they don't understand the consequences of Brexit. And I think actually they were more realistic on understanding. As I said, I think there are legitimate grievances in the UK about sort of democratic deficit. So the EU is made up of some institutions that operate like an international organization with kind of member states sitting around the table, trading interests. But there are some institutions that are unaccountable to the member states, and in the case of the Commission, unaccountable to the voter. And there was a sense, I think, for lots of, not just British voters, but voters throughout Europe, that they were sort of losing their tie to, that so many of the decisions about their lives were getting moved to European institutions. They were losing control over them, and some of them had core questions of kind of their national futures. So to me, Prime Minister Cameron went into the Brexit negotiations with basically a case that the EU needs to be focused on the single market, and the single market needs to be competitive around some of the issues that Paula raised. I thought he had a legitimate case on both points, and Brussels' response was largely sort of indifference, and I think, didn't take him up on the opportunity. None of this is to say that Brexit is the right choice for the UK or the right choice for the US in terms of our interests in Europe, but it is to say that the EU bears some of the responsibility for the outcome.
What are some examples of how the EU, I remember traveling in Europe recently and hearing just outrageous examples of the way the EU tried to manage farmers and the resentment. I don't think Americans can understand how resentful people in Europe have become of the EU.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot around the sort of common agricultural policy issues, but there's also, every 6 months or so, there's some example of a proposed regulation coming out of Brussels. The famous one when I was in government was on bananas, but there are things like on how olive oil is served on a restaurant table. And typically, these things bubble up in the news and then get defeated. I mean, typically, they don't make it all the way through the system. But if you're European and you're reading this, you have this sense there are some distant bureaucrat. You can't see who's making decisions regarding kind of the most detailed aspects of your life. I like to say sometimes that the European Union is about the size of the British Empire at its height, but it behaves like a city council, that it really, really wants to get down into the weeds. And I think for lots of Europeans, they identify more as British or French or German citizens than they do as Europeans. And I think that as much as, as many values as there are, as much value as there is in European integration, and particularly the single market, Brussels needs to find a way to accommodate that.
I'll give another example. The one area I mentioned earlier was if you have a business and how you get a loan, which really affects a lot of people's lives, and no matter what country you're in. And because you want your country to go, you want to grow, you want your community to grow, and you want to grow your own business. And I think at least the good news is, that's being looked at. And I think there's a real recognition that there have to be reforms. But another key area is the energy area. And I find this time and again. And the reason why is because, particularly if you look at the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, many of them have large coal reserves. They want to meet the EU metrics in this case. They want to do the right thing. But then how do you do it in a way? Do you shut down your coal plants and have a massive group of people unemployed? How do you transition? And many of them have been trying to push the EU to have a more diversified approach in going forward, and that it has to be, they want to meet the targets, and they want to do this, but they want to do it in a way where they're not economically strangulated. And I hear this all the time from many of these countries. And by the way, the interesting thing is, I mentioned before, the administration, the president is going to Poland before he goes to the G20 meeting in Hamburg. He's in Poland. He's going to be delivering a speech at what is called the 3 Cs Summit. Poland and Croatia have put forth a very innovative energy initiative, and in which they're trying to, by the way, galvanize and protect themselves from the eastward strains and provide energy security for themselves, but also look at cost effectiveness in energy throughout Europe and provide the kind of infrastructure that will make a difference to each of them. It's a great idea. It's one that's supported by an institution I also have an association with, which is the Atlantic Council. But I'm delighted that the administration is supporting it, that the president's going. But that's another graphic example, the energy area, where there just hasn't been enough flexibility to try to accommodate some of the challenges in Europe today.
So before we move on to the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the U.S. decision to pull out, I'd like to ask Charles or Julie, is it possible that there are good opportunities for the U.S. in the wake of Brexit for unilateral trade with Europe? And will the U.S. perhaps benefit more in the wake of Brexit? Or is there another way to be looking at this change in Europe?
I mean, I think from an American perspective, whatever the pros or cons of the British decision, it's a losing proposition for us in two respects. One is that there is no country in the world with whom we are closer in terms of geopolitical perspective and general orientation than the United Kingdom, going back to the 19th century. And we will lose from not having their voice in Europe. And one of the issues that we debated at the end of the Obama administration was who can we reach out to represent our views in the European Union? Will Poland do it? What about Spain? What about the Nordics? So this is something that we need to worry about. And the second is that, this in general, this will not be good for the United Kingdom. From a material perspective. I mean, it may be the right thing to do in terms of sovereignty and immigration, but from an economic perspective, they're going to take a huge hit, right? 44% of British exports go to the EU. They're probably going to leave the single market, and that means they're going to lose access. So,
does that leave room for the U.S. to move in for more unilateral trade?
there may well be a bilateral free trade deal between the UK and the US, and that can only be negotiated legally once the Brits have left the EU and the customs union, because that prevents countries from negotiating their own trade deals. But is it going to be better than what they have via the EU? We are hopefully going to see some kind of free trade initiative with the EU. And does Britain alone have more or less negotiating power when it is by itself, or when it is a member of a bloc that is the largest market in the world?
I think, yeah, what many people miss is that we're going to have this gap, that we cannot move forward with the UK until they complete the Brexit process. And we're going to have a period of time, we're estimating it's going to be about 2 years, but who knows how this is actually going to unfold in practice, where we have both our partners in Brussels entirely consumed with this exercise when the world's on fire, and Russia, as you noted, is all over the European continent. Plenty of challenges for us to take on together, including counterterrorism. And we, in fact, route a lot of our counterterrorism cooperation through the EU-US relationship. And so we'll have a distracted Brussels. Maybe we'll get that Franco-German engine started again, and there'll be some movement, and they will take some useful decisions, particularly in the area of foreign policy. But, I have my doubts. And in terms of London, we'll have the similar situation there. Now we have a weakened Theresa May. Also overwhelmed with what's happening domestically from a counterterrorism perspective, but also coping with Brexit at a time when we need strong partners on the other side of the Atlantic. So this ultimately does not spell good news for any of us, in my mind. And even at the end of the day, if we get to a strong bilateral agreement with the UK, it just feels very far away right now.
Kristen, do you see any room in this schism between the UK and Europe for more U.S. trade to Europe?
I would actually, in an ideal world, I would like to see a trilateral negotiation. There are legal restrictions on kind of formal negotiations between the U.S. and the UK, but informal discussions could start any time. I think there are real capacity issues because the UK hasn't had trade negotiators or a need for one. And so I think there are capacity and attention problems. But when we get past that, to me, you know, the basis, the sort of fundamental focus of the TTIP negotiations with Europe were really about regulatory harmonization. We have sort of very low tariffs. It really was about making our kind of regulatory systems, ensuring that our regulatory systems weren't creating unnecessary barriers to trade. And that would be the exact same issue we would take up with the UK. And I think there's, you know, it wouldn't make sense to sort of negotiate two different kind of regulatory approaches with the UK and Europe. So in my mind, the best thing would be sort of bilateral negotiations with the UK with an open door to Europe to participate if they want to. And I think that might also have the advantage of having them play a little more nicely together, because it would add to the incentives. You know, it would say basically if you can get to an agreement on these things, the advantage that comes along with more access to an attractive U.S. market. So I would really hope we could use this as a way of kind of bringing the circle back together.
And by the way, just one quick footnote to this, because again, looking at the audience, I understand that there are something like 4 pieces of legislation in Congress addressing this very issue of having a U.S.-UK bilateral treaty, trade treaty, and that supporting that's a direction the United States should be looking in and proposing.
Great. We have less than 5 minutes left, so I just want to quickly ask the group, and whoever would like to answer should jump in. What are the national security implications of the U.S. pulling out of the Paris Climate Change Agreement?
Well, I think it basically casts a shadow on the transatlantic relationship. Europeans care collectively deeply about climate change. They believe deeply also that the Paris Accords became a part of the liberal order, and that it signaled that the liberal order could adapt to take on new challenges. They also are not going to walk away from this. And so even now that we've decided we will, they're going to enhance their cooperation with China and whoever else comes to the table, and leave us in the back row or not with an invite altogether. So I think the question here is, you know, are we going to face a situation where Europe says, hey, Washington, you just called us and asked us for help on X, and we're less willing to help you because you're helping us on Y, which is the climate agreement? I mean, I don't know if that'll play out in practice, but in terms of being real transactional like that, but I do believe that it's kind of added another layer of complexity to our relationship with Europe, when I also feel that Europeans believe that there's a lot of strategic ambiguity out there about where the White House wants to take this relationship. So they still, yes, they were relieved to see the president reaffirm Article 5 finally in that press conference the other day, but there's still open-ended questions about what does the U.S. want from us on Russia? What is their strategy? If we're going to send more troops to Afghanistan, what's the strategy there? If we're going to do more in the counter-ISIL coalition, what's the plan? Tensions are heating up. And so that strategic ambiguity paired with the U.S. leaving climate, which they view as kind of a personal affront, frankly, it does not, again, lead us to an environment in which the transatlantic partners are in a mood to come together to take on some of these challenges.
Yeah, and I would add, kind of reinforcing what Julie said, that one of the big issues of our time is adjusting to a world in which emerging powers have more sway, principally China, but India is behind. And the U.S., by getting out of Paris, has basically taken itself out of that game. And it was, I think, quite instructive that in the 3-4 days after the announcement, the Indians and the Chinese both beat a path to Berlin and sat down and talked to Merkel. And so if you were to ask who is potentially going to be the big partner of the European Union when it comes to liberalizing trade and combating climate change, the answer for now is China, not the United States. And that's worrisome to me. And the other point I'd make is that Europeans really do care about this issue a lot, and that therefore I think is going to make it harder for European politicians to give things to President Trump because they are fearful that they're going to pay a political price for that. And in fact, you can hear the debate. I was in Berlin a few days ago, and one of the things I was hearing among politicians is, should we really raise defense spending as President Trump? I mean, is it good for us to get down and give him a win after he pull out of Paris? So there's this linkage problem.
I see it differently. I don't think that there's a national security implication relative to this issue. And I'll also say, if you look historically on this issue, from administration to administration of the United States, you know what? We've always differed with the Europeans over this issue. I go back to President Clinton. He didn't bring Kyoto to the Senate at the time because, bluntly speaking, here in Congress, it was 95-0, and the sentiment was not that supportive for the way in which the binding part, Kyoto was binding, was constructed. Then in the George W. Bush administration, there was a rejection of Kyoto, but there were other things that the administration was very active in reaching out to the Europeans on. And I have to tell you, there were lines drawn where the Europeans, had fundamental differences. It wasn't going to change. Did that affect our policies, our strategic and security policies going forward? I don't think so. I think actually in some ways, because there were a variety of commonalities and then differences, we went forward. Then I go to President Obama. I remember the first climate change meeting he went to, where he tried to have a meeting with the Chinese, and then, and they walked out. And the Europeans, it wasn't the most satisfactory meeting that took place. And it took really all of the administration to get to Paris. And so my answer is, I think that this remains to be seen where this goes, how it goes. I think this is just too early in the relationship, and to see how it's discussed and negotiated forward.
Well, I want to thank our panelists on that note. That we could go on and on, but you've had a long day, and we appreciate you being here at this wonderful forum, and thank you again for joining us today. Thank you so much. It was great to have you on the panel. Appreciate it. We tried to fly around, and you guys did great. I appreciate it. See you, Charlie.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. I am Andrea Mitchell from NBC News and MSNBC, and we're glad you can join us for this panel. I want to introduce my colleagues here. First of all, I just should point out that Congressman Mike Gallagher is voting right now. He is going to join us and participate. He is, of course, from Wisconsin, but we will introduce him more properly when he arrives. To my immediate left is Admiral Dennis Blair, former Director of National Intelligence, former Commander of the U.S. Pacific Command, who had a 34-year active duty career in the Navy, who served on guided missile destroyers in both the Atlantic and Pacific fleets and commanded the Kitty Hawk Battle Group. Welcome, Admiral Blair. Dr. Eli Ratner is the former Deputy National Security Advisor to Vice President Joe Biden. He's now the Maurice Greenberg Senior Fellow in China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, with his work focusing on U.S.-China relations, regional security in East Asia, and U.S. national security policy. And from 2015 to 2017, as I said, he served as Deputy National Security Advisor at the White House to Vice President Joe Biden, with particular focus on Asia, China policy, the South China Sea, and North Korea. And Brian Hook is the National Security Advisor and Director of the State Department's Office of Policy Planning, a senior foreign policy advisor in 2012 to Mitt Romney in his campaign. He served as Assistant Secretary of State for International Organizations, Senior Advisor to the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Special Assistant to the President for Policy, and Counsel in the Office of Legal Policy at the Justice Department. So we thank you. And the other seat, as I say, is for Congressman Gallagher. But let's set the table here. I can't think of any more important issue to be discussing right now than U.S.-China relations. We had the Chinese delegation visiting the State Department only yesterday. Obviously, the issue of North Korea front and center, as well as economic issues and trade policy with China. Admiral Blair, you served in national intelligence and also obviously in the military, and have studied China and its reach, economic and security reach, for so many years. So if you could tell us what you think are our chief challenges right now with China. And thank you.
Sure, Andrea. I think we have to start with understanding the nature and objectives of China itself. And China's pretty open about it. You don't have to, the stuff I would read by good experts was about the same as I was being told by the analysts within the intelligence community. And China openly intends to become the economic and business powerhouse of the world. They have a blueprint called Made in China 2025, which sets out a goal of being dominant in the 10 major sectors of the future world economy. And they're very rough-knuckled about how they go about it, using their own market, stealing intellectual property from others, laying down very strong mercantilist requirements, and that's where they're headed. In the security sphere, they are, I think, determined to have a veto over any action that they would consider hostile or dangerous to Chinese interests within what they call the First Island Chain. What they call the First Island Chain, most of the rest of the world calls Korea, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines. They sort of look at it as a defensive barrier. And although I don't think the chances of war are high there, China has made it clear in areas like the Senkakus and issues like THAAD in Korea that you have to pay attention to what China wants and follow China's dictates. So that's kind of where they're headed. Internally, I think we have to recognize that they are a lot more brittle than they seem on the outside, this sort of juggernaut of increasing economic power, military increases on the order of 10% every year in their armed forces. And I think the sign of that is are these sort of crackdowns that we see that President Xi doing. These are not the signs of somebody who is confident in that his people will do what he wants to do when they're not being watched, and so he watches them and drives them very closely. So this is the nature of what we're doing with, and I think the change that we have to make from past years is, in past years in China policy, we always thought, well, how are we going to affect China? How do we convince it to be a productive, rule-following member of the community, and how do we prevent it from being sort of military upender rising power that challenges the other power. I think those days are gone now. We have to deal with China the way it is. It's mature, it's large, it has a plan, and we have to deal with it on a series of difficult issues in which we support our interests, challenge it, deal with it, and keep it from attaining those parts of its ambitions which are directly contrary to our interests. So it's rough stuff, and that's the way the Chinese talk within themselves. If you read, as I did when I was Director of National Intelligence, the way they talk to each other about the United States, it's not we have areas of cooperation and we have areas of difference, and we will emphasize our cooperation and we will work on our differences. It's how are we going to overcome those Americans and get the rightful place that we deserve. So that's kind of, I think, how we have to treat it going in, and out of which our individual policies should follow.
And Dr. Ratner, the most immediate challenge in our relationship with China is North Korea. At an earlier panel today, Chairman Royce said that 90% of the subsidies that keep the currency, that keep North Korean going on its nuclear program, come from China. And the president himself acknowledged in a tweet 2 days ago that the pressure on China through the summit in Mar-a-Lago doesn't seem to have worked. He, in a somewhat ambiguous tweet, said, you know, too bad, but at least they were trying. So it was not a particularly, you know, aggressive tweet as these things go. But I'm wondering if the pressure, if the U.S. pressure on China to get North Korea to restrain its missile and nuclear program is not viable, what next?
Well, a couple of reactions. I mean, one, President Trump followed up those comments last night in Iowa and said something very similar again. So I think we should read that as a signal that, to some degree, he's starting to realize that there are limits to China's cooperation on North Korea. I think that's something that most China watchers would have predicted from the start. And this is where the Obama administration was at the end of its term in terms of having run the course of engagement with China and getting them to enforce UN Security Council resolutions, which are quite strong on paper, but in fact, China has not done a very good job of enforcing them, and they are very effective at drawing along the United States and playing nice and promising to do more, as Xi Jinping did with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago. But I and many others predicted it was only a matter of time before Trump came around to exactly where he did yesterday. I think what comes next is the obvious question, and as you phrased the question, if we've done enough, if pressuring China isn't going to work, we haven't really pressured China. What we've done to date is to seek willing cooperation from them. The decision point facing Brian and Secretary Tillerson and the team in the White House is, at what point does the lack of Chinese cooperation on enforcing UN Security Council resolutions mean that the United States is going to compel China to do so through secondary sanctions against Chinese firms and entities? That's something clearly the Chinese don't want. They warn against retaliation, but at the same time, I think they've made clear over and over and over again that they're not willingly going to go as far as the United States would like. So the administration will be confronting this decision point, and I think I and many others would recommend that they do move forward with secondary sanctions, because otherwise the necessary pressure to force North Korea to recalculate is not going to happen.
Which, of course, is a great transition point to Brian Hook. Obviously, you can't say which direction this policy is going as the review continues, but what are the downsides or the upsides of secondary sanctions? What are the risks of trade retaliation? We've seen the way the Chinese have retaliated in recent months against South Korea for even deploying the THAAD system. So what would happen if we did get as tough with China as we have on secondary sanctions, for instance, in the past with Iran?
We certainly are asking China to do a lot more. I think that's what the president's tweet was meant to somehow signal. They've done more than they have in the past, but there's a lot more that they can do. As you mentioned earlier, 90% of North Korea's external trade is with China. China supplies a lot of its energy needs. China is in the best position to apply the diplomatic and economic leverage necessary for North Korea to change its thinking. And so when we hosted the Chinese yesterday for the first meeting of the diplomatic and security dialogue, 2+2 dialogue with Secretary Mattis. And we spent all of yesterday with them. And the first item on our agenda is North Korea. The President and the Secretary both believe it is our #1 security threat. And we, I think, had a very good discussion with them. North Korea is a grave and escalating threat. As Secretary Tillerson has said to the Chinese, North Korean missiles fly in all directions. And we need the Chinese to change their risk calculus. And I think the discussions between President Xi and President Trump, I think the Chinese do understand that this is, the threat is getting worse, not better. And we think that that presents the kind of conditions where the Chinese can do more. As Eli just said about secondary sanctions, we have presented China with actions that we would like them to take against Chinese companies and entities that are supporting the nuclear and missile program. And we would like them to do it. But if they can't or won't do it, then we will. And that is just something I think that is commensurate with the kind of national security threat that we face. When you look at efforts over the last, since 1994 with the agreed framework, we've had, the United States has given $1.28 billion in assistance to North Korea. And in return, we have had 5 nuclear tests, over 30 missile launches. This is a regime that says one thing and then promises to do one thing and then does the exact opposite. So I think past efforts to diplomatic efforts to denuclearize the North Korea have been well-intentioned, but they have not. We just haven't seen the results that are necessary. So we are hopeful that, as Congressman Gallagher walks in late, we are hopeful that the Chinese do see this threat differently, and they certainly understand our resolve and the intensity of our diplomacy. I can tell you that in virtually every bilateral discussion the Secretary of State has, he raises North Korea. And we are looking at a range of diplomatic and economic and security measures to achieve our policy goal, which is the complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. That is what hinders the emergence of a peaceful and prosperous Northeast Asia. And so that's where a lot of our focus is, at least in the diplomatic and security dialogue with the Chinese.
Could I put a little contrary view on this thing, because I've been watching?
Yeah, let me just welcome Congressman Gallagher, who is voting, and have Admiral Blair comment so you can catch your breath, Congressman, and then we'll bring it right into this conversation. Okay. Admiral.
I mean, the trouble with counting on China to deliver North Korea's denuclearization is that there are 2 problems. Number one, China cannot see a clear path to a denuclearized North Korea that does not involve a great deal of risk of instability, which would harm China's interests. So that if they could see a clear path, I have no doubt they would they'd follow it. Number 2 is there is a limit, I think, to Chinese coercive capability for North Korea, even with the supplies that they do make them. I sort of imagine this conversation between the Chinese and the North Koreans. The Chinese say, hey, stop building these nuclear weapons. You're antagonizing the United States. They're going to bring more power. You're making life difficult for us. Just stop it. And North Korea says, yeah, okay. Or then what? China says, well, then I'm going to cut off your coal and your money and your everything. And North Korea says, okay, so I'm going to fall apart. There'll be loose nukes, refugees coming across the Yalu, and the regime will fall. Is that what you want? And that's not what China wants. So there are limits to how far they go to see a clear path. And the other thing is that North Korea is not like Iran. Iran wants to be a member of the international community. Iran believes that it has a role in the wider part of the world. North Korea, the way the North Korean regime stays in power is by telling its people that it's in a state of war, it's under threat, the world is against it. That's why you have no food. That's why we arrest you. That's why we repress you. And so this pressure, in fact, plays into the power structure within North Korea. Those 2 factors are very hard to overcome by simply telling China every time we see them that this is very important to the United States. So I think there are limits to how far this can go.
Let me just introduce formally Congressman Gallagher from Wisconsin, who serves on the Armed Services Committee, also on Homeland Security, where he's a member of the Counterterrorism and Intelligence and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection subcommittees. So you've got a lot on your plate. I know you were off voting, but just to bring you into the conversation, Brian Hook has just suggested, as you may have inferred, that the goal of Secretary Tillerson at every meeting with the Chinese is to achieve the denuclearization of the peninsula. Admiral Blair has said that it's not apparent that that is in China's interest, and that North Korea is playing a different game, a rogue regime game, if you will. What is Congress's role here, and would Congress support some sort of action for secondary sanctions on Chinese businesses if China does not enforce the UN resolutions and the embargo to the extent that that we would like? Because Chairman Roy said this morning that 90% of the currency in North Korea is coming from Chinese entities.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I apologize, Brian, for being late. It's the Constitution's fault. The only problem with being in Congress is occasionally you have to vote. But it's an honor to be on this panel. Everything I've learned, I learned from Brian, so if I say anything stupid, blame him. But first let me say, I agree that the goal of denuclearization is the right one. I am very skeptical about, one, the Chinese willingness to cooperate, and I think we're seeing early evidence that this bit about them, refusing coal shipments but already having paid for it is kind of a mirage. And so I also think, somewhat to Admiral Blair's point, that we tend to overestimate the ability of China to influence the North Korean regime. And I think there's a real case, as you laid out, that they could make some demands if the North Koreans say, well, go pound sand, we're not going to do it. I think the role of Congress is as it becomes more apparent that China is unwilling to cooperate, yes, to pass sanctions, secondary sanctions. I think there would be the votes for such a bill. That being said, we'd have to see what it looked like. But I think more broadly, the role of Congress is to think about, even if we were somehow to convince the Chinese to work with us hand in glove on this very difficult problem, I would submit that we'd still face a broader looming confrontation with China, or struggle for dominance in the Pacific region. And I think the best thing Congress can do is to reverse a trend of disinvesting in our military capabilities, which we've seen over the last few years. And that's what we're working on aggressively in the Armed Services Committee this week and next. And if you just look at the trend lines for the way these two countries have been going, it's very troubling. From 2010 to 2015, China's military budget has grown by 56%, whereas ours has been cut by 22%. And I would submit that the world in 2017 is not 22% safer than it was in 2010. And so reversing that trend, to me, is Congress's most urgent and most important responsibility, and it will buy us options in the Pacific. And what has China bought with its investment? Well, its navy is now 300 ships. It's the largest navy in Asia. Just last year, it commissioned 18 vessels that displaced more than half the British Navy. These aren't just numbers. These are modern vessels that they're replacing their older ones with. Their Air Force is the largest in Asia with 2,100 combat aircraft, and so they're really taking a long view here. And if we continue down the track of budget sequester, which, as General Mattis said, has done more damage to our military than any enemy in the field could have hoped to do, we're going to be in a bad situation regardless of what happens with the immediate crisis relative to North Korea.
Dr. Ratner?
Yeah, I would just say, I think obviously getting rid of the sequester and getting back on track in terms of the overall military competition is something we should do, but I think it's really important to underscore that no amount of military spending and no size of our Navy is going to be enough to arrest the slide of U.S. influence in the region. And in fact, China is not only building its military, its economic influence is growing and growing. It's being increasingly seen as a leader on trade and investment. It's leading new institutions. It's got huge, literally trillion-dollar initiatives to build infrastructure throughout the region. And the result of that is that increasingly countries in Asia, and particularly in Southeast Asia, but throughout the region, are starting to view China as the economic future of the region and of the world, and that's shaping their political and their security decision-making. And what we're finding is that countries throughout the region, not so much among our traditional allies, but particularly in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, are increasingly concerned about cooperating with the United States and working with the United States and standing with the United States because of the economic consequences of retribution from China, as Admiral Blair pointed out. So I think good to increase the military budget, but until the United States is leading again on trade and investment in the region, we're not going to get anywhere near to arresting our decline in influence.
Well, one follow-up thought, though, is both political parties in this past campaign took strong positions against TPP. Didn't the decision on TPP leave a vacuum that Australia and other of our allies, to say nothing of those who are not as allied with us, are turning to China now? And we saw it before that with international monetary organizations as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been devastating to the position of the United States, the withdrawal of TPP. And I think either we're going to need political leadership that takes the China challenge seriously and therefore expresses the importance of this issue. I know it's a tough political issue, and I don't envy the politicians who have to explain this to the American people, but I think it is real. And in the long term, the economic prosperity of the United States, the security of the United States, the strength of democracy at home and in the world will be affected by the China challenge, and we do need to take this seriously. And if it's not going to be TPP, it has to be something else. It just has to be on the agenda. So again, I appreciate the focus on the military agenda, but again, it's going to have no effect on the broad nature of the competition without a major economic component.
And let me ask a quick question first to Admiral Blair, because in a lot of the reporting on broadcast as well as in print, we talk about North Korea, the options, secondary sanctions, or the military option. And there has been reporting that speaks of the military option as though there were some preemptive strike that could somehow take out some of the missile and nuclear structures. Admiral Blair, could you give us a reality check on what would happen if we tried to do something preemptively? I don't mean when we see an ICBM on the launch pad. I'm talking about near term.
The problem with a preemptive military option against the North Korean nuclear capability is the difficulty of knowing where it all is and what it all is. The North Koreans are tremendous tunnelers. They are good at cover and deception. Back when we had this agreement back in the 90s, the so-called Cato agreement and so on, we had a challenge inspection which we could use if we thought North Korea was secretly building a nuclear program. And we used that inspection once. We put all the assets of the national intelligence against it, and we said that tunnel looks dirty to us. We went in, it was clean. There was nothing there. And I think it would be a very brave director of national intelligence who stood before the president and said, I've looked at the strike plans, and I can assure you, Mr. President, that that's all of it. You're going to get it all. So I just think technically the preemptive option is one that is high risk, and I think it's there, it's available, but it's just from a military and intelligence point of view, it's very, very risky.
Well, there's reporting today in the New York Times that one of the proposals from China and South Korea, under new leadership under President Moon, is for the U.S. to agree to some kind of, in back-channel negotiations, agree to some kind of military withdrawal, I assume they mean of the THAAD missile defense, in exchange for, quote, a military freeze, which would be subject, I guess, to the same inspection challenges. Congressman Gallagher, how would Congress look at that kind of a trade-off?
I think that would be, Congress would look at it skeptically. I don't think that would be a worthwhile trade-off. I think we have our own territory that we need to protect. We have treaty allies in the region that we need to protect with THAAD. And I think we need to exert our prerogative with respect to continuing forward with the THAAD deployment in cooperation with our South Korean allies. But I just would be very skeptical about cutting interim deals given past behavior by the North Korean regime. I would be more skeptical broadly of any sort of grand bargain that an administration would try to strike with China relative to the balance of power in the region. Dr. Ratner, I take your point that perhaps our position has slid to the point that it's never going to return. I mean, I don't think we have U.S. hegemony in the Pacific right now. I think we have a very dynamic and uneven balance of power where we have a slight military edge, they have an economic edge, and the political balance is somewhat divided. And maybe we can never get back to a point of U.S. preeminence, but I would submit that if we muster up the courage and the urgency, we could at least prevent further sliding of our position. And I think you cannot disaggregate the military component from the economic, right? They're interrelated. I mean, our Navy protects the passage of $5 trillion of trade in the region. So you can't have one without the other. But I do think we need to think creatively about using TPA, which lasts for 4 more years, to strike bilateral trade deals. Now, you may rejoin that our allies that were involved in TPP aren't interested in that, but we got to find a way to move forward for a lot of reasons that you lay out, I think quite rightly.
Brian Hook, in the conversations yesterday beyond North Korea, was there a robust discussion about the South China Sea, or if you could give us some insight into what are the other issues that the Secretary is pushing hard on?
We did discuss South China Sea, and we it was a very candid exchange, frank exchange about it. We said that we oppose their excessive maritime claims and the militarization that they're doing there. That only seeks to raise tensions in the South China Sea. We will continue with our freedom of navigation operations there. And it's important because we are a Pacific power. And we provide freedom of navigation. We abide by international law. We allow and facilitate unimpeded lawful commerce. And so I agree with what Congressman Gallagher said. You really can't divorce economics and security. And that goes back to the founding when we floated the Mediterranean Squadron because we had lost the protection of the British Navy. And so then our ships needed, our commerce needed security. And if we don't have security to do freedom of navigation operations and to be able to operate and to operate on the land and the sea and to operate in areas where international law allows, that's the hard power that facilitates commerce. And one of the things that we need to get better at just nationally is relinking economics and security.
Is there any reason why the Chinese were not present at the final readout? Because in the past, when we've had these dialogues, they've always been present for the public summation, if you will. And at the State Department yesterday, we just saw Secretary Tillerson and Mattis.
There's nothing to read into it. I think we did a joint when we were at Mar-a-Lago for the President Xi visit. I think we had a joint appearance. I just can't remember, but there's nothing to read into it. After we had dinner with them last night to continue the discussion. We started in the morning and went pretty long into the night and covered a lot of ground. And so there's nothing to read into it. We just had Secretary Mattis and Secretary Tillerson just did a joint press avail.
Dr. Ratner, wondering what your read is of the internal dynamics politically in China with the 19th Party Congress, and whether President Xi is in a situation where he's not going to take on North Korea or any other of these external issues because he's trying to keep things as status quo, if you will, as he can for the coming months.
Well, there's certainly a prioritization on not having economic disruptions or security disruptions ahead of the Party Congress. I think that's something our government should think very seriously about leveraging ahead of this fall and seeking advantage of that. And I hope the folks at the State Department and the White House are thinking about creative ways to do that and to put forward some of our interests between now and then rather than waiting till afterward. That being said, Xi Jinping has proven to be a more ambitious and more creative leader and being willing to overcome norms of Chinese foreign policy and whatnot. So I think we ought not to lull ourselves into the belief that China is going to be sleeping for the next 6 months. My own interactions with Chinese officials and academics and think tankers have found them very confident, feeling on the march, feeling like they've got the Trump administration more or less figured out, and I think they're going to be moving forward.
They've got the Trump administration more or less figured out?
I think for the short term they do. I think they're feeling very confident. I think what they say about seeing a positive path forward, I think they feel like they have the engagement route laid down. Our leaders are going to be meeting at the G20. They've invited President Trump over. It sounds like Jared and Ivanka may be going over in the fall. I think they feel like they understand President Trump and the way he does business. That doesn't mean that he's not unpredictable and that this thing could turn on a dime, but I think they're probably happier now than they thought they were going to be when he was first elected, and certainly happier now than they would have been if Hillary Clinton had been president. So I think they're feeling pretty fortunate that they're facing what they're facing right now.
Admiral Blair, when you look at the dynamics, how important is personal diplomacy and perhaps less emphasis on human rights as well? I was on Hillary Clinton's first trip as secretary to Beijing, and I know the kind of reaction she got, to say nothing of, I was also in 1995 there when she did her human rights speech as first lady, so I can understand their posture. But how important in the way you have watched American presidents is that kind of personal diplomacy?
I don't think personal diplomacy counts for much in Asian politics, frankly. I think it's the personnel are fairly interchangeable, and it's the interests and the issues that really determine how things go. On this question of the connection between security issues and economic issues, I felt when I was Commander-in-Chief in the Pacific Command that my job was to try to stabilize a series of military issues in the region so that there was just extremely high risk for any country, China, North Korea, and any other country, to take military aggression, start a war. And if I could keep the theater in that way, then the competition between the United States and China and other countries would be in the economic diplomatic regime, where we had huge advantages. In the values area, China's not even playing. Nobody wants a Chinese-dominated order in East Asia. There's some chafing against the U.S.-dominated order, which has been there for the last 70 years. But by and large, they say, if you're going to have somebody who's basically the biggest dog on the block, the United States is better than most, and China would be pretty bad. So that's how all the countries feel. The only thing China has is this economic power. They can deny their market. They can affect internal investment. And the countries in the region say, I don't much like the way China operates. I don't like the way they treat the people. I want to set my own value system. But we gotta make yen. We gotta make baht. We gotta make dollars. And so I've got to deal with them. So I think we can, with some prudent military measures, make any kind of military move very high risk for China or North Korea or any other country. And then we've really got to get our own house in order here in the United States. We have to get our economy back online, and then we can go and be the greatest power in the region. That's our challenge.
Congressman Gallagher, you're on one of the subcommittees on cybersecurity, and I'm just wondering, before we got so wound up in recent years, in the last 2 years, about Russian cyber attacks, we viewed China as at least an equal threat, especially when I was covering OPM and some of the other intrusions. Where do we stand now with China as a cyber warrior?
Yeah, so I count myself among the many millions who got a nice letter of notification from OPM that my military records had been hacked a couple years ago, with sort of no instructions of what to do about it afterwards. So
we got the same. So
I have it framed on my office back in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So, I'm concerned about the way in which we're trying to invest in our own cyber forces. The Admiral would know better than I, but I have a working hypothesis that the way the services are doing it right now in terms of trying to grow different cyber forces organically is not really positioning us over the next 30 years to be able to compete effectively with the Chinese. And I think we need to consider more radical approaches akin to what the Estonians do with co-opting the private sector with their Cyber Defense League, or building out a separate cyber academy with its own culture that can deploy with the Navy or with the Marine Corps. Because as a Marine, I find it hard to believe that that 19-year-old kid who wants to get high and tight and run around is going to be a world-class coder. Maybe the Marine Corps could train him, but by the time you're done training him, they're so valuable to the private sector that you're going to lose them. So I think we need to be creative about how we're building the next generation of cyber warriors. You asked earlier what Congress can do. I failed to mention that next week, I believe we're going to move forward with Chairman Thornberry's initiative on the Asia-Pacific Security Initiative modeled after the European Reassurance Initiative, which has an additional $2.1 billion for munitions and supporting our allies in a variety of things. And I do think, you know, maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference, but I got to tell you, I just came back from Vietnam and toured the Hanoi Hilton with John McCain, and when he goes to visit there, that means a lot to them. And at a time when they're looking for U.S. reassurance, I think Congress has a role to play in its own version of diplomacy. And the final thing I'd say is we should all take a hard look at CFIUS and what the Chinese are doing with respect to investment, particularly in artificial intelligence. They've funded something like 51 American AI companies, some with direct military applications, over the last 5 years, over $700 million. And they just skirt the CFIUS requirements, so they'll do things as opposed to outright acquisition, like, you know, a minority stake or a joint acquisition. And so the Pentagon's looking at it. Mattis knows it's a concern, and I think Congress has a role to play in looking at that.
And Brian Hook, when you look at the North Korean regime, let me just circle back to that for a moment. There was a time when I went with Madeleine Albright in 2000 to Pyongyang, and there was even talk about possible normalization, and then that was reversed in the spring of 2001 by the new administration, and we later discovered that there had been cheating on the nuclear front as well, so that was not going to happen. But there was communication on a different level. What is the situation with Kim Jong-un in terms of, compared to his father, to say nothing of his grandfather? Are we in a completely different world? Is this the madman theory of foreign policy, or is he crazy like a fox, or do we not really know?
I think on the basis of his behavior, what we can say is that the basis for talks do not exist. We don't see the basis for talks. And in the past, what we've done is we've kind of negotiated our way to the negotiating table. This is a regime that does not keep its promises. The Kim family says one thing and then does the opposite. And that's what the 94 agreed framework and the 2005 nuclear deal, they didn't implement the deal. And so there isn't any trust at all. And I think it's going to require a great deal of diplomatic and economic pressure for them to change their thinking. We saw this in the context of Iran, where we started a sanctions regime and built that. I think we were in a very good position, where I think we had a great deal of leverage. There isn't much of an analogy. You can't do a one-to-one on the Iran sanctions regime and the North Korea sanctions regime. There's a great deal of work to be done in that space to increase diplomatic and economic pressure. China is one piece of it. What we've been doing here is elevating the urgency of the threat and saying that this is no longer a regional threat. As they improve their delivery systems, their capabilities to deliver a nuclear warhead, it is no longer a regional threat, it's a global threat. And we are talking about this with countries in every region of the world. And that's one of the ways that, I mean, China is a big part of this, but China's not the only part of this. That's why the Secretary raises it in every bilat that he's in. Everybody has a role to play. When you look at all of the different means of support that North Korea has around the world, we are looking to end and shut down those channels. And so I would just say the basis for talks don't exist. It's hard for me to speculate about Kim Jong-un.
Does that exclude talks related to the 3 other detainees? Would that be a separate track?
It's not something I can comment on.
All right, well, I think we're out of time, unfortunately, but let's just leave that out there because we can all speculate or hypothesize as well. I just want to thank Admiral Blair and Dr. Ratner, and of course Congressman Gallagher, our host here today, and Brian Hook from the State Department. I feel very privileged to have been in their company because of their depth of knowledge. And thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
Hi, all. We'll have a closing remarks from Congressman Ruppersberger. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. What's next? What's next is we're going to close out. But look, thank you all for being here. This is something that's very important, I think, for our country. And with all the issues that are happening today, we need bipartisan and bicameral relationships. And that's why Chairman McCaul, myself, you have Senator Rubio and Senator Coons decided to do this forum. And it was a great turnout. Hopefully it was a great panel. And you know, we want to make sure that we deal with all the issues that are important to our country, because with what's happening, it should be USA first. And it's a very dangerous world. And whether it's cyber, China, Russia, you know, all the things that we talked about here today. And I think you know, we still have to remember that we are the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest people in the world. We have the greatest institutions to help train us in the area of this national security. And we hope that this dialogue and being here with other peers and other friends will really make a difference for you. So, Mike,
thanks, Dutch.
Your turn, and we're out of here.
I'll make it brief, but thank you and Senator Rubio and Coon. I also, as I said in my opener, you know, partisanship should end at the water's edge, and I truly believe that. The terrorists don't check our party affiliation. The whole point of this conference was to bring some bipartisanship back to national security and foreign policy, where we think it really rightly deserves that. We deserve that as Americans. And Dutch and I just came back on a overseas delegation, and when you're over there, yeah, you're not in Ukraine, a hot spot, proxy war between U.S., NATO, and Russia. And over there, we're not Republicans or Democrats. We're Americans representing the United States of America, because the first thing in our name is not Republican U.S. Representative Michael McCaul or Dutch. It's United States. And we stand united here today. We plan to do this on an annual basis. I want to thank all the staff involved in this, and there are too many to name. But certainly Jamal and Martha Sims had a great role in this, and all the interns who volunteered and all the staff who showed up. I hope you learned something today. We really had quite a lineup of the top national security experts in the nation. And quite frankly, I learned a lot today as well, and I thought I knew it all. So thanks again, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.
See you next year. Thank you, Steve Elliott. Thanks for all the work you did coordinating together as a team. And it was bipartisan, bicameral. Take care. Have a good weekend.